Ayan. Oh, ayun. Ayan. Tumatagas. Sino ang nag-repair niyan?
According to the NIA, it was the R.A. Pahati Construction.
R.A. Bahati Construction. Yan, 50 million pesos ang ginastos dyan para i-repair. And yet, tinusok lang na maliit na bato, tumagas na agad yung tubig. And who's the contractor? Who was the contractor assigned to do the repair? E, bawiin natin yung 50 million.
Yes, according to the NIA, the amount was not 50 million.
And how much, Mr. President?
No.
Walang fund for maintenance. Lahat ng repair ay ginawa ng contractor.
Yes, and it was the contractor who shouldered the cost. If it was 50 million, that was not that was the contract amount in 2015, but that was not the amount used for the repairs, which, number one, was ang gumastos nun ay yung contractor under the contract. And number two, hindi 50 million ang naging halaga. Baka mas mababa.
Mas mababa. Okay, regardless, Mr. President, kung mas mababa, kasi yun yung sinabi nung mga farmers na nakausap namin. Pero di ba, pag gagawa ka na rin lang ng repair, make sure na maayos naman. Hindi naman ganon. Di ba? Ni-repair mo dahil na bagyo, and then isang pukpok lang ng bato, tanggal na agad yun. Yan, palitado yan, no? Oh. And then tubig tumagas. Kaya I doubt, yung pupuntahan natin next week, ganon din siguro mangyari. Pupukpukin lang natin yon, titibak yon, yan, pinalitada, and then pininturahan lang. Siguro ginamitan pa ng papel de liha o kung anong man tawag pampakinis para maging makinis tingnan. Kaya nga, malayo ang kuha, hindi close up.
Ano?
Yan o, hindi man lang pininturahan. Parang pinaglumaan ng panahon, Mr. President. Parang panahon pa ni Jose Rizal sa sobrang kalumaan.
So,
Mr. President.
Mr. President, according to the NIA, they are sure that this is no longer the case after the repairs. Yes. So, well, and if I may suggest, precisely because of this, that they have agreed to do the ocular next week, Mr. President.
Okay. Yeah, so ang kinuwang contractor para mag-repair after kasi pumunta kami September. So ni-repair niyo siguro to, nalaman niyo na pumuntang staff ko, nagpadala siguro kayo ng tao. Kailan? Kasi September when
Hindi
we
siguro
visited the
madaling gawin ng mabilisan yun dahil ang according to the NIA, nalagay na yung steel encasement, hindi na ganito.
But that was only September 2025. September, October, November. It was only
Yes, and
2
that's
months
why
ago.
I think, Mr. President, to clarify the issue, the ocular would be the best way
Exactly.
forward.
Okay.
Because they are saying na meron ng metal encasement, hindi na ganyan.
Metal.
Tama?
Okay.
Sa ilalim, hindi sa tabi.
Okay. Sige, titingnan natin. Kasi September namin in-inspect yan at sabi ng mga farmers, wala raw sila nakita. Let's see. Now, ang kinuha niyong contractor para, Mr. President, mag-repair this time around ay R.A. Pahati. Tama ba?
That is correct. He is the contractor that completed the project, won the bid, completed the project in 2014. 2015, sorry. No,
Siya.
he won the project.
He won the project. Oh, okay. Pahati.
And then he repaired it.
Aha. He repaired. Ano ba nangyari? Anong resulta sa Bureau? Okay. Ano yan? AAA contractor, ano? Baka quadruple A pa siguro yan.
Yes, AAA contract.
Wow, AAA pala. Ano pa? AAA tapos siguro gold medalist pa siguro sa pagdating sa mga pagiging contractor. The reason why I'm saying this, nagiging sarcastic na lamang ako. Alam nyo ba na ito ay kasama sa sinasabi na ngayon sa Blue Ribbon? Dahil sa flood control projects nila na questionable. Kasama to. R.A. Pahati.
That is correct. According to the NIA, they may have been involved in the flood control scandal today, but the project was...
But not yesterday.
I mean, nowadays. But the Pahati project was completed in 2015. So that was 10 years ago.
Okay, Mr. President. AAA, sige. Well, anyway, we'll wait na lang pagdating sa Blue Ribbon, pag tawag siya, yung sa Sabina, yung sagot niya. But again, bago sa aking pangatlong question, Mr. President, ayusin niyo naman trabaho niyo dyan sa NIA. Alam niyo naman na binabagyo palagi ang bansa natin. All year round, pumapasok yung bagyo sa atin. Dapat, anticipated yun na yan na may darating na bagyo, let's say signal number 3, signal number 4, gawa kayo ng structure, dam, na it can withstand even signal number 5 typhoon. Na para hindi na masira. Kasi sa ngayon, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, every single year, lahat ng mga irrigation project ng NIA nasisira tuwing may bagyo.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, according to the DIA, the design standards are clear that it has to withstand signal number 4. So they do designs to ensure that it would withstand the strongest typhoons. Now, so that is one area. Now, obviously, they need to ensure that these contractors comply with the standards. And they are saying that the specifications of these, all these NIA projects have to be complied with before any acceptance is made. Number one, we will repeat that. And two, that the Irrigators Association will have to accept. There is an acceptance. Unlike in the flood control projects na kahit na yung local government hindi alam na may proyekto pala sa kanila, dito maliwanag, alam ng Irrigators Association may proyekto at hindi lang nila alam, kailangan pa nilang tanggapin. At kasama sila sa pagtitestigo sa pagpirma ng kontrata.
Okay, Mr. President.
So this is a safeguard.
Exactly. Sino nagsicertify, dapat independent body, na ma-ensure na yung isang proyekto ng irrigation ng NIA, kung sino man contractor gumawa noon, it can withstand signal number 4. In this case, sa Bulao, sa Bulo, sabi nyo, somebody certified or some people certified na it is strong enough to withstand a signal number 4 typhoon. Who did the certification? Sino-sino mga to? I need the names of these people.
Yes, apart from an inventory team that is
Kasi makasigmo na ako, Mr. President. Kasi sa lugar na yan, yung mga kubo-kubo nga, hindi nilipad eh. Yung mga bahay ng mga farmers na simple mga hollow blocks lang, hindi nagiba. Samantalang yan, butas-butas na agad. Pumunta tayo doon, yung mga bahay ng mga farmers, na gawa lang mga hollow blocks, yero, hindi nagiba. Kung magkano na ginastos nila, baka wala pang 100,000. Pero ito, daan-daang milyon, signal number 4 daw, signal number 4, it can withstand signal number 4 daw, and yet nagiba. Hindi pa nakakaya, Mr. President? Yung mga bahay ng mga farmers, parang kubo-kubo lang, wala pa sigurong 20 mil lang, 50 mil, hindi nagiba. Hindi nagkabutas-butas, pero ito, daan-daang milyon.
Hindi, according to the NIA, hindi naman daw nagiba. Nagkaroon
Leak, Mr. President.
Nagkaroon ng mga leaks.
Leak, tuklap. Why? Yun nga lang po. Ibig sabihin yan, substandard. At yung mga nag-inspect, kaya Mr. President, I need the names of those people or group of, who are those people na nag-certify, kung sinong grupo yon na sinasabing certified na this can withstand a signal number 4 weather condition.
We will include that in the submissions of the supporting documents, Mr. President,
Thank you,
and they
Mr.
will
President.
identify it as such.
Now, irrigation delivery and funding needs, itong pag-uusapan natin. The project was meant to irrigate 570 hectares excuse me, for 500 farmers. Tama? Am I correct? You follow me so far?
Is that correct? Can you answer, please? Sorry, Mr. President. Yes, the design service area is for 500 farmers.
Thank you. Yeah, makinig kasi kayo, wag muna magchismisan. Nakikita ko, nagchichismisan, nagbubulok, nakangiti pa si administrator ninyo. Wag, seryoso to. Now, yet water fails to reach them due to canal damage and lack of maintenance.
Is that correct?
How many hectares are currently receiving actual irrigation? Give me a report. Kasi iba ang sinasabi ng mga magsasaka on the ground na nakausap namin.
Mr. President, if I may just interject. Tama yung alam mo, nakita ko yung mga pictures na pinalabas ni Rafi. Parang aqueduct yun yung mga pinakita niya. Just some information. Sa Espanya, yung mga aqueduct, panahon pa ng Romans Gumagana pa.
Oh, kita mo, panahon pa ng Romans.
Panahon ng Romans.
Hindi
gumagana
nabubutas.
pa. Hindi nabubutas. Sa Segovia, it's still running. It's a World Heritage Site. It is 2,000 years old. Sa atin dito, wala pang
1
2
year.
years old.
No, 1 year lang.
1 year
Giba
na. Giba na.
Butas-butas na agad.
Mas magaling pala yung engineer nung panahon ng Romans kaysa engineer na yun. Di ba?
Although wala hong bagyo sa Rome. But I share the concern that
But the
kung 1 or 2
2,000-year-old
years,
aqueduct.
baka naman masyadong maaga, no? Dapat man lang mga 20 plus years, no? Now, to answer the question, 350 hectares of the 520 hectares is irrigated. I mean, umaabot na yung tubig sa 350 hectares. May kulang pa ng almost 200, no? Almost 200 hectares, 100 plus hectares because of land development of the farmers themselves. So pagka na-develop ng farmers yung kanilang mga lupa, tsaka ngayon maaabot ng mga 100%.
Okay, kaya nga Mr. President that the project was meant to irrigate 570 hectares, right? Yun And then 500 farmers ang magbe-benefit. Now, you came up with this figure because you did survey sa mga farmers. At sinabi niyo sa mga farmers, ilang kayo? 500, taas kayo, kamay. Sige, lahat kayo aabutin ng 500. Lahat kayo ma-irrigate. Hindi naman kayo maggagawa ng estimate ng wala pa doon actual yung mga farmland na sinasaka mga farmers. So itong figure na binigay niyo na 500 farmers ang may kinabang, existing na mga farmers na yon. Meron namang sinasaka. Kaso, nung pumunta kami doon, hindi naman 500 farmers, baka wala pang 100 na mga farmers ang nakikinabang. Mr. President, we did interview some
Well,
farmers.
I agree, no? If the NIA did a survey and there were 500 farmers present, then the understanding is that pagka napatapos yung programa, yung proyekto, may tubig na sa kanilang mga farms.
Correct. And then I need the names of those 500 farmers that were interviewed by NIA and certified at pumirma yung mga farmers na yun, yeah, hey, thank you. At kami pala, 500 kami, magikinabang sa Bulo Small Reservoir. Kasi Mr. President, wala pang 100 ng mga farmers na nakikinabang.
Yes, they will submit the Irrigators Association documents that will establish or will show that there were 500 farmers in the area, Mr. President.
And I need those names. I need the farmers na pumirma na sinasabing thank you at kami may kinabang yan. And I will send some people again, intervene lahat yung nasa listahan para masiguro na hindi tayo naglulukuhan dito, Mr. President.
Yes, they will make sure na hindi
Thank you.
tayo naglolokohan dito, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, in a hearing in August 2023, NIA committed to look into countermeasures for this problem. What happened? Bakit? The 2026 na, yun nga, pinakita ko naman yung video. So, wala ba kayong ginagawang monitoring o kahit man lang drone na para lahat ng mga irrigation projects nyo, ini-inspect nyo kung may problema na? O wala? Wala ba kayo ini-interview ng mga farmers? Do you do that? O pinapabayaan nyo na lang hanggang sa kami mag-inspect at sasabihin namin sa inyong problema at sasagutin nyo na lang ganitong proseso, Mr. President?
Earlier, according to the NIA, they already presented the latest, as of October 2025, photos of the repairs to include the steel encasement. No? So not, ang point nila kaya nga magkakaroon ng ocular next week dahil tiyak sila na hindi na ganun ang sitwasyon ngayon.
Thank you. It remains to be seen anyway. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that. Now, let's move on. Doon naman tayo sa balog-balog. Balog-balog irrigation. Phase 1 services 12 hectares. Okay? And it only costs 2.3 billion pesos. Am I right? Balog-balog.
Yes.
12 hectares, and yung cost niyan is 2.3 billion and it services 12 hectares. Tama? Accurate ba yun? Yung binibigay ko ng figures. Tingnan niyo.
12,000 hectares.
I'm sorry?
12,000 hectares?
No. 12,000 hectares or 12 hectares? I'm sorry?
12,000
Oh,
hectares.
sige. 12,000. Okay.
Phase
12,000
one?
hectares.
Phase 1 is 12,000 hectares.
Okay, good. 12,000 hectares. Now, at the cost of 2.3 billion, yung phase 2, which services 21.9 thousand hectares, 21.9 thousand hectares, ang cost niyan ay 14.5 billion pesos. Tama?
That is correct.
Mr.
Because
President.
it is a high dam.
Sa Haidam. So, ang tanong lang, Mr. President, kasi kung sa 12 hectares, i-times 2 mo yan, 24. So, yung 2.3 billion, i-times 2 mo yan, so 4.6 lang dapat. Eh, bakit dito sa phase 2, 4.5 mas mahal?
Well, the 2.3 billion, 12,000 hectare coverage is a diversion dam. Hindi siya high dam. Kaya
Okay.
mas mura talaga ang magiging costing. Unlike the phase 2, which will cover almost double the amounts, but it is a high dam project. So mas malaki talaga ang construction cost. And apart from irrigation, it's actually a multi-purpose dam to include hydropower and potable water. And, it is a multi-purpose. It addresses the need for potable water, the need for irrigation, the need for hydropower, and the need to control floods.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, phase 1 is supposed to serve 12,475 hectares.
That's
Thank you.
correct.
Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging that. But the last time you presented to me, last hearing, budget hearing dito, you only showed 7,367.8 62 hectares operational area.
5,000.
Why? What's the discrepancy? Why is there's a discrepancy, Mr. President?
The 7,000 figure based on this document is farmer beneficiaries. Oh, okay.
No, we're talking of
Yes, yes,
hectares,
yes, yes.
Mr. President.
So it is irrigated area for phase 1 is 7,367 hectares. And so why hindi 12,000? Bakit kulang?
Actually, pag nagawa yung high dam, sir, yun yung madadagdag. Kasi yun yung isa-service ng
So, yes, but the question,
design, sir.
okay. So it turns out, Mr. President, that the 7,000 hectares that is now being irrigated is the current area, but, and they're explaining this, when phase 2 is completed, this service area of 7,000 will reach 12,000. In other words, the limit, the 12,000 target is takes into consideration both phase 1 and phase 2 being operational.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. President. No, I'm just talking about phase 1 because during the last hearing, I was informed that phase 1 alone, it's supposed to cover or serve 12,475 hectares. Hindi pa na-factor in dito yung phase 2. Bakit ngayon papasok natin yung phase 2? And yet, sa phase 1, 7,267 hectares lang ang operational. So ano nangyari doon sa almost 5,000 hectares na hindi nasasakop doon sa operation? So again,
May we have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
thank you, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Yes, Mr. President, after conferring with the administrator and his staff, apparently there has been a lack of qualifying conditions to be able to, for phase one to reach 12,000 hectares. When it is the rainy, wet season under phase one, they can reach 12,000 hectares.
During
The wet season
what season, Mr.
with
President?
phase one.
Okay.
But if it is dry season, they can only reach 7,000 hectares. But if phase two is completed, whether wet or dry season, they then will be able to irrigate 12,000 hectares.
Thank you, Mr. President. But during the Blue Ribbon hearing back in 2023, that wasn't mentioned, raining or wet or dry, etc. It was very clear during the presentation sa Blue Ribbon hearing, you did say, kayo dyan sa NIA, na yung phase 1 will service 12,475 hectares. Very clear yon sa presentation ninyo.
Yes, and
Hindi
that's what-
sinabi, they never mentioned na 12,000, kung kasama yung phase 2 ha, yung 12,000, pang rainy lang yan. Pag dry,
That's
hindi kaabot yung 12,000 na huwag kayo umasa. Nothing like that,
That is correct, and that's why,
Mr. President.
yes, that is why they are clarifying now that
So ngayon binabawi nyo yung sinasabi, Mr. President, yung sinabi
kina-clarify lang kasi umaabot naman ng 12,000. Yun nga lang kapag panahon ng tag-ulan. Pag tag-init, hanggang 7,000 lang. Now, having said that, they admit that they failed to make that clarification.
So, okay, that's what I want to hear. They failed to meet that qualification that they set na dapat 12,000 whether wet or dry. Dapat maging clear. Kasi doon sa presentation, it was very clear na 12,000. Marami mga farmers nagpalakpakan noon. And now, inaamin nyo, nag-failed, good. Lahat naman nagkakamali. Dapat ganon. Dapat straightforward tayo sa mga farmers natin. E pangit naman yung paasahin natin yung mga farmers natin. Sila nagpapakain sa atin. Sila
about-
yung palang kawawa. And then, sila ang nasa-short change.
That would be about 5,000 farmers based on the average hectareage. No? So malaking number of farmers.
So, pag dry season, so itong 12,475 hectares, I need certification na ito ay co-cover during wet season. Certified by experts and independent bodies.
Well, the Irrigators Association
Yes, sir.
and will
Who are the members of this irrigate? Kasi ilang beses na na-mention natin yung irrigators associations. Who are these people?
sila mismo yung mga farmer beneficiaries ng irrigation projects, Mr.
Okay,
President.
very good. So, so 12,475 pag wet. So I want certificate during wet season. And I
Yes.
want certification
It will be submitted.
for that. Okay. Some of the contractors of Balog have been blacklisted, Mr. President, and permanently blacklisted. Some, and then meron ata isa o dalawa, if I'm not mistaken, na permanently blacklisted. Now, were we able to recover from them? Dahil dito sa mga na-blacklist? Halimbawa na lang itong Guanxi Hydraulic and ESER Enterprise. Guanxi Hydraulic and ESER Enterprises.
Yes, Mr. President, these two contractors have been sued by the NIA and blacklisted. Yes, they have filed an appeal But in the blacklisting, there is an inclusion of a penalty, no?
Yes. Performance security warranty and liquidated damages. Tinutulungan ko na kayo.
Yes, that's
Parang
correct.
hirap na hirap pa kayo magsagot. So, did we recover something like performance security warranty and how much? And I need documentation pertaining to that.
They have not recovered it because the two contractors appealed the case.
They appealed the case?
Sent the other one. 300 million is the claim, the amount being claimed, but it is precisely still on appeal. No?
It's on appeal.
Yes.
And again, I need documentations.
We will submit,
to that?
Mr. President.
Okay. So, currently, Mr. President, on appeal, itong mga contractor that I did mention, and how much was the amount again that they're appealing? Yun sana yung kinukuha natin from the performance security warranty and liquidated damages. And what is the status of the appeal, Mr. President?
The appeal is now submitted for resolution before the Court of Appeals, Mr. President.
Submitted for resolution. Okay. Very good, Mr. President. That's noted. Now, yung Lorenzo Construction, di po ba nagkaroon niya ng 34.97 na slippage? Am I correct, Mr. President? We're still talking about balog-balog here.
May we have a minute suspension, please? So what happened?
Session suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Yes, the answer is yes. The Lorenzo construction project, nagkaroon talaga ng slippage ng 34%.
Okay.
And what the NIA did was to instruct them to comply with a catch-up plan, which they did. And therefore, the project was completed. It was completed.
Which particular project is this? What phase, Mr. President?
North Main Canal of the Balog-Balog, Mr. President.
Makatenga pa rin. North Canal.
It was completed in 2022, Mr. President. After the slippage, the catch-up plan, it was completed in 2022.
I'm afraid not, Mr. President. In fact, ang gagawa ng completion, nag-hire ng bagong contractor, Santa Clara.
That is a different phase. So this phase, this project was completed north main canal, Mr. President. Now, the one that was identified, Santa Clara, is pertains to the High Dam project itself, not the North Main Canal. So maraming components yung balog-balog. Merong main canal, merong high dam. So yung sa Santa Clara, recently bidded, tama, hindi pa kompleto, but that refers to the high dam project.
So are you saying, Mr. President, na yung slippage ng San Lorenzo completed na?
In the North Canal, main canal, yes.
In the canal, main canal? Can I have, as soon as possible, documentation? Kasi nung pumunta kami, walang activities eh. Mr. President, at hindi pa rin gawa yung certain areas doon
Yes.
sa Balog-Balog na talagang completed na after they did a catch-up plan, as was mentioned.
Yes,
By
Mr.
Nia,
President.
President.
Kaya walang activity dun sa high dam project area was because kakamobilize pa lang. Kailan? Nung nakaraang linggo lang na-award kasi sa Santa Clara, tama? Iba pa yun. Mobilization, yes, yes. Last week. Yes, by Santa Clara. But we will submit the requested documents on the North Main Canal completion.
Mr. President, I would like to show the video again one more time. Pakisabi dito niya, Mr. President, alin itong sinasabi niyong catch-up plan na natapos na. That's the balog-balog, okay? Yan yung mga heavy equipment na nakatenga lang. Okay.
That refers to, according to the NIA, that refers to the high dam project, Mr. President. Hindi na daw nila nilabas yung equipment dahil nga nagmamadali sila.
Okay.
At
So saan parte doon yung catch-up plan? Saan yung tinapos? Saan dyan?
the North Main Canal, Mr. President. That one is the main dam, Mr. President. That pertains to equipment for the main dam as well.
Yes, sir. Mga na-hold dun sa terminated contract.
Kasi Mr. President, on the ground, when we went there and we talked to several farmers, and they said there were no activities whatsoever since 2023 when I brought up that problem, Mr. President.
That's correct, Mr. President. Talagang
So kung gumawa
naantala.
sila ng catch-up plan, sana nakita ng mga farmers na, oy, may mga gumagawa pala rito.
Well, Mr. President, as explained earlier, the North Main Canal is different from the high dam
Okay.
component. So there are several projects actually comprising the entire Balog-Balog water high dam project. So nakumpleto na yung North Main Canal by Lorenzo. Doon nagkaroon ng slippage dahil at up to 34% dahil inaapektuhan ng COVID. Pero nakumpleto na yung North Main Canal. Ang na-delay ng husto dahil nga hindi natupad ang kontrata at na-terminate ito yung High Dam Project na kung saan ang Santa Clara ang nanalo at na-award lang nitong September. September 19 o 29? Ano ba to? Yan, September 2025. Ang naipanalo ng Santa Clara ay yung High Dam Project, 7.67 billion construction. Kaya kakaumpisa pa lang last week. After the signing last September 2025, 29 pa nga ang notice to proceed. So nag-mobilize na sila. And last week,
Yes, sir.
bakit nagtagal ng isang buwan at
Kasi may mga humaharang po doon na yung mga ibang grupo ng IPs.
okay. So finally, after signing notice to proceed in September 29, last week ay naroon na ang mobilization.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Tama, until last week, wala talagang nangyayari. At least ng construction activities doon.
Actually, ang sabi ng mga farmers doon, wala talaga since the last hearing that we conducted here. I brought it up and binalikan namin in September last month. I mean, a couple of months ago. And the farmers said wala silang nakita activities whatsoever.
And the NIA confirms that because the notice to proceed was September 29, which is, and it took some time before, until last week, na mobilize finally yung mga equipment.
Okay. Sinabi ninyo during the last budget hearing to us na balak yung tapusin ang Balog-Balog project by 2027. How is that possible? Meron kayong tinatawag na North Canal, meron kayong tinatawag na High Dam, meron pang
2027.
phase 1, phase 2. So, kaya ba talagang tapusin yon? Sabihin nyo na ngayon, baka pagdating sa susunod na hearing sa 2027, sabihin nyo, ay, we failed again. I don't want to hear people, the Filipino people doesn't want to hear failed again or NIA failed because of the contractor. Then why keep on hiring contractors that fails us?
Yes, in the last budget hearing, they did commit to a 2027 deadline.
Right.
But the intervening event was that the NEDA board was delayed in its approval. They finally approved the change in scope and increase in cost in March the following year, 2025, this year. And therefore, na-delay. Kung naaprubahan ng mas maaga sana yon, matatapos ng 2027. Dahil yung budget debate was about about October. Pero it took them another 6 months, November, December, January, February, almost 6 months before the NEDA board approval was made, and therefore na-delay. And now they are committing to a year later, 2028, Mr. President.
2028, can you give us, Mr. President, time frame or first quarter, second quarter, third quarter?
Anong time frame? 2028?
Last quarter.
December? January? Ano? The fourth quarter of 2028 based on the contract, the agreement.
2028 fourth quarter.
Yes.
And then will there be an additional budget allocation for that to make it
The
complete?
change in cost, increase rather in cost, and change in scope were both approved last
Kaya nga,
May,
Mr. President,
March 2025.
how much more ang kailangan this time?
An additional 4 billion was added to the original cost, Mr. President.
So additional 4 billion pesos
That is correct.
by December 2028, and this is being recorded, and we can go back again in 2028. So it should be completed December. Okay, and with an additional 4.5, how much? 4 billion.
From 13.37 billion, it is now 18.8 billion revised. So an additional about 4 billion, Mr. President.
Okay,
Now, if you want to total both Phase 1 and Phase 2,
how much is it, Mr.
it will
President?
be 20.544 billion. Service area, 34,400 hectares.
34,000.
Farmer beneficiaries, 21,700.
It's music to my ears, Mr. President, those figures that you just mentioned to us.
And if I may add, it will also address flooding in the Tarlac area, flood control. So that too-
Bonus pa.
Yes.
Okay. Sige,
Mr.
let's see.
President.
Again, babalikan ko kayo, Mr. President, pagdating ng time na yung mga pinapromise nyo dito kayo. Kasi ako
And
yung tao.
I share the concern of the good senator, Mr. President, because for the record, it was under my chairmanship of the National Irrigation Administration in 2014 that this Balog-Balog project was approved by the NEDA board. 2025 na.
Okay.
Hindi pa natatapos at kaya tayo mismo, kasama po namin kayo, nakukulitin ng NIA na matapos na tong proyektong ito dahil it's a long time coming, magsasampung taon na.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, let's move on. Dako naman tayo sa Makalelon. Okay. Last budget hearing, NIA reported two contradictory physical accomplishment rates, 77.53% and 90% with the catch-up plan. Ano po nangyari dito? Can NIA confirm the actual physical accomplishment of PESCO Incorporated and explain the discrepancy?
May we have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Ano ba talaga ang contention niya sa nasa 9? Pero regardless, no. 90% na daw po sila. Pero ang reported out sa hearing, 77.
Ang sabi nila,
90.
90 pero sa hearing.
Records po, 2 records po. 77 tayo ngayon, tapos 90 tayo ngayon. One hearing po siya. Para tayo.
Kasi mga 777, PESCO ang ano? PESCO ang kontak. Wala ba sa pagkakuan? PESCO.
First ko wala. Susumbong mo sa Pangulo. Ay, tagpo sila sa susumbong sa Pangulo.
Patigyan pa lang.
Understood. Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session resumed.
Yes, Mr. President, the reason for the disparity between the 77% and the 90% is that this dam has two components, the dam itself and the irrigation system. And when they put the two together, the completion rate last year, right, was about 94%. 90%. But when you separate it, Meaning that's the average of both the dam and the irrigation system. The average is 90. Pero pag hiniwalay po natin yung dalawang phase, yung dalawang component, 77% pa lang ang naging completion nung dam at that point. But today, 86? Yes. Today, they are now at 87% completion of the dam, Mr. President. Kaya dalawa yung completion percentages.
Ano kayo kung isahin nila natin, Mr. President? Kailan ba talaga makukumpleto?
Pag pinagkaisa ngayon, 93% na po ang completion rate.
93%. At kailan po masasabi natin totally completed yung project, Mr. President?
Yes, the target to complete all 100% is first quarter next year, Mr. President.
First quarter next year. Again, babalikan ko kayo dyan, Mr. President. Now, so yung contractor nito Macalelon up to now is PESCO Incorporated. Tama, Mr. President?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Aware ba kayo na ito'y natag sa flood control mga projects na naisumbong sa isumbong mo kay Pangulo website? Dahil sa 10 projects niyang mga questionable, Mr. President?
Hindi daw nila alam. Ang binabantayan daw nila yung top 15. O at least yun yung alam nilang mga nabanggit ng
But
Pangulo.
since na ito'y naisumbong na sa Pangulo, siguro, Mr. President, bantayan nyo at siguraduhin nyo itong mga ginagawa niyang project, yung infrastructure projects na ginagawa nito para sa NIA, ibusisiin ninyo na dapat it can withstand signal number 5 pa kung kinakailangan.
Yes, binomonitor po nila ng husto at according to the administrator, pumirma nga, sumulat na sila sa AMLA para humingi ng list ng posibleng mga contractor na mayroong ganitong klaseng mga contractor ng NIA na nagsaservice sa NIA. So they are binabantayan po nila.
And when are you going to do like inspection and certification na yung project ay up to standard, Mr. President? Especially itong PESCO ay sinumbong na pala sa Pangulo. When are you going to do that to ensure na tama yung ginawang trabaho ng PESCO para di sa Macalelon project, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, that's correct. May inspectorate ang NIA at halos araw-araw nilang minomonitor itong pag-implementa ng mga proyekto.
Now, Mr. President, may mga farmers na nagsabi sa amin when we went there, binibenta raw ng dalawang engineer yung ilang mga materyales tulad ng mga semento at kung ano-ano pa. Kaya nangyayari, yung mga isinasaksak na lamang daw doon sa project ay hindi lang substandard, kundi fake pa. Na-mention yun sa video.
Iimbisigahan po nila kung meron pong ganitong mga aligasyon dahil hindi daw sila papayag sa ganitong klaseng sistema ng palakad sa mga proyekto ng NIA.
The farmers na nagsumbong sa amin, nag-mention sila a certain engineer Mark and Brin. Ito ba, engineer ng mga contractor to o engineer ng contractor o engineer ng NIA?
Engineer po nung contractor according to the NIA. Which BESCO. Engineer ng BESCO.
Engineer ng BESCO. So ano pong papel ng BESCO dito sa Macalelon project? Mr. President.
Sila ang contractor, Mr. President.
Sila ang contractor. Okay. Well, then you have to investigate this engineer Mark and Brin. Dahil, Mr. President, kung ibinibenta niya mga materyales na dapat mapupunta doon sa structure sa project at pinapalitan niya ng kung ano na lang, bato, etc. Delikado po.
That is correct, Mr. President, and the administrator will immediately look into this and investigate, Mr. President.
And Mr. President, dapat periodically while under construction, yung dam o yung irrigation, someone from NIA should be doing some monitoring or inspection, Mr. President, to ensure na tama yung ginagawa nilang project.
Meron po, halos daily, may resident engineer sila na nagbubusisi po dito sa status at yung construction ng mga proyekto.
Then, Mr. President, you have to interview some farmers or maybe question these two personalities na nagbebenta ng mga semento at kung ano na pa at ang pinapalit ay bato. Bato raw po ang isinasaksak na lang doon sa imbis na semento, sasaksakan ng bato tapos lalagyan ng palitada.
Yes, Mr.
That's
President.
dangerous, Mr. President.
Definitely, Mr. President. But you mentioned two names, but isang engineer pa lang ang pangalan. Brin?
Engineer Mark and Engineer Brin, they're both
Dalawang tao.
engineers, Mr. President.
Engineer Mark and Engineer Brin. Paimbestigahan nila po kaagad.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now let's move on to a different topic, Mr. President. But before that, let me be allowed to show a video presentation, Mr. President.
Wala rin pinumpisahan. Parang August 28 po yata ito nakiba.
So, lumubog ang taniwan.
Lubog po. Yan po yung pinakang main ng karsada sa ibabaw. Matibag po aray. Siya naman dinaanan ng tubig. Tayo nadadala yung lupa sa ilalim.
Balita ko na nabasan ulit ng budget eh. Maabot na yata ako ng 10 million yata ang nagiging budget yan.
Okay naman siya, pero parang ko malapit na rin malalim na rin yung sa likod niya. Yung mga ilang bagay po. Dati na yun ang dam dati. Gumuho lang.
Ano pong problema? Bakit gumuho?
Baka ng illegal quarry.
Dito, pag walang ulan na panahon na ng Marso, Abril, wala na. Kakunti na tubig.
Wala akong nakitang nag-maintain na daily or weekly or monthly. At tulad niyan, di ba, mandami na siyang yung mga dumi, basura sa ibabaw. So nangyari niyan, parang kusang loob ko na, saka yung kinakapatid ko. During the flood, yung baha, kami na nagtatanggal para sumama yun.
Ilang kontraktor na nagpalit-palit na gumagawa dun. Bakit ganun sobrang tagal?
86% kompleto na daw po yung dam doon.
Hindi pa siguro yun. Malaki pa yung kulang dun.
Kaya po nung linggo, ma'am, ang lakas ng tubig dito, umapo ma'am hanggang dyan. Yung simento na yan, ma'am, lubog yan. Tapos dito, halos malubog na rin po yung gitna na yan, ma'am.
Ito yung tinambakan nila, no? Kaya lang tinatanggal din. Mga magsasaka din. Dahil wala silang tubig eh. Dati yung mga nasa baba na hindi nagbubumba na ngayon. Pump,
So, ibig sabihin tayo, kung natapos nila to, hindi na sila bumalik ulit.
wala na.
Every year, binabudgetan itong mga projects na ito. Tapos, magmobilization lang para makakuha ng initial 15%. Tapos, wala namang progress yung project every year. Paano po natin ma-resolve itong issue na ito, Mr. President?
Yes, ilang proyekto yun? With respect to the first one, the Dumulok, yung
Doon muna tayo sa mobilization.
may we have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Thank you.
Session suspended.
Mobilization po. 15%. Tapos nakuha na po, cash out na po yun ng gobyerno. So, pag na-cancel yung contract, doon pa rin, nakuha pa rin.
Nag-mobilize sila eh. Ang dami pong project dito sir. Sunod-sunod na yung contract.
So bago contractor, 50 ng 50.
Hihingi na naman. Kaya mag-ready people. Nag-uusap sila ng tungkol sa pamilya. Ang sasabihin mo pero sabihin niyo po siya na kahit people hindi pa kailangan nabibigay pa kaya technical support.
Diba 15? So, mobilization upfront.
Iba-iba pong per project. So, pwede yung pero sure na may mobilization per project. We can ask them magkano sige.
So, pwedeng, and then after that, bagong isip, kuha another mobilization project naman. So, sa mobilization project, natataga. Kasama ba sa network? Hindi. Kasama sa budget nila yan.
Natin said, 100 million. Part na po ng 100 million pesos.
Napabawas doon. Ano yung paiba-iba ang accomplishment report? Saan yung walang maintenance na
Yung may bakit walang
sabi nila, it could be involved.
po pala sa same issue. May isa pa, Lopez, yung pangalan ng project. Sir. Lopez, hindi sila napupuntahan. Tatanggal naman doon ng dahon daw.
Lopez Dam?
Lopez Irrigation System.
Saan yun? Wala tayong video doon.
Meron po. Meron po.
Nandiyan? Meron tayo dyan? Pinakita? Boss.
We're ready to resume, Mr. President.
Depende. Sige, bahala siya. Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the interpellator, Senator Tulfo, Rafi, mentioned several projects. We will go through it one by one. Kalanghay, Santa Cruz, Dumulok, Lopez, and Bayawas. So these are 5 areas. Based on the explanation and clarification of the NIA, as far as the Kalanghay project is concerned, it was constructed in 2011 and was turned over by the NIA to the Irrigators Association after completion of the contract of the project. There are 2 concerns here because in this Kalanghay communal irrigation system, ang talagang merong responsibilidad dyan dahil na turnover na ay yung Irrigators Association. But having said that, according to the NIA, if the IAs need support or assistance, kung they are more than willing to send the NIA to the IA of Kalanghay, Irrigators Association, and determine what assistance is needed. The other concern is that the project was constructed not by the NIA, because this is a communal irrigation system, but by the Bureau of Soils and Water Management of the Department of Agriculture. And likewise, completed in 2011. But again, the NIA is more than willing to sit down with and coordinate efforts with the IAs as well as the Bureau of Soil and Water Management of the Department of Agriculture. For the if I may continue, for the Santa Cruz Laguna problem, this is also a communal irrigation system. Nabanggit yung problema ng quarrying. At sinabi ng NIA, talagang problema po ang quarrying sa maraming lugar na siyang nagiging dulot ng pinsala o danyos sa mga irrigation systems. Ano ang ginawa ng NIA? Nireport na ito sa PNP, CIDG dahil illegal ang quarrying. Nireport din sa DILG at sa DNR. At sa lahat ng ito, marami na silang nahuhuli, no? Ng mga illegal quarrying. At ang kanilang hinihiling ay pagka mayroong quarrying 1 kilometer below the dam, dapat ipinagbabawal. At doon, nire-report nila sa CIDG, DILG at DNR. Now, as to the repairs, ito ay primarily responsibilidad ng DPWH dahil nga sa danyos o sa damage. upstream, Sabo Dam ang dapat kinoconstruct ng Public Works. At pagka downstream, Ensil Dam. Pero hindi ito, dahil nga communal irrigation system, this is not under the NIA. Yes, and the nature of the infrastructure project is public works. But they are again willing. The Laguna NIA regional director is willing to sit down with the Farmers Association, the Irrigators Association, and are going to accept their kung mayroong request for assistance. Ang Dumulok, yung Dumulok Dam, as determined by the NIA, ay mayroon ngang slippage of 7%. Ito ay isang earth-fill dam. Hiniling na nila dun sa kontraktor ang isang catch-up plan dahil ibang klase daw ang kinoconstruct na earth-fill dam, masyadong matigas yung foundation. And based on their monitoring, under normal construction requirements, 4 to 6 drills lang ang kailangan. Pero dahil anong tawag dito? Matigas yung lupa, they're actually already employing 40 drilling equipment. So, malaki. Pero, ang catch-up plan ay pinapatupad na at ang expected completion nito ay first quarter next year. And finally, dalawa pa pala. Sa Lopez, Quezon, ito'y isang design and build project. Under review na yung sinumiting design. At they are hoping to begin the project when? Lopez? When? Kailan mag-uumpisa ang construction dito? Yeah, but when? After the completion of the design, build, and approval, no? First quarter next year. The same for Bayawas. Kaya ito ay hindi pa naumpisahan under preliminary engineering preparations, project preparations, and design. So ang status niya is approval pa. Preparation and approval of the design. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, sana my colleague, the sponsor, Senator Pangilinan, will not object and hindi po siya masaktan if I would ask for a change of rule para diretso na lang ako tatanong sa NIA as opposed to ngayon ang nangyari. Meron ako tatanong kay Mr. Sponsor, and then Mr. Sponsor will ask for a minute suspension. Nagbabalikan, napapatagal, nahiya na po ako sa mga kasamahan natin na maraming pila pa rin na gusto magtanong, nadidelay na. Is it okay if we conduct a change of rule, Mr. President?
Well, actually, I don't mind being the one answering the question because the NIA used to be an agency that I headed. And I'm also interested to know.
Pero napapatagal tayo, Mr. President. Samantalang, kung siya na mismong sasagot, direct to the point na hindi na tayo nagpapabalik-balik pa. Again, with due respect sa inyo, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Wala ako, I don't have anything against you.
That's right.
You're just doing your job.
Pero gusto ko pong depensahan talaga ang ahensya na dati akong namuno. Kaya okay lang sa akin kahit na medyo natatagalan. I hope our colleagues will also understand.
So napakabait niyo naman, Mr. Sponsor. At malaking utang na loob na tatanungin niya ito. Kasi kung ako, didikdikin ko to hanggang sa pagpapawisan to, sinlaki ng baseball.
I can understand also.
Pagpapawisan
and we
ito.
welcome.
Hindi lang
actually,
kita matodo-todo because of my respect to you, Mr. President. Kasi kung ito ang sasalang sa akin, sa maniwala ko sa hindi, baka paglabas nito nakatuwalya na to, Kasi punong-puno na ito ng pawis, Mr. President.
But we welcome the questions of the good senator because this is part of public accountability. And sa atin, dapat lang, we should always be ready to ask the difficult questions and they should always be prepared to answer difficult questions, Mr. President.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
Lunch break.
It's okay.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, bilang pagrespeto sa aking kasamahan, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, at nakikita ko hirap na hirap silang sagutin yung mga katanungan ko at ayaw naman nila magpa-change the rules. And naintindihan ko kung bakit. And Senator Kiko gave me a good reason naman, very acceptable to me and to my other colleagues here. And I was promised na magkakaroon ng subcommittee sa agriculture and para ako'y magkaroon ng enough time to investigate lahat ng mga kalokohan dito na pagkahaba-haba, Mr. President. And I thank Senator Kiko Pangilinan in that case. So, comment na lang ako. Again, bilang respeto kay Senator Pangilinan, dahil kung hindi, sabi ko kanina, kapag tinapos ko to, lalabas tong ni Administrator nakabatrobe na at nakatualya dahil pagpapawisan siya talaga. Para siyang naisalang sa steam bath. Anyway, ganito na lamang kayo sa NIA. Ayusin yung trabaho ninyo. Kasi sa lahat ng kalokohan na ginagawa ninyo, ang tinatamaan yung mga farmers. Kawawang-kawawa po sila. Nandiyan na nga yung mga smuggling ng mga produkto, ng bigas, ng gulay. Sino tinatamaan pag kakaroon ng food smuggling? Farmers. Tapos hindi nila kaya mag-compete dahil yung presyo ng mga imported na food galing sa ibang bansa, mura. So marami sa mga farmers natin nababankrupt, nagsasara, etc. And of course, ito yung sinasabi natin, hero, mga farmers natin dahil sila nagpapakain sa atin. Is this the way we treat our heroes? Sino-shortchase natin sila? yung pera na para sa kanila, kinukupit natin, samantalang yung pawis nila, ang makikinabang doon, tayo. Ang masaklap noon, yung pera na para sa kanila, nabubulsa. Be prepared niya pagdating sa hearing. Hindi watu si Marinyo sa akin, nuclear bomb sa maniwala kasi hindi. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, for acceding to our request. We will create that subcommittee so that this matter can be investigated further. Yes, and we can proceed with the next interpellator, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate is a distinguished colleague from Tarlac and Pampanga, Senator Rodante Marcoleta.
Senator Marcoleta is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, gusto ko pong malaman kung ilan po talaga ang ating sukat ng lupa sa buong Pilipinas na natatamnan po natin ng palay. Ibig sabihin po, ilan pong ektarya kaya yung irrigable o meron ng irrigation para po magkaroon po tayo ng mental picture gaano po kalawak sa ating bansa ang natatamnan po ng palay. Ang alam ko po kasi, ang sukat po ng ating bansa, Mr. President, 300,000 square kilometers. Ang ibig pong sabihin yan, 30 million hectares po ang kabuuan ng ating bansa. So gusto pong malaman ng representasyong ito, Mr. President, out of 30 million hectares, ilan po ang kalupaan na ating natatamnan ng palay?
Ang figura po na ibinigay sa atin ng NIA ay kung 3% slope ng lupa na tinatamnan ang siyang basehan, because ito yung percentage na ito ay determined by yes, potential irrigable and irrigable. Ang total is 3.128 million hectares based on a 3% slope. Now, of the 3.128 million hectares, ang developed area, according to the NIA, is 2.17 million hectares, which is about 70% of the total 3.128 million. And the remaining areas to be developed would be about 1 million hectares, comprising about 30% of the total 3.128 million hectares.
Sa makatwid, Mr. President, tama rin po yung naibigay na datos sa akin. Sa total po na 3.17 million hectares, ang 2.17 nga ay developed service area at 1 million naman ang remaining area for development. Meron po tayong kabuang 3.17 128. Parang 10% po ng ating buong kalupaan, Mr. President. Tama po ba yun?
That is correct, Mr. President. At 3% slope.
Opo. Ito po, natapos na tayo sa ganitong kwentahan, Mr. President. Palagi po akong bumabalik dito kasi sa aking palagay, mas madali po kasing kwentahin kung palagi nating alam kung ilan po bang bigas talagang pangangailangan ng bawat Pilipino. Ito po, nakwenta na natin. Ang isang Pilipino po ay dapat meron tayong maitalagang 122 kilos bawat taon para mabuhay ang isang tao, ang isang Pilipino. Yun po ay katumbas ng halos 2 kaban at kalahati. Ngayon, naitanong po natin kasi sa Philippine Statistical Authority kung ilang milyon na po tayo. Alam naman po ni kasamang Robin ito. Sabi po nila may 12 million na po tayo eh. Pero ayoko pong isipin, Mr. President, yung 12 million na yun ay kumakain lahat ng bigas kasi marami po dyan, mga sanggol pa lang. Yun po yung pinipilit ko na bawasan naman natin. Ano? Kasi po yung sanggol talagang sabaw ng bigas pa lang ang kinakain. Hindi po kumakain ng bigas. Alisin pa natin yung hindi kumakain ng bigas, yung kumakain lang ng saba, o kaya kasaba, o kaya mais. Tinataya ko po na siguro mga 9 million lang po ang gawin nating basis. Pagka ganun, 2 kaban at kalahati halos, times 9 million, ang kailangan po nating i-produce lang ay 12 million kabans. Para sa ganun ay hindi tayo masyadong mahirapan sa pagkwenta. Noong 2024 kasi, Mr. President, sangayon po sa datos ng PSA, nakapag-produce lang tayo ng 19 million o 19,000 metric tons po yata ito. Kapag ito po ay kinonvert natin sa bigas, ay 21 magiging 21.6 nakabans po, 21.6 million. Ano po? Kung 9 million, mangangailangan lang tayo ng 12 million na bigas na yon, mabubuhay na po tayo, Mr. President. Kaya, ang proposition ko po sana, kailangan po ba nating maglatag ng irrigation system sa kabuuan ng ating bansa, Mr. President? O po pwede naman tayong mamili na lang ng mga ilang lugar. Halimbawa, kung napatunayan natin ang Central Luzon, halimbawa, ay makakapag-produce ng 75% ng kabuuang bilang na 12 million kabans per annum. At pipili na lang tayo, halimbawa, ng ilan pa, Batangas, Laguna o kaya Mindoro. Kung sakali po na sa pagtaya natin ng mga ilang probinsya, halimbawa po sa about 80 provinces, kung 80 provinces nga po tayo, halimbawa po natukoy natin 12 provinces lang, pwede na nating makuha yung 12 million kabans. Katumbas po ng ipupundar nating kakainin ng mga Pilipino. Para sa ganun po, yung paglalatag ng irrigation, hindi na po buong Pilipinas. Pwede ba nating, meron po ba tayong idea, Mr. President, kung alin-aling probinsya ang po pwede lang nating doon latagan ng irrigation system at makukuha rin din natin yung pagkaing bigas na kinakailangan nating maihanda para sa ating mamamayan?
Yes, Mr. President. According to the NIA Administrator, Regions 12, 6, 10, 4B would be areas that malaki ang magiging potential for better yields. Maganda ang weather at maganda rin ang lupa, Mr. President.
Meron po ba tayong pag-aaral na ginawa, Mr. President, halimbawa sa Region 3, ilan po ang potential na may puproduce niyan para sa pagkain ng ating mamamayan?
Yes, I understand, Mr. President, the Department of Agriculture actually meron ganyang mga datos, pero about 100,000 hectares that are to be developed in which areas? Zambales, Tarlac, and Nueva Ecija, Mr. President.
Sana po,
And
Mr.
Aurora.
President, meron na tayong mga kwenta man lang, may pag-aaral. Natukoy na halimbawa natin alin-aling mga probinsya ang potensyal na pwede nating pagtamnan ng palay, kasi po yan ang ating staple food. Kapag natukoy na po natin, halimbawa 10 probinsya lang po, out of 80 provinces, Ibig sabihin nun, sufisyente na pala tayo dahil alam natin itong 10 probinsya ito, sinama na natin ang epekto ng bagyo halimbawa. Ang mangyayari po nun, Mr. President, hindi na po tayo magkakalat pa ng maglalatag pa ng maraming mga proyektong pampatubig. Kasi alam na natin kung ilang probinsya lang. Eh. Hindi po ba makakatipid tayo sa ganong klaseng sistema, Mr. President?
Well, tama po yan, Mr. President, dahil apart from irrigation, there are other possible interventions na magre-resulta sa mas magandang yield. For example, yung ano na lang, tamang soil analysis at tamang soil preparation. Merong information tayo, at although anecdotal, na yung nagiging yield ng palay per hectare, ang national average is about 4. Pero pagka nagkaroon ng intervention sa soil preparation at soil rehabilitation, umabot ng hanggang 6 tons per hectare. In other words, pagka may intervention sa soil preparation, you can increase yield. Of course, irrigation is critical, but so is soil preparation. Another area wherein you can improve yields na hindi required ng irrigation is better post-harvest facilities. Dahil ang pinaka-losses, ang estimate ng losses ng from palay to bigas is about 27%. So pagka nabawasan yun, malaki na naman bagay po yun in terms of our being able to produce more rice and make it available sa ating mga kababayan. So that is correct. Maraming ibang potential interventions that are not irrigation related that will likewise contribute to the increase in yields. Yung losses, malaki. About 1 million metric tons of rice is lost every year for various reasons. And 14% ng ito pala, yung 27%, pero even ang ating bigas mismo, hanggang 14% umaabot ang losses. So malaki po. A multi how do you call it, intervention approach and not just irrigation will definitely increase our sufficiency in rice, Mr. President.
Tama po yan, Mr. President. Marami pong intervention, pero dito sa pinupunto ko po, ay yun lamang pagtatamnan natin ng palay, ang isipin natin, para sa ganon, alam na natin kung ilang probinsya lang ang pwede nating latagan ng irrigation system. Hindi ngayon kalat-kalat po ang ating pondo sapagkat pinipilit nating ilatag sa maraming probinsya. Hindi naman natin kailangan latagan lahat pala ang buong Pilipinas kasi ang kailangan nga lang natin, nakwenta na natin kung ilan lamang ang pagkain na kailangan ng ating mga mamamayan. Sa ngayon po kasi, Mr. President, hindi po tayo nakakapag-export, nag-i-import pa nga tayo eh. Halimbawa po, kung talagang gagamitin natin yung sinasabi nilang 3.17 million hectares na binigay sa akin kanina datos, sa ideal production yield na palay lamang po noon, Mr. President, aabot po na tayo ng 15.8 million tons ng palay na makukonvert na natin po yon sa 316 million bags of palay at magiging bigas po 199 million bags. Sobra-sobra na po yun eh. Sa mga tweet, hindi natin kailangan tamnan lahat. Ang aking pong pinupunto, pwede ba nating identify yung mga areas lang na doon pa lang kayang-kaya na nating iproduce yung pagkain na kakailanganin natin. Kasi hindi man tayo nakakapag-export, nag-i-import nga tayo. Ang hindi ko po maintindihan, Mr. President, kung totoo na meron tayong 3-point-something million na pagtatamnan, bakit po tayo nag-i-import? Samantalang ang laki po pala ng, kung lalatagan natin lahat ito, 199 million bags ng bigas na po ito, na sobra-sobra po sa pangangailangan natin. Nakakapagtaka po, Hindi naman natin naaabot ito dahil sa aking palagay po, kalat-kalat nga po yung mga proyekto. Halimbawa po, Mr. President, 2026, nag-propose po yung NIA ng 214.5 billion pesos. Nakakalungkot naman, ang DBM po, ang inapprove niya ay 45 billion lang or 21% ng inyo pong nilulunggati, Mr. President. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Mr. President.
O siguro po nakita ng DBM sa layo ng kanilang matang naaabot, hindi nyo siguro kailangan. Kasi nga, meron kayong pagtatamnan na 3.17 million hectares. Hindi naman yung matatamnan lahat yung mga yun, hindi ba? So, ang akin pong gustong mangyari sana, kung masasagot ninyo ngayon, hindi po pa natin ma-identify o bakit hindi po nyo tinukoy lahat ang mga potential na probinsya na doon na lang tayo maglalatag. Sa makatwid, makukonserve po natin ang ating mga resources. Imbes na 80 provinces ang gusto nating latagan, o 10 na lang. Di nakatipid po tayo ng ating pondo, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, I recall in the discussions dito sa rice tariffication measure, may mga inputs nga na the resources should be first and foremost as a matter of strategy. Be dedicated dun sa 20 rice-producing provinces sa bansa. So perhaps we can start from there, Mr. President, and we can include that actually dun sa amendments to the rice tariffication measure. But yes, I agree there is that philosophy in rice production na mas mainam ata na ang resources natin i-focus doon na sa mga doon na nga sa mga rice producing already top 20 provinces. By doing that, kumbaga you are putting kumbaga the low hanging fruit na yun eh. Pagka dinagdagan mo pa ng suporta, lalong magkakaroon ng resulta. Kesa sa yun na nga, nung nabanggit ay kalat-kalat. The other area, for example, and to cite an example, Mr. President, sa Region 3, pa lamang, kung dito magko-concentrate, for example, merong 34,000 potential service areas that will yield how many hectares additional? And tens of thousands of additional hectares sa Region 3 lang. No? No? Ilan? Wala kayong ano? Hindi, hectare discoveries. And yes. So, but the other thing that we have to balance lang, Mr. President, is that, ito ang sinabi ng ating administrator ng NIA, talagang malaking factor sa poverty alleviation yung irrigation. And therefore, of course, that has to be addressed in terms of how do we improve yung quality of life by providing additional service areas in terms of irrigation in areas where there are really acute yung poverty levels. So that's another, kumbaga, that has to be factored in also. But I agree, Mr. President, that focusing our meager resources in selected areas to achieve food security and our sufficiency in rice is a serious matter that we should actually look into and may include dito sa amendment sa rice tariffication law.
Pasensya na po kayo, Mr. President, kung bakit binibigyan ko po ng emphasis ang puntong ito. Dahil kung hindi po nakapokus lahat ang gagawin natin, halimbawa yung pagpapatubig po, napaka-importante po ng irrigation system. Sa Tarlac Province lamang po, Mr. President, doon sa aking barangay, na doon po ako lumaki, naging congressman po ako, ngayon po ay naging senador po ako, ni isang metrong irrigation system wala po eh. Nabuhay po ng napakatagal na panahon ng maraming mga magsasaka. Nakatingala po silang lahat sa langit, naghihintay po ng patak ng ulan. Napakalaki po ng potential ng Central Luzon. Grade 4 pa lamang po ako, Mr. President, kung tatawagin po yung isang chapter sa Social Studies, alam na naman ito ni Idol Robin, Senator Robin. Central Plain of Luzon, the rice granary of the Philippines. Isipin po ninyo sa aming barangay, Mr. President, wala pong irrigation eh. Kaya imbes na makapagtanim ka po ng 2 beses o 3 beses kaya, wala po talaga eh. Saan po, bakit po kinakailangan tayo magpakalayo-layo? Hindi ko naman po sinasabi na wag na tayong maglatag ng irrigation system sa Catanduanes. Pero ang layo po nun eh. Central Plain of Luzon, potential po na dito lang. Ang totoo po, yung 2 Mindoro provinces, ang laki din po ng potential. Kasi merong irrigation yun. Pero sa Tarlac po, talaga pong malulungkot ka eh. Mamaya po pupuntahan ko yung balog-balog na yan. Dahil, sabi ko nga po sa inyo, doon ako lumaki, yung balog-balog na yan po, pinag-uusapan parang alamat. Ang dating Pangulong Pinoy, pinangarap niya rin po yun. Naging congressman, naging senador, naging presidente ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Yung balog-balog, talaga pong alamat na lang. Hanggang ngayon po. Yang totoo niyan, sumulat po sa akin yung League of Municipalities po ng Tarlac. Nagpapatulong po sila na sana'y masuring mabuti kung paano ang nangyari sa bidding ng balog-balog na yan. Dahil sa ang kanila pong sinasabi, Mr. President, ay naibigay po yata yung pagpapagawa nung earthworks aspeto ng balog-balog, hindi po masyadong napag-aralan. Yun po yung nilalaman ng sulat, pero pupuntahan ko mamaya yun. Kasi kapag hindi po focus, nasasayang po yung resources, Mr. President. Ang kailangan po natin, farm productivity. Yun nga pong ideal na yield o production output ng palay na 4 tons per hectare. Hindi po naaabot yun eh. Pero yung pangarap natin, umabot man lang ng 5 tons. Ibig sabihin, 100 kabans of palay per hectare. Sa murang gulang ko po, wala po kaming inabot na ganun eh. Dahil nagtatanim din po ako eh. Ako po siguro isa sa mga biktima ng child labor, Mr. President. 11 years old, kung mo sasabihin, Idol Senator Robin, na ikaw ay 9 years old, 10 years old, pag nasa probinsya ka, hindi pwedeng hindi ka tumulong. Pero kailanman, hindi po kami nakapag-produce ng 100 kabans. Sa buong buhay po na lumaki ako hanggang sa nakita ko yung paghihirap po ng magsasaka. Napakalaki po talaga ng papel ng irrigation. Makakapagtanim ka kahit ilang beses ang gusto mo. 2 hanggang 3. Paano yung productivity po? Hindi po na-achieve. Sayang nga po eh. Kaya pinipilit ko po, Mr. President, sana pag-aralan, alin ba yung mga area na lang? Kasi doon makukuha na po natin eh. Bakit pa tayo magpapagod na tamnan natin lahat ang buong Pilipinas? Hindi naman nangyayari. Hindi naman na-achieve yung productivity na hinahangad natin. E di piliin na lang po natin. Ang totoo niya, siguro kahit isang probinsya na lang eh. Provided we are able to put all the resources na produce natin ang kakanin na isang probinsya na lang. Wala po eh. Yun na po yung gusto kong makita sana, Mr. President. Ito pong balog-balog na pinangarap po ng napakaraming mga kababayan namin sa Tarlac. Mahigit na pong 20 taon ito ay naging pangarap po eh. Sana man lang ay makita pa natin, lalo na po kaming taga-Tarlac, ang realization po nitong balog-balog irrigation system na ngayon po ay ibinigay sa akin na problema ng maraming mga kababayan ko sa Tarlac. Sumulat po sa akin ng presidente ng mga Mayor's League Association at gusto nga po nilang siyasatin po natin sapagkat yun daw pong nanalo sa bidding, Mr. President, ay hindi naman po nakapagsumite nung isang requirement na kung tawagin ay SLCC. Yun po yung single largest completed contract. Pwede po bang ipaliwanag natin para sa kapakanan po ng ating mga mamamayan, lalo na po yung mga taga-Tarlac na yung ilan dito ay nakikinig po. Kasi gusto ko rin po sana na matulungan sila at sinadya ko na pong gamitin ang pagkakataong ito para may paliwanag din po natin sa kanila kung tama po yung kanilang mga pagdududa sa pagkakagawa o gagawin na project sa pagitan ng isang pinili nila na contractor, Mr. President. O sige, lunch break na lang. O sige. Hindi, tatapusin ko na dito. Hindi, mag-break na tayo.
So tapusin mo, boss?
Hindi, pagbalik na.
Mr. President?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, with permission, of course, of the two gentlemen, Senator Pangilinan, the chairperson of the subcommittee, and Senator Marcoleta, I noticed the staff of the LBRMO and, of course, NIA itself, mga gutom na siguro lahat yung mga yan. Kanina pa sila, including the presiding officer.
No, I ate lunch already.
Oh, buti po kami. Buti pa pala kayo, sir. So, if it's okay, we can take a 30-minute break and come back at 1 o'clock, Mr. President, with their permission.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I so move, Mr. President.
Yes.
We'll suspend the
Session
for 30 minutes.
Session is suspended for 30 minutes.
Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session is resumed.
Yes, the status is the continued interpellation of our distinguished colleague, Senator Marcoleta, with our subcommittee chairperson, Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
The sponsor, Senator Kiko Pangilinan and Senator Marcoleta, the interpellator, are again recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, yun aking pong iniwanang mga tanong ay naukol po dun sa Balog-Balog Dam Project. Alam ko po na itong Balog-Balog Project, Mr. President, originally po ay ito po sana'y ginawa sa panig ng Ilocos Norte. Ang tawag nga po nila doon noon, Ilocos Norte Irrigation Project or INIP.
Inip.
Nainip po siguro sila. Kaya ang nangyari, dinala na lang po sa Tarlac. Mr. President, hindi ko na po babanggitin kung anong nangyari, bakit napunta nga sa Tarlac. Pero ngayon po, nagiging usap-usapan na naman dahil nga po sa bidding na naganap. Kaya from INIP, ang maaari po nating ikapit na pangalan ng project ngayon, Mr. President, ay Balog-Balog Water Irrigation System Teleserye or BUISIT.
With the permission of Senator Marcoleta and Senator Pangilinan, the chair would like to associate himself with the issues and concerns raised or being raised by Senator Marcoleta and even by Senator Tulfo earlier. Na-pull out po namin sa records namin, sa files, Very familiar, Balog-Balog, And I would just like to share the information na yung Balog-Balog, ni-raise na rin natin ito noong, I think, 2019 or 2018, Ang ginastos na rito, or the information of the body, from 2015 to 2020, 7 billion, 5,701,000 pesos. Tapos ang nakakapagtaka rito, lahat phase 2. Ito, 2015, Balog-Balog Multipurpose Project, phase 2, Tarlac, 5 billion. Tama ba ito? Tama. And then 2016, this is 3 million. 2017, 812,944,000. 2019, lahat ito Balog-Balog, Senator Marcoleta and Senator Pangilinan. 2019, 400 million. 2020, 789.7 million. Ang total, may pahabol pa, 2021, Balog-Balog Multipurpose Project Phase 2, Tarlac, 500 million. So wala nga pong katapusan at saka hindi na umalis sa Phase 2. Now, again, gusto ko lang sundan yung tanong ni Senator Marcoleta. Anong status na nito? After spending so much in the past. Thank you, Senator Marcoleta.
Tama po kayo,
would I
Mr.
be-
President.
Okay.
Ang totoo niyan, yung Balog-Balog nga po ay palaging nagre-request ang NIA sa maintenance lang po and repair. NIA is regularly requesting for 261 million yearly. Hanggang ngayon pong nakaraang taon ay ganun din po. Kaya ako po ay naniniwala na ang mga binanggit po ninyong datos ay tama. Kaya nga po, siguro po out of exasperation, Mr. President, kaya nga po ang naging acronym nga ay BWISIT, na kung babanggitin po ay BUISIT, Balog-Balog Water Irrigation System Teleserye. Again, ito po ang nangyari, Mr. President. Yung pong nanalong bidder po, ang Santa Clara International Corporation, ang kanila pong, ang kino-question po rito yung tinatawag na SLCC, na kung ito po yung single largest contract completed, ang kanila pong ibinigay na project, Mr. President, ay ito pong Manolo Portage Hydroelectric Power Plant na located sa Manolo Fortis, Bukidnon, sa probinsya po ng ating majority leader. Ngunit kanila pong tinututulan ito dahil po sa nakalagay nga naman po sa section 23.4.2.4 ng 2016 revised IRR ng ating 9184, kailangan po yung contractor ay makonsider pong similar po yung SLCC. Na ibig sabihin po ay it has the same categories of work. Ngayon po, yung operative word dito, Mr. President, yung construction works, yung earthworks or embankment, yun po kasi yung pinakalundo ng project na yan. So, as related to the dam, Mr. President, kailangan construction of dam or embankment. Ang nangyari po kasi, itong project na kanilang isinabmit for SLCC ay installation of electromechanical equipment, specifically the turbine units. So sa palagay po nung mga taong tumututol dito ay medyo malayo po doon sa panuntunan nung RA 9184. So, Mr. President, minumungkahi ng representasyong ito na sana'y magsagawa muna tayo ng kaukulang pagsisiyasat dahil nga po sa sulat na ibinigay sa akin ng Mayor's League po ng Tarlac na kung gusto niya, ang gusto po nila, kahilingan po nila na mag-conduct po muna ng review para sa ganon ang kanila pong mga sentimiento ay muling marinig, ma-evaluate po nating mabuti. Dahil sa kanila pong palagay, kagaya nga po ng napakarami ng ginastos ng project na ito, magmula pa ng mga sinauna, na nabanggit po ninyo, Mr. President, parang nauna po kasi yung mga irrigation canals, wala naman pong tubig. Yun po yung mini-maintain po, yung irrigation canals, yun po yung nire-repair. Kahit na po nire-repair natin, kung wala naman pong tubig, ang pinaka-importante po rito, yung tubig na dadaloy doon sa mga irrigation canals.
Yes, again, Senator Marcoleta, the chair agrees, ano? Kasi itong history, 1992 pa itong phase 1. Nabanggit yung INIP, nabanggit yung buwisit. 1992, NIA proposed implementing the BBMP, ito yung balog-balog, in 2 phases. Phase 1 covering 12,475 hectares consisted mainly of constructing a diversion dam across the Bulsa River. Lahat ng words tumatama, Mr. Senator Marcoleta, Senator Pangilinan. So I think NIA has a lot of explaining to do. No? Dito pa lang tayo sa balog-balog, katakot-takot na yung pwedeng anomalya. No? And yung balog-balog consists of 37% of all the irrigation systems nationwide. Bakit tayo nakapokus sa balog-balog? And spending, at saka ang daming COA findings. Nakaplug na ng COA ito 2018, yung annual audit report. COA noted that 5 BBMP contracts accounted for 7.77 billion or 37% of the 20.7 billion worth of delayed projects nationwide. One of the highest aggregated contract costs among delayed NIA projects. So, I agree with you, Senator Marcoleta. I think, hindi lang sa budget deliberation natin dapat pag-usapan ito. I think we should really focus on the delayed projects and the possible wastage or obvious wastage of public funds, particularly sa balog-balog multipurpose projects. Thank you.
If I may be allowed, with the permission of the Senator Marcoleta.
Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, I'm also concerned, and I share the concern of both gentlemen because of the delay. Because it was under my watch as chairman of the board of the NIA that the Balog-Balog project was approved in 2014 during the time of President Aquino. And the budget then, approved budget by the NEDA was 15 billion. Now it's 20 billion. So talagang makikita natin, hindi lang nag-delay, nag-balloon pa yung cost. No? And, well, this is not to justify the delay, but these projects are really notoriously known high dam projects. The Halaur River project, for example, is still ongoing, but it was first approved in 1961 during the presidency of Carlos P. Garcia. So this is not to justify it, no, but I agree. This inordinate delay and the ballooning of the cost is, and I share the concern, is a cause of serious concern, Mr. President, for the record.
So, Mr. President, thank you for the additional information provided. This justifies our concern as related to me by the president of the Mayor's League Interlock, and I think I am justified, Mr. President. I will now wind up, but with the motion that NIA should first undertake a review to look a second look and harder look on the Balog-Balog project in order for us to determine all the concerns now being conveyed to this representation by the residents of Tarlac, Mr. President. So I move that a review be undertaken first, and the project should first be looked from the point of view of the competence of the winning bidder, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
And we will likewise monitor this review, Mr. President, so that we can determine the way forward, Mr. President.
Before we close the period of interpellation,
Meron sa isa pa, Mr. President. Si
meron
Senator
pa?
Erwin po.
Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the good gentleman, the chairman of Committee on Agriculture, allow this representation to ask some questions.
Willingly, Mr. President, hopefully to the last interpellator, Senator.
I'll follow up.
And a
later.
follow-up interpellator, Mr.
You
President.
see, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, mukhang marami po talagang problema itong ahensya po na ito. But anyway, I will be quick lamang po sana, Mr. President. Ang tanong ko po, magkano po ang inilaan o hinihingi po ng National Irrigation Administration na pondo para matapos itong mga unfinished na mga dams, irrigation sa buong bansa? Gaano po, ano po ang budget? Kasama na po yung mga multi-year funding.
Ang hinihingi sana para matapos, makomplete lahat nitong mga ongoing projects is? Well, 220 billion. Pero ang na-approve lamang sa NEP is 45 billion at dagdagan sa House GAB ng 63 billion, abang ang committee report po ng inyong Finance Committee ay 54 billion, Mr. President.
Mr. President, ang tanong, ano po ang mga pangunahing dahilan kung bakit nagkakadelay po tayo sa construction? Kanina ko pa po narinig yung balog-balog, alas 9 pa lang ng umaga, pinag-uusapan na po ang balog-balog, alauna na po tayo. Hindi lang po ang balog-balog at iba pa pong mga, or let me rephrase my question. Ilan pa pong irrigation dams, irrigation system, kanal ang hindi po natatapos ngayon? Ilan sa lahat-lahat?
Well, malamang maraming mga hindi natatapos dahil habang tinatapos yung dapat tapusin, tatamaan na naman ng kalamidad, meron pang dagdag na masisira, malaking danyos, malaking pinsala. But in terms of figures,
natin is nasa 20.
20.
Ay, yung 600.
Ang kinakailangang halimbawang, yung project ongoing, ang hinahingi niya. Yan yung area of restoration. So what is the project? Well, what needs to be restored, for example, sa mga irrigation systems is about 190,000 hectares? 190,000 hectares. Of that, what is the ongoing project?
May 10,000.
So of the 100, what did I say? 100 what?
Hindi, request natin for restoration.
Ongoing projects is 67 line projects. We don't have the data now of the total hectareage of that 67 projects. But based on the question, the answer is there are 67 ongoing line projects. Under what? Under the category of repair and restoration. So one such, the reason for the delays in the repairs is wala daw silang quick response fund. Aasa pa sa Office of Civil Defense, Mr. President. Hiningi ng Leon pero hindi ibinigay, tama ba?
Yes, pero ngayon po may 300 million.
Okay.
Pero,
yes.
Mr. President, nasa NEP po yata yan, nasa line item, 300 million po.
Yes, for 2026. 2025, 300 din. But before 2025, wala. So yung mga dati pa, nag-pile up, nagpatong-patong dahil wala sila noong 2024.
Yeah, point of clarification from the chair. Yung 190,000 hectares is the current total irrigable area?
Irrigated but
Irrigated.
needing restoration, Mr. President.
What is the total irrigable area compared to the current?
Irrigable with no irrigation would be about 1 million hectares, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Ang sunod ko pong katanungan, ito pong mga tinatayo po natin na dams, irrigation, mukhang substandard po dahil madali pong masira. Meron po ba kayong departamento o ahensya na mag-check? Kasama na po ang COA, yung post-audit. Para pong naririnig ko po itong dalawang interpolator natin, puro problema po yata. Meron ba tayong gano'n, mga engineers na pagkatapos completed na makita na matibay? Kasi parang hindi po matibay yata yung ating mga irrigation system.
Sa mga ongoing projects, meron silang sistema na tinatawag na CPES, Construction Performance Evaluation System for ongoing projects. Doon chine-check ang compliance dun sa mga specifications at yung quality nung trabaho. So, yun ang paraan para ma-check yung kung substandard ba. At pagka substandard, merong order of rectification na ibinibigay ang NIA at pag hindi sila sumunod, hindi sila babayaran, Mr. President.
Yung CPES po na ba ito ay nakakonect po din sa NIA? Mga empleyado rin po ba ng NIA ito? Or it's a different agency?
Yes, that is internal to the NIA, Mr. President.
Internal.
At ang COA naman, merong periodic monitoring. Tapos meron pang regional inspectorate team ang NIA. So apart from the CPES, which is the dedicated to the project, meron pang regional inspectorate team on top of.
At involved po sa habang nagko-construct yan.
And habang nagko-construct, andyan din yung IA, yung Irrigators Association.
Ina-employ doon sa project.
At kasama rin sa participation ng mga private sector o kaya yung mga stakeholders, yung mga IA din ang mga ini-employ, yung laborers. So nadadagdagan ng trabaho yung ating farmers bilang mga hindi lang farm worker, kung hindi construction worker pati.
Para may sense of responsibility.
At sa huling bada, pag nakumpleto yung proyekto, nabanggit natin kanina, sinasabi nila, kailangan merong acceptance ang Irrigators Association.
To this date, Mr. President, meron na po bang nasita? Meron na po bang nakitang substandard na irrigation na project? Itong CPES, at ilan na po ang so far ang na nakita nila mukhang hindi papasa sa government standards, Mr. President?
Meron na silang mga nabablacklist. Meron namang ay pinaparectify at pinapakorek yung slippage. Merong yung mga delayed na slippage, kailangan ng catch-up plan. So may mga iba't ibang mga sistema in place para matiyak yung kalidad ng construction projects.
All right. Moving on, Mr. President, nabanggit din po ito kanina ni Senator Marcoleta, itong Single Largest Contract Completed or SLCC. Requirement daw po ito. Ang tanong po natin, bakit? What is the purpose of the Single Largest Contract Completed para sa mga kontraktor po?
Yes, under the law, required yan. At ang dahilan ay para tiyakin, matiyak na makokompleto yung proyekto at hindi kung kaninong house-show na kontraktor mapunta. Kasama dyan ang experience, ang category, capability, track record, previous projects, and financial capacity.
With that, kaya po ba yung isang company na Collado ang laging nakakakuha ng mga projects po in partnership with Chinese firms? Tama po ba itong ibinigay po sa akin na information? Kaya daw po laging ang Collado, wala pong local firm na nanalo pag big ticketed projects or item. Panay ang Collado po ang nananalo, ang partner po lagi ito ay mga Chinese firms mula sa China. Is this correct po? Tama po ba ito or medyo fake news po ito? What is going on here?
According to the administrator, iisa lang daw ang existing, current, sa national, ang Collado. What about sa local? Sorry, ayunuhan ko na. Would you have information about the local?
Susunod ko na natanong yan, Mr. President.
Yes, I understand. That's why I anticipated your question and I already asked them right away. What about the locals? Sa regional level ba yun? Saan ba yun?
Local minor contract kasi sir. Siyempre, iba naman yun.
So they don't have information about the local minor contracts?
They can furnish.
They will submit, Mr. President, the information to the good senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Balikan po natin balog-balog. Actually, isang tanong lang po doon. Nabayaran na po ba ang mga katutubo doon? Kasi may tumawag po sa akin kanina at as a matter of fact, kung papatawag po daw siya sa Senado, willing po siyang humarap. Siya po ay isang katutubo dyan po sa Tarlac. May number po dito. Si Annalyn Jose, focal person po ng indigenous people, and she is willing Nagpadala rin po ng video rito na pilit pumapasok po yung truck ng NIA for construction ng balog-balog, hinaharang po ng mga nitibo dahil hindi pa po sila nababayaran. After so many years po, hindi pa rin nasisettle itong mga katutubo, Mr. President?
Yung first batch or at least yung naunang mga katutubo nating mga kapatid ay according to the administrator ay nasettle na. Marami na silang nasettle na mga compensation concerns nung mga nauunang mga katutubo. Kilala nila si Ana at ang kanilang sinasabi rito at paliwanag ay nahuli ito sa kanyang paglapit. At base dun sa information ay
Originally po kasi 900 sila, di ba? Tapos nagpapadagdag ito ngayon. Pero hindi naman namin basta mabayaran. Kung walang certification.
yes, originally daw ang numero ay 900 pero nais may dagdag pa ng grupo ni Ana pero hindi lang daw basta pwedeng maglabas ng compensation ang NIA unless may certification mula sa NCIP. At yan ata ay pinoprocess ba?
Yes, sir. Kasi yung original.
So there was an original MOA involving 900. Walang problema ron. The compensation has been addressed. Pero may pinapadagdag daw ang grupo ni Miss Ana.
Yan po yata, Mr. President, ang sabi po ng NIA, iba po yung sinasabi ng grupo. Kaya nga po, they're willing to march here in the Senate para marinig po sila at hindi lang daw po natin marinig ang NIA. Whatever. Anyway, moving on.
Willing daw silang makipag-ugnayan ang NIA at siguro before the passage on second reading, at least mabigyan tayo ng update sa ganung kung willing silang makipag-ugnayan at lumapit, Mr. President.
Tama po yun. At maraming salamat po for that answer, Mr. President. Ngayon po, dito po tayo ngayon doon sa napatay na Region 10 employee ng NIA allegedly for divulging dahil sa pagkanta niya po ng alleged ghost project worth 75 million. Ayon po sa report. Ano na po nangyari sa kaso? Totoo bang napatay siya dahil sa pagkanta niya na may ghost project po sa NIA? At meron na po bang internal audit sa mga proyekto ng NIA? Mr. President?
Yes. Actually, tinalakay din natin ito sa budget hearing ng NIA. At ang paliwanag nila ay unang-una, it is still undergoing investigation ng PNP, CIDG. Pangalawa, although merong issue regarding ghost projects di umano na inaakusahan niya ang ilang mga ghost projects dito sa isang irrigation project, maging project, kung titingnan daw, sabi nila, no, ng NIA, yung kanyang social media accounts, marami siyang inaatake. No? So, yun ang kanilang paliwanag, Mr. President. Marami siyang inaataking mga personalidad, ahensya ng pamahalaan, hindi lang NIA. Ano pa bang ibang ahensya? Oo nga. Pero anong mga ahensya? Oh. So, iba-ibang ahensya rin ng pamahalaan, ibang mga personalidad, kasama na rin yung proyekto ng NIA, Mr. President. And he was no longer, contractual employee siya noon, no? Yes. So, undergoing pa ng investigasyon.
Okay. Mr. President, tanong natin, next year po ba may mga gagawin ang NIA na mga irrigation system, dam, for do sa budget po nila? Meron pa ba nakalaan? Or magfo-focus lang po sila sa repair? Dahil napakadami po dito. May listahan po ako dito, 161 contracts ang hindi po natatapos. Napakadami po nito. Dapat natapos noong 2021, 2022, 2023 to the staggering amount of 2.04 billion. So, dito pa lamang po, maubos po ang oras ng NIA sa paghahabol para matapos ito. So, wala po silang mako-construct this year, this coming year, na mga new irrigation system, canal, dams, etc., Mr. President.
Multi-pronged actually ang kanilang mga programa. Merong new projects, merong repair and restoration, at meron ding extension, Mr. President. So, merong multi-year projects na tuloy-tuloyan. Kaya nga malaki ang hinihingi nila na pondo, pero hindi yun ang naoprobahan sa NEP. So, as to new projects, meron ba? Region 3? Yung Region 3 meron, Region 1 meron din. New. At yung Tumawini sa Region 2. So Region 2, Region 1 at Region 3 may new projects, Mr. President.
Okay. Alam niyo, Mr. President, tama at papasalamat ako. Nandito po ating chairman. Kailangan po natin kumbinsihin ito, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, na para dagdagan po yung pondo. Dahil ang problema, mukhang kanina po, kahit sa lunch po kanina, kumakamot po siya ng uloy. Nakikinig po siya doon sa mga interpolations, umiiling-iling na lamang ho. Ay problema ho ninyo ngayon, Mr. Chair, paano po kumbinsihin ang chairman po ng finance na dagdagan?
With the permission of the interpellator, naisip ko rin yan kagabi. Kasi may hiningi ng dagdag ang judiciary. May 450. May hiningi na dagdag ang DA. Sabi ko, dapat ata maglagay ng electronic chart dito na magkano ang running total ng mga hinihingi para malaman natin. Meron na pala. Oo, magandang may running total para alam ng lahat ng senador na lahat ng hinihingi nila but in fairness, ang hinihingi naman ng mga senador hinihingi din kasi nung agency.
Tama naman po yun, Mr. President. Yung nakaupo ngayon, yung ating po presiding officer doon, nakabantay ho, hindi ho umingiti, kanina pa Anyway, Mr. President, kung sinasabi ho ninyo na meron pong construction tayo, bakit wala po ito sa capital outlay sa NEP po ninyo, Mr. President? Kung merong gagawin kay mga irrigation na new projects po, bakit wala sa capital outlay po ito? Puro MOOE lamang po ito. Ano hong ibig sabihin ito? Saan po huhugutin ninyo yung mga bagong proyekto po na yan?
Yes, dahil GOCC ang NIA, naging patakaran ng DBM na kapag ganitong budgeting ay subsidy, nilalagay nila hindi sa capital outlay, kundi sa MOOE. And this is the same with respect to other GOCCs.
All right, Mr. President. I have last two questions na lamang po. Dito po sa regional offices natin, with most delayed projects, Cordillera Administrative Region, 36 po na projects ang delayed. Sa NIA Magat River Integrated Irrigation System o MARIS, 30 projects po ang delayed. Isabela Irrigation Management Office, IMO, 25. La Misca, IMO, Lanao del Norte, Misamis Occidental, Camiguin, 23 projects. NIA Cagayan Valley, 19. So kung susumahin po lahat, halos 100 po ito na kailangan pong tapusin. I don't know kung matatapos po ito ng NIA. Siguro kahit sa termino po ni administrator, hindi po matatapos ito. Siguro sa susunod na administrasyon, matatapos po ang lahat ng ito.
Yes, tama po yan. the NIA will submit the latest status of all these, how do you call it, delayed projects. Pero doon sa 2024 project, 2024 commitments for December 2025, sabi, out of 37 contracts, 35 have been completed, and 2 contracts from Northern Samar IMO are still ongoing. Dun sa dalawang kontrata na yon, liquidated damages were imposed, Mr. President. So that's about yun. May mga napatupad na at nakumpleto na dun sa 100 plus na mga projects na sinasabing delayed. Dito naman po sa breakdown of project, ito, 47 out of the 66 contracts have been completed. Nakapag ng liquidated damages, among others, Mr. President.
Okay. Yung pong doon sa Tumawini, isa pong contractor doon sumabit po sa flood control, ipaparebid po ba ng NIA ito, Mr. President?
Yes, for rebidding dahil wala daw nag-qualify doon sa unang bidding. So that Tumawini project will have to be bidded out again.
Panghuli na lamang, Mr. President. Ano po ang status ng NIA's 450 million subscription sa isang company sa United States na magpo-provide ng weather forecast at iba pang scientific models? Hindi po ba kaya ng ating pag-asa ito para mag-predict ng mga weather or forecast pala, mag-forecast? Wala po bang kakayahan ang ating mga ahensya dito, including the DOST, at kailangan nating mag-tap pa sa Estados Unidos, 450 million. Hindi po ba mas mabuti as maiminam kung iginasta na lamang po ito para sa irrigation repair and rehabilitation, Mr. President?
Yes. According to the administrator, Mr. President, mas advanced at mas technologically superior itong US software dahil about this particular company and the software utilizes it's more precise. They are how do you call it, operating or at least relying on about 30 different satellites to be able to gather the necessary information. And hindi ito kaya ng ating pag-asa at iba pang mga local na ahensya.
All right. With that, Mr. President, let me just manifest, Mr. President, na sana po na-check po ng COA ang reports ng agencies na hindi lang on paper, kundi talaga may on-site inspection. Magaling po ang COA rito. Minsan nga, bulag po ang COA tulad po sa flood control sa Bulacan. Ala naman palang silbi dahil kasabwat po ng mga district engineer yung kanilang COA ho doon. Sana po, request lang natin, may on-site inspection at hindi lang po post, ika nga, kundi pati yung ongoing, dapat sinicheck na po ng NIA, ay ng ika nga COA, para to make sure hindi po nasasayang yung ating pondo. With that, maraming salamat din po sa ating chairman ng Committee on Agriculture for his patience. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we close the...
Just one, how do you call it, play. I will put on record based on the last manifestation of, with the permission of the chair, the presiding officer. On the issue of monitoring, precisely, we are introducing a transparency special provision in the budget and an allocation of about 50 million pesos for public online dashboard. In other words, kasama dyan ng photos, geotagging, pangalan ng contractors, amount, status ng proyekto, at ito ay kasama sa mandato for purposes of transparency for all NIA projects, Mr. President.
Napakaganda po, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yeah, before we close the period of interpellation on the budget of the NIA, meron lang kong a couple of clarificatory questions. of all the existing irrigation systems, how many are fully operational na napapakinabangan talaga ng farmer beneficiaries?
Hindi. Operational. All existing
Fully operational.
systems. No, but the irrigated area. No. He's asking for the systems. Huh? 257 systems that are irrigating 1 million. What's the number? Kaya nga. 257 systems under the national irrigation system covering 1 million. 1.03 million hectares.
Out of 257 systems, out of how many?
Ano yung 257?
Yun ang fully operational. Out
No,
of
these
how
are the
many?
national irrigation systems, 257. Meron pang communal irrigation systems. But that is operated by the irrigators associations. Ilan yun? Saan yung data na yun?
No, 257, yun ang fully operational. Out of how many irrigation systems? Ilang percent? Itong 257.
Sir, 257 out of 257 national.
Out of the 257, 257 are operational. This is the national.
Yeah, pero meron silang under repairs eh. O,
Portions of the system, not the entire system, is being repaired.
so hindi fully operational yung 257. Kasi pag
That's
sinabi
correct.
natin,
That's correct.
257, ibig sabihin 100% ang fully operational. Since yung iba undergoing repairs, how could it be fully operational?
So there are 257 systems operational in varying degrees.
But not fully. Ang
But
tinatanong
not
ko
all
yung
fully
fully operational. Kasi relative yun. Pag sinabi nating systems that are operational, hindi natin alam kung 50% operational, 25% operational. Kaya tinatanong ko, yung lang fully operational
Would you have the data?
out of the 257 systems.
Well, according to our administrator, none of them are fully operational because
See?
our river systems are severely silted or silted in varying degrees, Mr. President. And
I don't know what to say. Lahat walang fully operational? Doon sa 257 irrigation systems, none.
may we have a minute suspension, Mr.
Yeah, 1 minute suspension.
Suspend mo na ako tapos ito.
Tatanong ko Sen Lacson para makatanong na ayos. Oo, haba. Akala ko, 2 oras na. Daming issue eh. Manjari kasi po. Manjari. 40 billion yan last time. Tinaas na 80. Pwede na. DILG. May request kasi.
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Mr. President.
Mr. President, just to manifest another safeguard that we included in the budget, initially po yung mga programs ng NIA are lump sum. For example, in National Irrigation System sub-program worth 10 billion, it's a lump sum amount. Communal Irrigation System sub-program 5 billion sa lump sum amount. Other irrigation system sub-program 630 million lump sum. Extension, expansion of existing irrigation system sub-program 851 million lump sum. Establishment of pump irrigation sub-program 4 billion lump sum. And then a special irrigation sub-program 2 billion lump sum. So 26 billion po in lump sum. Title lang po ang meron sa NEP. So with the intervention of our chairman of the subcommittee at hiningi ho ng ating chairman ng subcommittee, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, binigay sa atin yung mga detalye nung laman nung lump sum. No? So ito pong laman ng lump sum na mga line item projects, linagay na ho natin sa Senate Committee Report. No? So wala na pong lump sum ho ngayon itong mga irrigation projects. Lahat po identified and meron pa hong mga station number. So hindi lang title po ng line item, meron pong exact coordinates, exact haba ng irrigation na ilalagay na ho natin sa General Appropriations Act para hindi na po mangyayari yung ghost projects at masusundan ho natin kung saan at gaano kahaba po yung irrigation project. So thank you, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, for that very important intervention. So
Thank you.
And so that our constituents now can follow to the last project kung nasaan po yung mga irrigation projects sa kanilang lokalidad.
At sana sa lahat ng mga departamento na may kinalaman sa mga ganitong klaseng proyekto, meron din ganung klaseng kadetalyeng pag-submit, I guess, moving forward, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
moving forward, that will be our template para rin sa mga kababayan natin makikita nila kung may project sa kanila, nasaan yung project, gaano kahaba yung project, at may cost. No? So, moving forward, yan na po ang magiging template po ng ating pagka-craft ng budget dito po sa Senado. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the information of the chairperson and our colleagues, merong isang breakdown for solar irrigation. Kasi ang kanilang irrigation may parang regional total lamang. We want it broken down further. And we are asking them for the specific project with coordinates. So, mas lalo pang magiging detalye.
Mas granular pa.
Mas granular pa.
Correct.
Doon sa isunumitin natin,
Yeah.
mas ididetalye pa natin. ang
Yeah, ito
gusto.
po yung sinabit ninyo sa amin, Senator Kiko.
That is correct.
So now, kasama na po ito sa ating committee report.
That is
And I
correct.
thank you for that intervention. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat
And
din
also
po.
to the NIA.
Yes.
Dati, the last time nyo ginawa ito was 2000. Wala pa. Okay. But thank you to the NIA for submitting to us the annexes and also the details of these lump sum funds. So maraming salamat.
Alright.
Mr. President,
Senator Lacson, yes.
before we excuse the NIA personnel, out of curiosity lang, kasi nabanggit yung solar irrigation.
Yes, that's correct.
Ilan po yung kontratang nakuha ng SunWest and its sister companies do sa mga solar irrigation systems? Very quickly lang.
Meron sila, how many ang tinatanong? Meron po silang 5 kontrata.
How much?
Yung kanilang kontrata, how much? In regions 4,
4B.
and 5. How much?
4B. Yeah, Mindoro.
5, Bicol.
5 Bicol.
For Region 5, it is 1.03B. Region 5.
Region 4B,
Region 4B. Region 4B. We are checking it. As we are
sige
checking,
po, suspend na lang muna.
no, we also
next-
have the information regarding the
Next time.
just to manifest of the 257 national systems, 37 are fully operational. In that, whether dry season or wet season, they are able to irrigate 100% of their irrigated areas. And we also requested, and it will be submitted, that we want the remaining systems that are not fully operational. What percentage of their irrigated areas are they operational? So therefore, is it 80% fully operational, 40% fully operational? We are also going to submit that data.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman. Maybe with your assistance and guidance, para lang alam ng chairman ng Finance Committee kung ano yung gagawin niya sa budget ng NIA. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, we will do that.
All right. So, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I know there's still a lot of members, particularly Senator Lacson, who would like to ask and propound questions. Move to suspend consideration of the budget of National Irrigation Administration.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the budget of NIA is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Ejercito, may we just call out the names of the agencies na walang magtatanong, Mr. President, para makauwi na po sila. We just want to
Yeah,
make sure that
that's,
they're present on the session floor.
Well, do it one by one.
Yes, we'll start with the Metropolitan Baguio
Wait.
City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay Development Authority. I move that we consider their budget, Mr. President.
All right, consideration of the budgets in order. Maybe ask Senator Amy Marcos to join us here.
I believe this one, Mr. President, is Senator Ejercito.
Senator
Jim.
Ejercito, okay.
May we just ask if they're here? The head
Yes,
of...
and the total amount.
And the total amount, Mr. President. We'll recognize Senator Ejercito. Yeah. Yes. Yes, yes. Thank you. Pero magtanong ka rin, dati kampiyan.
So this is, again, the first one is what?
The first one, Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Metropolitan Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay Development Authority. This
Any
must be a long
objection?
acronym, Mr. President.
All right, hearing no
MB.
objection, the budget is considered, Senator Ejercito. May we know the pleasure of the body.
Yes, Mr. President, for the record, the recommended new appropriations for the Metropolitan Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Tuba, and Tublay Development Authority for fiscal year 2026 is 24,663,000 pesos. The recommended new appropriations for Emblestida under the new Senate version increased by 4,507,000 pesos or by 22.36%. Mr. President, we are now ready to answer questions if there are any from our colleagues.
Mr. President, just myself, Mr. President, I just want to ask, what is the short name of the agency? Ang haba kasi ng acronym na ito.
Emblestida.
Ano?
MBLISTTDA. So,
Okay.
it's a very long one because it includes Baguio, La Trinidad, Itogon, Tuba, and Tublay development.
I hope it is money being well spent with this, Mr. President. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. I move that we deem submitted. These budgets are deemed submitted. Mr. President, for Metropolitan, Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, and Tublay Development Authority.
Any objection? Hearing none, deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ma'am. Sila yan? Sila yan? Oh, you can go na, ma'am. Thank you. Salamat. Ikaw na, Amy. Now we'd like to call Now we'd like to call, Mr. President, to the session hall, the heads of the Authority of the Freeport Area Bataan, Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, Philippine Center for Economic Development, Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority, and Southern Philippine Development Authority so that we can tackle their budgets.
All right, the enumerated agencies are hereby, or executive offices are hereby called on. And may we know the sponsor? Who is the sponsor?
The sponsor, Mr. President, maybe we can recognize the sponsor to just read out their budgetary requirements. May we recognize Senator Amy Marcos, Mr.
Senator Amy Marcos is recognized to report the budgetary support of these government corporations.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, Mr. President. First, I would like to propose the budget of the AFAB. Sponsoring for fiscal year 2026, the budget for the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, an amount of 250 million as national government support, composed of 150 million national government equity and 100 million subsidy. It's earmarked for their critical infrastructure projects, the 150, and 60 million for the retrofitting and improvement of the dam located in the Freeport area of Bataan, FAB, while the remaining 40 million from the national government subsidy will be used for the road network diversion project. Yun lang po.
Just a request, Mr. President. Mr. President, is the head of the AFAB here with us? May we ask him to stand and rise?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right. What is the pleasure of the body, Mr.
With
Majority Leader?
that, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the body of the Authority of the Freeport Area Bataan. I move that we deem considered their budget, Mr. President.
Deemed submitted.
Deemed
Any
submitted, sorry,
objections?
submitted, Mr. President.
Hearing none is deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe we can take up the next one, Cagayan
Yes.
Economic Zone Authority.
If the Majority Leader and the President will allow, I rise to sponsor for the proposed fiscal year 2026 the budget of Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, or CEZA. For 2026, we are proposing a budget of 1.095 billion as government equity. The amount to be broken down as follows: repair, rehab, and maintenance of the breakwater Phase 2, 678.987 million. CESA Global District Development, a site development effort amounting to 366.244 million, and the construction of CESA Hotel amounting to 50 million. The head of CESA, Katrina Ponce Enrile, already asked for
She's excused, Mr. President. Yeah.
Yes, I received
to be
the letter.
allowed to be absent.
Yes, I received the letter. Thank you.
Yes. And to be fair to Madam Cristina, she was here yesterday with us,
Yes.
but for another purpose. And actually, the timing is, I don't want to say impeccable, but it's uncanny because CESA was the creation of Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile. So I believe that we will do him justice, Mr. President, to support its budget. Therefore, Mr. President, without further ado, no member wishes to interpolate the budget of the said authority. I move that we deem submitted the budget of Cagayan Economic Zone Authority.
Any objection? Hearing none, we declare that Cagayan Economic Zone Authority budget is hereby deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next budget that we'd like to consider, Mr. President, is the Philippine Center for Economic Development, and recognize Senator Amy Marcos for the
Senator
details.
Amy Marcos is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Majority Leader, I rise to sponsor for the proposed fiscal year of 2026 the budget of the Philippine Center for Economic Development, or PCED, proposing an amount of 121,764 million as national government subsidy. 51 million will be used for the rehab of the very old buildings, the installation of fire protection, detection and alarm, as well as the electrical rewiring. Secondly, 58.096 million to support the teaching and research program for the UP School of Economics. And thirdly, the Senate version, or our committee report, is proposing the amount of 12.5 million requested for the reconstruction of the underground cistern at the Student Activity Center. That is the budget for PSED po.
Majority Leader.
We'd just like to ask if the head of the Philippine Center for Economic Development is with us, please rise. Hi, hello, Madam. Ma'am. With that, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Therefore, I move that the budget of the Philippine Center for Economic Development be deemed submitted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, deemed submitted.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority and request the sponsor to also give its budget details.
Senator Amy Marcos is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, as well as our Majority Leader. I rise to sponsor the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority for the amount of 500 million national government subsidy. This subsidy will be allocated to the following infrastructure projects: road rehab of 225 million, installation of shore power at Subic Bay Port of 150 million, improvement of the airport to 75 million, and the installation of the CCTV at the small piers and wharves, 50 million. That's all, sir.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd just also like to request if the head of the agency is here, please
Be introduced.
stand and be
Yes.
introduced.
Yes, he is. Ed Alina is here po.
Thank you. With that, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. We move that the budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority be deemed submitted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority budgets hereby deemed submitted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
May we recognize the sponsor? to
Senator
give the
Amy
details.
Marcos is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. I rise to sponsor for the proposed fiscal year 2026 the budget of Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority. For 2026, the CESA is proposing the amount of 354,651 as national government subsidy, 44 million as subsidy, 310 million as equity. The amounts to be used as follows: 44.651 from the subsidy for the operating expenses, since they are still in the red, 310 million from the national government equity to be used to support ecozone development, broken down as follows: Halal Food Manufacturing Center, which was the query of Senator Padilla, at 115 million, West Corporate Center, 120 million, Sambo Ecozone Highlands amounting to 75 million, an agricultural effort. That will be all, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I
Yes.
believe also the head of the agency is here. Please, guys, thank you.
Yes, they're all here.
My fellow Mindanaoan. Mr. President, I move that the budget, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that the budget be deemed submitted on Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority.
Any objection? Hearing none, Zamboanga Economic Zone Authority's budget is deemed submitted.
And last but not the least, Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Southern Philippines Development Authority. So move, Mr. President, and recognize the sponsor.
Senator Amy Marcos is recognized to sponsor SPDA.
Thank you very much, Senate President and Majority Leader. I rise to sponsor the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget of the SPDA Southern Philippines Development Authority for the amount of 158.029 million national government subsidy to be spent first on the general administration and support, specifically for personnel services of 67.775 million, as well as maintenance and operating expenses of 15.254 million. Further, an additional amount of 75 million was requested by SPDA for the survey of land covered by Proclamation 2046, series of 1981, which was added in the Senate version.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe the head of SPDA is here also, our colleague from Congress, my dear classmate in 10th, 11th, and 13th Congress, no other than former Congressman Salapudin.
Yes.
And also, the head of the AFAB is also former Congressman Pangandaman. Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. Mang Jerry Salapudin is here po.
Our classmate, dear sponsor in
Yeah,
Congress.
we've been together in the old Congresses.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the budget of the Southern Philippine Development Authority, I move that its budget be deemed submitted. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Southern Philippines Development Authority's budget is deemed submitted.
Congratulations to them all. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Thank you very much,
Session
Majority
suspended.
Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Attorney? Bakit nga nagpunta si ano? Bakit nagpunta si...
DILG na. Mr. President, ready to resume?
Session resumed.
Maybe I request that the DILG family already take over the VIP area of the gallery and so that we can take up their budget.
Yes, and the chairperson is Senator Hercito.
Senator Hercito. Yes, Mr. President. We have a listing of those who wish to interpolate. It'll be, of course, our Senate President Pro Tem. I'm sorry, Senate President himself, Senator Soto, would like to interpolate together with Senator Raffy Tulfo, Senator Bato de la Rosa, if he's around, but is he around? Okay, he's not around. Senator Marcoleta, Senator Padilla, and Senator Pangilinan, and of course our Senate President Pro Tem,
Manifestation lang ako eh.
Senator Lacson.
After mo. Ako na muna.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hindi na nga. Iba ka.
Hi, Senator, and also Senator Erwin Tulfo. Mr. President, we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator J.V. Arcito, to sponsor the measure and, of course, give details on the budgetary requirements of these agencies.
Yes.
I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, we now consider the budget of the DILG and recognize Senator J.B. Ercito to sponsor the measure, sponsor the budget.
Yes, Mr. President, before we start, we'd like to ask a little order in the plenary. Very quiet lang. As Vice Chairperson of Subcommittee F of the Senate Committee on Finance, this representation is honored to sponsor the proposed 2026 budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government and its attached agencies. The DILG family, headed by Secretary John Vic Remulla, joins us this afternoon. Mr. President, for the record, the recommended new appropriations for DILG and its attached agencies for fiscal year 2026 is 308,239,334,000 pesos, which is broken down as follows. Number one, Office of the Secretary, 8,549,126,000 pesos. Bureau of Fire Protection or BFP 36,234,156,000 pesos. Bureau of Jail Management and Penology or BJMP 31,323,731,000 pesos. Early Childhood Care and Development Council 356,793,000 pesos. Local Government Academy 544,847,000 pesos. The National Commission on Muslim Filipinos 1,166,103,000 pesos. The National Police Commission or NAPOLCOM 2,465,656,000 pesos. The National Youth Commission 315,469,000 pesos. Philippine Commission on Women or PCW 204,894,000 pesos. The Philippine National Police PNP 225,843,071,000 pesos. And the Philippine Public Safety College or PPSC with 1,235,488,000 pesos. Mr. President, the Senate Committee reflects our unwavering support to the uniform and civilian personnel of the department. The recommended new appropriations for the DILG under the Senate version increased by 22,604,842,000 pesos or by 7.91%. With the support of Senwin Gatchalian, our chairperson of the Committee on Finance, we are happy to share that the 282,755 uniform personnel from BFP, BJMP, PPSC, and the PNP will receive additional subsistence allowance next year. From the current daily subsistence allowance of 150 pesos, it will increase to 350 pesos or an additional 200 pesos next year. It is now at par with the Armed Forces of the Philippines subsistence allowance. This is a Senate amendment, Mr. President. In addition, the Senate has also approved the funding of additional 65 fire stations and procurement of additional 65 fire trucks for the Bureau of Fire Protection. We are happy to report that this budget intervention will close the gap in our goal of equipping every local government unit with adequate firefighting capability. Wala na pong bayan na walang fire station at fire truck. The Senate version is also reflective of our support to the Philippine National Police. We recommend to augment the operational capabilities of our police force through procurement of equipment in support of the PNP to the Unified 911 system, funding the repair and maintenance of air assets and watercrafts, establishments of hangars in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and construction of various facilities for PNP and PNPA. Lastly, the Senate also supports additional funding for the following projects: support for the operations of BJMP, ECCDC, LGA, and NAPOLCOM, establishment and support of PCW regional operations, operations of the National Cyber Training Institute under the PPSC. So, Mr. President, we are now ready to answer the questions from our colleagues.
President, there's a
Majority
request.
Leader,
Thank you. Yes, sir.
since I will not be taking too much time, may I be allowed to go first? And ask
Absolutely,
Senator
Mr. President.
Ping Lacson to take over. Session suspended.
The session is resumed. The Senate President is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, my dear Deputy Majority Leader, may you favor me with some answers to some very quick questions and perhaps a manifestation.
Yes, certainly. Of course, anything from our Senate President.
All right. We, of course, like to welcome our dear friend, our Governor, and now Secretary of the ILG. Thank you. I would like to call your attention first to the BJMP, Your Honor. In the General Appropriations Bill for 2026, the budget per person deprived of liberty, or the PDLs, under the custody of the BJMP and the Bureau of Correction is 100 pesos for their daily sustenance and 15 pesos for their daily medical assistance. Is this amount enough for their daily sustenance? Is it possible to increase this to an amount that is enough to ensure that they are eating healthy every day and that their medical needs are readily available for them?
Your Honor, Mr. President, actually the regional or the last year's budget or the subsidies was only 70 pesos. So for next year, it will be increased to 100 pesos, Mr. President. We increased it
So
by
there's
about...
already an increase for this year.
Yes, Mr. President, from 70 to 100 pesos.
Yes, because I recall the, well, okay, for their food, I seem to recall the speech of Senator Pangilinan about farmers and even suggested that government purchase their produce, which we, Senator Lacson and I, have been proposing for some time already. Can there be a program for the direct route from our farmers, the products of the farmers, to the jails? This program can ensure that our assistance to both PDLs and the farmers are there. Mura pa. At kikita yung mga farmers at diretso sa atin, sa kanilang kapakinabangan.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our BJMP director, that they have present a memorandum of understanding with or agreement with the Department of Agrarian Reform beneficiaries, no? Yung pong Arbos Association of Cooperatives, that they will be supplying their products to the BJMP, Your Honor, Mr. President.
They will be supplying, so they are not supplying.
They are
yet.
already actually
They
currently
are-
supplying.
They
Mr.
are
President.
already supplying, and they will continue with that, and perhaps consider the proposal that we mentioned. No? All right, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now, for our women PDLs, I did not see any provision for their gynecological needs. How was your GAD budget utilization for 2025 and the years before? Meron ba? For the gynecological needs of the PDLs, women PDLs. May kung wala, maybe we can include it in your GAD projects.
Your Honor, Mr. President, in the MOE, there's a provision for essential hygienic kit for it's about 586.4 million, and medical support to PDLs of 122.673 million. This both for men and women, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So meron. All right.
Meron po.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I have read in your annual audit report that you have 137 parcels of donated land that are not yet titled. Are these lands being utilized? What is the reason for their non-titling?
Your Honor, Mr. President, most of these land that were donated were from local government units. And according to our BJMP director, they are already in the process of titling all of these donated lands from the different LGUs. Karamihan po kasi tax deck lang po ito. So they are now in the process of having them titled, Mr. President.
So, in the process of titling right now?
Yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Okay, well, all right. I hope we are informed when this is already a process, no, entitled. Thank you. Now, just one small request. The PSPO, ano yun, Police Security, ano tawag dyan? Yung Police Security... Protection Office, ano? Sila yung mga nag-escort sa mga VIP, sa mga...
That's the PSPG, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Government officials, di ba? Di ba? Sila ba yun? Karamihan sila, no? Okay. May we request that you make them undergo regular lectures, reminders, like workshop, to be more polite and more, proper decorum, respectful when they escort the VIPs. Kasi pati ko kumisan tinatabi ng mga agad eh. Siguro naman dapat medyo magalang kung ako na sometimes my plate number is 7, sometimes it's 3. Pero pagdating ng mga hagad at may mga VIP, tabi-tabi kayo lahat, parang gusto pa ako itulak eh. Di ba? So, not me. Ako na yun eh. Dali yun. I can, as a matter of fact, I can do with it eh. Pero yung mga kababayan natin, marami naiinis eh, nang tinatabi sila. Konting siguro, konting decorum, respectful. Natatraffic kami lahat eh. Sana ma-traffic din sila. Di ba? Dahil yun ang isa sa mga kinaiinis ng mga kababayan natin. So kung nag-escort sila, okay, pero respectful sila, hindi sila sirena doon sa mga wala namang magawa yung iba, naka-traffic eh. May sinusundan ka rin eh, na traffic din eh, di ba? Siguro naman, baka merong dapat na regular workshops, di ba? Yun lang ang request namin.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our Chief PNP, they have already a cut down already. Nabawasan na raw po yung merong mga motorcycles and convoy. I share with your Mr. President, minsan na bibiktima tayo. And hopefully, a lot of our government officials can emulate you. The Senate President, the number 3 most powerful person in the land, walang escort, walang driver. You drive your own car. Sana nga mahiya naman din yung iba. No? That's worth emulating, Mr. President. So, according to the Chief PNP, they have already cut down. At present, there are just about 9. Siguro aside from the 5 that are allowed from the President, Vice President, Senate President, supposedly, House Speaker, Supreme Court Justice, and probably the more sensitive government positions. No, there are certain cabinet secretaries that are really sensitive that need to have escorts. There's about 9 that are now allowed, no, yung convoy. Dati po kasi marami ho talaga. And I think it also disrupts traffic, no, pag in-stop po yung mga, especially yung rush hour. That's a good start from the leadership of the PNP that they have already cut down the convoys with escorts to 9 officials, okay. Mr. President.
All right, thank you very much. Parang reminder lang, okay? And then, so wish to thank our secretary here of the DILG, of course, PNP Chief Nartates, and then my right worshipful brother, General Rivera, my incoming Grandmaster. So, sigurado namang maayos sa pagpapatakbo niyan. Retiree na? January 5? Kaya pala eh. Hindi ba rin? Okay, mahaba-haba pa. Thank you, Secretary Junvic. Thank you very much. Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Senate President, konti intervention lang. I hope it's true kasi nakita ko hinahatak number 8 eh. Nahahawi rin ako eh. Not number 6, number 8 ang plaka. So, Congressman.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, it's only the Speaker now who is allowed to have
Yes,
an
but that-
escort in
that's
the
number
House
4.
of Representatives.
That's number 4.
Opo, the number 4.
Pero number 8, karamihang humahawi sa amin. Number 8 yung hatak-hatak eh.
Ay, marami ho dati. Nakikita ko rin yun, Mr. President. Bawal na po daw, sabi ni, according to our DLG Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, next to interpolate the budget is our distinguished colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo. May he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I only have two questions, or maybe this is a suggestion sa DILG. But I have a lot of questions para sa mga attached agencies like the PNP, BGMP, and Bureau of Fire. During Typhoons Tino and Juan, just this November, some government officials have reportedly violated the DILG Memorandum Circular number 2025-110 dated November 8, 2025, directing all provincial governors and city municipal mayors, DILG regional directors, and all other elective and appointive local government officials and employees to cancel and suspend foreign travel from November 9 to 15. Meron kasi ako na-monitor, Mr. President, na mga local government officials na nag-violate nito. Anong kaso? Anong development?
Mr. President, Your Honor, according to our Secretary, that 8 have been identified, yung pong mga umalis na pong bagyo at bago yung kasagsagan bagyo, and they have been issued a show cause order. So after which there will be a decision or an order by the DILG that will be coming out soon. Walo po yung na-identify, Mr. President. Yan. The positive na umalis. But 16 are under investigation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, my suggestion to that, Mr. President, kapag halimbawa naglabas ng advisory, say Pag-asa, kung naman yung proper agency na nagsasabing magkakaroon ng bagyo at yung bagyo ay dadaan sa ganitong probinsya, so can we make it automatic, Mr. President, na lahat ng local government officials sa lugar na yan na dadaanan ng bagyo, ika-cancel na muna yung permit to travel nila?
Your Honor, Mr. President, actually that is already provided for by law, no? Sa Republic Act 10121. So dapat ho talaga ay sundin nila po ito dahil yan po ay isa ng pong batas na hindi sila pwedeng umalis. They are not really allowed to travel if there is an oncoming storm or any other calamity that is expected.
So kahit na meron na po silang a travel order authority, so prevented na sila ng lumabas. Basta't may
Yes,
announcement
Mr.
na magkakaroon ng typhoon sa lugar nila.
Yes, Mr. President, kahit po na bigyan na sila ng travel authority, automatically, those travel authority are deemed canceled in case there's an oncoming storm or calamity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, my second and last question. Merong mga local government officials na nasampahan ng kaso sa ombudsman, and yung desisyon ng ombudsman ay final and executory, pero meron naman silang karapatan na mag-appeal. And so yung nag-a-appeal, in some cases, napapatagal yung desisyon dahil sa pag-appeal, and napapayagan pa rin silang tumakbo at nananalo pa. Anong take dito ng DILG, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, unfortunately, it's the COMELEC's call whether those candidates with cases pending are allowed to run, no? In the election. So nasa call po ng COMELEC. DILG is just there to enforce in case there's a COMELEC order, no? Sila po ay taga-enforce lang in case there's a COMELEC order, but it's really the COMELEC's call or decision on who the candidates, whether with case pending or not, are allowed to run, Mr. President.
So maybe, Mr. President, we have to visit the COMELEC Omnibus Election Code na para mabago na yan, na kapag yung isang government officials, local government officials, meron ng decision sa ombudsman na dapat ma-dismiss, hindi na dapat siya pwedeng tumakbo muna. Antayin niya hanggang sa matapos yung kaso ng kanyang appeal.
Yes, the DLG family agrees with your honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now let's move on, go to the PNP. Tanong ko muna sa PNP, meron ho ba kayong budget doon po sa pagkain ng bawat inmate na na-hold po sa inyong detention facilities? Kasi the reason why I asked that, Mr. President, yung mga sumbong na nakarating sa akin na kapag yung mga nakukulong sa mga detention facilities ng mga police station, hindi sila pinapakain. So kung walang dalaw, gutom sila. So that's why I'm asking kung meron bang budget allocated for that, for people na arrested, nakukulong for 3 days, 5 days. So pag walang dalaw, walang pagkain.
Your Honor, Mr. President, there's a subsistence for detainees for the PNP. Actually, there's that's about 125,093,000. Ang budget po nila ay about 50 pesos per day, Mr. President.
Okay, very good. Napakalaki po niyan. Kasi po sa mga natanggap kong sumbong, almost on a regular basis, when I talk to the relatives of the inmate, sinasabi, tinatanong ko naman, wala pong pagkain, sir. Pag walang dalaw, kuminsan 2 araw hindi nakakain, may naawa daw ng mga pulis, bibigyan lang sila kung ano na ibibigay. Pero in some cases, wala raw talagang pagkain pag walang dalaw. So maybe that's something, yung chief PNP natin, talagang titingnan si General Nartates na masunod yung polisiya na yan, na meron palang budget na they have to be fed, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, although it's just 50 pesos per day, but according to our Chief PNP, inuubos daw talaga nila ito. If it's allotted for the year, talagang binibigay daw po talaga nila. Kaya lang, unlike sa BJMP na 100, ito kasi 50 pesos lang ang sa PNP detainees, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, I agree. Kahit na 50 pesos, okay na rin yung basta't nagagamit talaga. Dahil again, paulit-ulit na lang ako, talagang hindi po sila papakain. Ibig sabihin, para makakain po yung isang nakulong na hold sa presinto ng PNP, karamihan, hindi naman siguro lahat, walang pagkain unless may dalaw.
Your Honor, Mr. President,
Kuminsan, sorry po, kuminsan, para mapayagan yung dalaw, kailangan mayroon din para sa for the boys. So ang nangyayari po, yung mga kamag-anak ng inmate, gumagawa ng diskarte. In some cases, diskarte meaning kailangan nila magnakaw, kailangan nila magbenta ng drugs para meron pampakain doon sa kanilang mga relatives na nasa loob ng kulungan. So siguro, Mr. President, it's about time na talagang maging stricto ang ating leadership ng PNP to make sure na talagang nagagamit yung 50 pesos per meal per inmate.
Yes, Mr. President, according to our Chief PNP, nagagamit daw talaga. Kaya lang kung talagang minsan kulang dahil pag dumami daw yung inmates, talagang ratio and proportion, talagang tinatansya na lang daw po nila talaga at ginagawa ng paraan. Minsan kung talagang kukulangan.
So that case pala, Mr. President, dapat tatansyahin nila hanggang ilan bang kaya i-accommodate ng presintong ito para sa mga inmate o para sa mga arresto at maging inmate at magkano kailangan kasi kung kinakailangan, ako po itutulong para ma-increase yung budget nila para sa mga food allowance ng mga inmates, Mr. President.
That will be most welcome according to our DLG Secretary, Mr. President, kasi po talagang with the inflation now, yung 50 pesos talagang kaunti lang talagang mararating, no? Baka kulang pa nga ng Jollibee meal yan eh, no? So, malaking bagay po yun if with your intervention in case it will be approved by the body, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, let's talk about the body-worn camera. Recently, I visited the PDEA at tinanong ko sila tungkol dun sa body-worn camera. 1:1, meaning kung 4 na operatiba nila ang kakakandak ng raid, 4 na operatiba ang may suot ng body-worn cameras. Sa kaso po ng PNP, marami na ako experience dito. 5 halimbawa na police ang mag-operate, 1 lang o 2 ang merong body-worn camera, yung 3 wala. So paano kung yung 2 biglang tumalikod lang at yung 3 na walang body-worn camera, yun ang didiskarte, nagkakaroon ng problema doon, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, currently there are about 2,000 body-worn cameras that are for bidding already. And the target is about 10,000 by next year, co-sharing with the different LGUs, Your Honor, Mr. President. So 2,000 currently for bidding and 10,000 for next year, Mr. President.
17,000 para for bidding. 17,000.
I stand corrected, Mr. President. Ang 17,000 wala po yung currently for 17,000 currently for bidding and the target is 34,000 for next year, Mr. President.
By that time, Mr. President, is it possible na dapat lahat ng operatiba pupunta sa field 1:1 na ang issuance ng body-worn camera, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, at present there are about 50,000 active on the field duty. So kung makaka-34,000 tayo, konti na lang, malapit na pong ma-achieve yung 1:1 na inyo pong minumungkawi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Recently, I think this was a couple of weeks or more ago, there was this relative who came to my office, although inamin naman niya may kasalanan yung kanyang relative dahil nagwalat, nagpaputok ng baril, and this guy was arrested and he was brought to the barangay, and then after barangay, he was brought to the police precinct, and then doon po ay namatay. Ano pong sinabi ng mga pulis? Inatake sa puso. Pero kinontra yun ng medical legal, lumabas na siya ay nabugbog. So kung meron sanang CCTV, ito yung matagal kong sinasuggest sa lahat ng mga police stations, especially doon sa mga investigation room, sa mga jail, hindi na tayo darating na kung saan malalaman natin, kailan pa malamin natin kung sino sabing totoo, police ba o yung relatives ng mga inmates. So many cases na po napunta sa aking programa na yung mga inmates na mamatay, sabi nagbibigti, nadudulas, nauntog ang ulo sa pader, etc., na questionable yung mga reasons na binibigay. Whereas kung meron tayong CCTV sa mga jails, of course, pwede dun sa mga kubeta, sa mga CR. Yung sa general area, meron dapat CCTV doon para makita yung mga inmates, anong ginagawa nila, kung sila ba'y tumatakas na o sila ba'y nambubugbugan na, etc. Is that possible, Mr. President, sa lahat ng mga police detention facilities? At sa lahat ng mga areas sa mga presinto ng PNP para nang sa gayon, hindi na pwede mapagbintangan ng pulis na napatay dahil while in your custody. At kung talagang dahil inatake sa puso, so be it. So with the CCTV camera, maiwasan natin yung Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to GPNP, there's a directive regarding the installation of CCTV cameras on police stations, no? On investigation rooms, front desks, itong mga lock-up cells and other areas, no, which is feasible and which significantly enhance security. Sa ngayon po, sabi niya, kung hindi naman daw kaya, they are the regional offices or the provincial offices are allowed to source, no? Siguro kung ano sila sa LGU or other or their own funds to install these CCTV cameras, no? So meron na hong directive sila. Nalagyan po yung mga certain areas tulad ng mga binanggit yung investigation rooms and other general areas, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Siguro, Mr. President, instead sa magsosource out kayo sa local government units, siguro budgetan na natin yung PNP nang sa gayon, hindi indebted yung PNP sa mga local government units, paano kung may nang abuso ng mga member ng LGUs, exempted na sila dahil dinonate sa kanila yung camera, so pwedeng patakasin sila or bigyan sila ng special treatment. So much better kung may sariling budget ang PNP for those equipments that I mentioned as opposed to maasa tayo sa LGU, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Actually, ito galing po sa ating GPNP rin na meron na hong binadget na 76 million pesos, no, as part of this capability enhancement program, yung paglalagay po ng CCTV sa mga iba't ibang police station. 76 million po for CCTV installations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alam na siguro natin lahat, very common na itong salita na nanlaban, kaya napatay, o nabaril ng pulis dahil tumakas, o nabaril ng pulis dahil susuntukin yung pulis. Wala ba tayong programa o iniisip na maging programa, Mr. President, sa PNP like in all other countries such as the United States, na yung mga pulis nila, yung mga operatiba, nag-aresto, meron silang taser, meron silang pepper spray, bukod pa dyan, meron silang training sa martial arts para kung meron isang nagwawala na inaaresto nila na tao at lumalaban, at least ang unang gagawin nila is either pepper spray or yung tinatawag na taser para ma-neutralize po yung pumapalag na suspect. Sa ngayon kasi, Mr. President, pag yung isang suspect, hinamon ng pulis ng suntukan, ang gagawin ni pulis, bubunutin yung baril, boom! Patay ka. Or rubber bullet, anything na the policeman doesn't have to use lethal force.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, meron ho kasing issue ng sa human rights yung paggamit ho ng mga tracer and mga pepper spray. But according to our NAPOLCOM Executive Director, that they are now deliberating on it.
Maniwala ka sa human rights na yan.
Pero ngayon po ay kinoconsider na po.
Bakit sa United States pinapayagan yun, tapos sa Pilipinas ayaw ng human rights?
Mas marami na maangal kasi po dito. So, according to our NAPOLCOM, they are already studying and deliberating on it, on the possible use of the tracers and ito pong mga pepper spray.
Taser.
Non-lethal weapons, Your Honor.
Very important yan. At kung kinakailangan natin budgetan na natin bawat PNP operatives tungkol dyan, para mabawas-bawasan naman yung mga taong nababaril dahil sabi ng labang kahit hindi naman. Or talagang totoo naman na nalaban, yung pulis inabot ng takot, tao lang naman siya, alam niya yung tao na may dalang bakal o kahoy, pupukpukin siya. Anong gagawin ng pulis? Nakakaya naman tumakbo. Sabihin duwag siya, so babarilin na lang niya. So kung meron siyang taser, iti-taser niya, neutralize na agad yung isang suspect na being arrested na pumapalag, Mr. President.
NAPOLCOM is currently studying it and will be making the necessary recommendations for this year. And if approved, then probably by next budget season, we can probably allocate funds for the purchase of these non-lethal weapons, Mr. President.
Very good, Mr. President. Rasyon ng bala. Marami sa mga pulis natin ngayon, Mr. President, hindi marunong bumaril. Yung iba, pupunta sa shooting range once in a blue moon. Bakit? Kasi yung bala pang target practice nila ay kailangan nilang bilhin. As opposed to dapat yun ay rasyon ng PNP. So, in fact, there was this case many years ago na may nag-urimentado, I think this was in Tondo, Maynila, yung pulis, ginising ng kapitbahay, naubos na yung isang magasin ng baril niya, hindi pa niya tinamaan yung may hawak na suspect na palusob sa kanya. So kung meron siyang target practice na experience, siguro 2 putok lang tatamaan na yung nag-urimentado na isang suspect. So siguro dun sa bala, Mr. President, ilan ba ang niyarasyon na bala sa bawat police on a regular basis para sila ay magkakaroon ng target shooting proficiency?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our Chief PNP, there's a training ammunition allowance no, sa region and from the national headquarters.
Magkano, Mr. President? At ilang bala?
We are checking right now yung, kung ilan po yung allotted for policemen. But from as far as I can remember, dati po 50 rounds lang per policeman.
Per year.
Per year. Mr. President.
Baka pwede naman dagdag natin, Mr. President. Pero pakimonitor dahil pwede naman ibenta rin yung mga loko-lokong pulis.
Well, that is not allowed, Mr. President, but the DLG Secretary said it is very much welcome. Mas malaking bagay ko kung madadagdag ito training ammunition po nila. Kasi po yung 50 ay mabilis lang ho yun eh. Sa isang araw lang na training, ubos po yun. So that will be a big boost to the training and capability of our Philippine National Police if we can add a little to the training ammunition allowance, Mr. President.
Siguro tanong natin si Chief PNP, ilan ba dapat ang kailangang irasyon? Kasi yung 50, we know that, kulang. Ako nga, pag nag-target, pumunta ko sa shooting range, kulang ang 200 bala pang-practice ko. Yung pa kay mga pulis na kailangan nila sa trabaho nila yon. Tapos 50 lang, 1 taon. Ako, 1 puntahan lang, 200 rounds na uubos ko sa shooting range, Mr. President.
Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, recommendation is about 100 bullets or ammunitions. Kung pwede ho daw twice a year din ang target practice and proficiency test. So 2 proficiency tests a year with 100 bullets, 100 rounds of ammunition, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know kung ito ba sa Napolcom ko i-address, but anyway, sasabihin ko na rin ngayon and then ulitin ko sa Napolcom. There were so many instances in the past na nakarating na sa akin, yung mga pulis na nagwalang hiya, na maril, ng bugbog, etc. And then, mabagal kasing Napolcom. Mabuti pa yung snail, mabilis pa. Pero yung investigasyon ng Napolcom, sobrang bagal. Siguro nung panahon to, ang nangyayari, napopromote pa. Sumasakit yun para sa mga biktima o relatives ng mga biktima, yung napatay ng pulis o na-rape, na bugbog, from sargento naging tiniente. Is there a way na tingnan natin yung polisiya, if that's legislation, then we have to change that legislation or amend, na dapat yung pulis na may kaso, especially kung matindi yung kaso niya, criminal or admin, i-hold muna yung promotion niya until na nagkaroon ng resolution para mapabilis naman yung kaso. Halimbawa, nakapending sa Napolcom, then obligahan na Napolcom na maglabas ng resolution para malaman kung karapat-dapat pa ma-promote yung isang pulis na may reklamo. And of course, Mr. President, we have to make sure also na hindi magagamit naman para sa harassment ng mga kung sino-sino man doon sa mga pulis na gumagawa lang ng trabaho nila. Mr. President.
Mr. President, actually, there are, before the DLG Secretary and the President Napolcom Executive Director took over, ang backlog po ng Napolcom was about 4,000 cases. Now, currently, there are about 200 pending. Tapos po, naglagay na ho rin sila ng prescriptive period na from the filing up to decision, 60 days lang po. Kaya nga po, ano na lang, their target to zero backlog by December, Mr. President.
60 days na lang.
60 days po, from filing of case hanggang sa resolution.
Yan yung bagong ayun.
That's a new ruling.
Dati kasi 6 years. So ngayon 60.
May 25 years pa nga
years pa. Okay, very good. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Now, tapos na tayo sa PNP. Let's go naman sa BJMP, Mr. President. Ang unang tanong ko, Mr. President, sa BJMP, just like my first question sa PNP, magkano po yung budget ninyo per inmate per day para sa meals nila?
At present, Mr. President, 70 pesos ang budget per inmate. But starting next year, with our intervention, Mr. President, Your Honor, magiging 100 pesos. So an increase of 30 pesos po per day. Tapos meron pa hong medicine na dati 5 pesos, ngayon po ay 15 pesos, naging 20 pesos na po ngayon.
Okay. Tatanungin ko sana yan. Pero sige, punta tayo sa medicine muna. So 20 pesos per inmate per day para sa medicine o per year?
Per day, Your Honor.
Per day. So paano kung hindi nagkasakit yung inmate? Paano kung healthy yung 100 inmates doon? Hindi nagkasakit. So ano mangyari doon sa 20 pesos per day for medicine allowance?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, that's average. So talagang ginagamit lang ho talaga doon sa mga nagkakasakit. So average po yun. Na
Kaya nga
20
per
pesos a
inmate,
day.
di ba? So paano nga kung 100 inmate, halimbawa na lang, 100 inmate na may budget allocation silang 20 pesos per day para sa medicine, hindi sila nagkasakit. Ano mangyari dun sa perang yon? Kasi marireplenish yan the following year ulit. So nagdodoble, triple na. So saan pupunta yung perang yun, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our BJMP director, because of the high cost of medicine, nako-compensate lang daw halos no? Dahil nga may ibang mga gamot na binibili para sa ibang inmates for different kinds maintenance, halos nako-compensate lang daw.
Hindi pa rin, Mr. President I mean, hindi pa rin nasa-satisfy yung question ko doon sa answer na nakukuha ko from the BGMP. Marami pong mga inmates na hindi nagkakasakit. 1 taon hindi siya magkasakit o sila hindi magkasakit. So kung sabihin natin 5 taon din nagkasakit yung inmates, so 20 times 5, 20 pesos per day times 265 days times 5 years, wow, thousands po yan. So sana pupunta po yun.
Your Honor, Mr. President, currently there are about 115,000 inmates sa BJMP. And they spent about 2.3 million, 1.7, almost 1.7 million a day for medicine, Your Honor, Mr. President.
1.7 million pesos a day for medicine. And what are those kinds of medicines, Mr. President?
4 years. Lumalabas po, mga 7,300 pesos per inmate per year.
And all these are accounted for, Mr. President? Okay.
According to our, yes, the secretary is nodding and they said, and it has passed COA's scrutiny, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Balik tayo sa meal, Mr. President. Magkano per meal ulit, per day?
At present, 70 pesos per day,
70.
Mr. President.
Kasi nga, Mr. President, nakarating naman sa akin ng mga sumbong na kangkong tapos yung kanin, napakakunti. Kuminsan, bihira sila makatikim. Salamat kung tikim sila ng chicken o karne. Kumbaga, piyesta na pag meron karne o chicken. Kadalasan, gulay-gulay lang. Siguro, hinarvest lang dyan sa tabi-tabi ng BGMP. Bakit ganun, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President,
At kailangan pala, again, bumabalik pala sa PNP, yung mga dalaw, dumarating na may dalang pagkain, doon lang sila nakakain na maayos at nabubusog. Otherwise, on their own, Mr. President, hindi sila nakakain na maayos dahil wala nga binibigyan na pagkain ng BGMP, Mr. President.
Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, ito pong 70 pesos ay ito po yung budget nung na ilagay na. Kaya lang po nagkaroon ng inflation. Of course, tumaas yung bigas ng ilang beses, mga bilihin. Kaya po na dumit na dumit. That's why they have proposed an increase for next year na binigay naman po natin na dagdagan ng 30 pesos to cover yung inflationary cost o yung pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin para mas maging maayos po yung pagkain po ng ating mga inmates.
Okay, Mr. President. So, ang sa akin lang sana, ayoko na po makatanggap ng reklamo again sa programa ko na paglabas ng mga inmates, kuminsan ayaw na nga magsalita, ako na namimilit. Ibubulong ko, huwag ka mag-alala, hindi ko naman sabihin to. Marami na nagsasabi sa akin, Mr. President, na halos wala silang kinakain doon sa City Jail. Sila po, pag may mga dalaw, mag-contribute sila para makabili ng pagkain nila as a group, Mr. President. Otherwise, kung sarili lang nila, kanya-kanya silang pagkain na rasyon ng BGMP, it never happened, Mr. President.
Mr. President, according to our BGMT director, that they will be assured, there's an assurance already that they will improve the quality of food given that the next year's budget ay binigay po natin yung 30 pesos additional para nga po ma-cover yung pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin para po mag-improve yung kanilang sinusupply pong pagkain sa ating po mga detainees.
So, therefore, Mr. President, I would also suggest, tulad ng sinadjust ko sa PNP, would it be better kung magkaroon din ng CCTV sa general area ng mga inmates sa City Jail na under ng BJMP?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to BJMP, they have a CCTV system, no? Sa general area, tama po yung sinabi niyo, magkakaroon po.
Magkakaroon pala, Mr. President.
Meron na po. Meron na po. Meron at present. Ito po yung kailangan po nila, about 2,492 ang meron hong on hand, no, na about 2,000. Ganun din po. So yung kulang na lang po mga 350. So konti na lang po para malagyan na po lahat ng detention facilities, lalo sa general areas, no, ng CCTV.
And when will that happen, Mr. President, na lahat na ng general areas, pati na doon mismo sa selda, magkakaroon ng CCTV para ma-monitor yung mga inmates, hindi para bantayan kung ano mga pinanggagawa nila, kundi para sa kapakanan na rin nila. Kung maayos bang pagtrato sa kanila. Kasi remember, lahat ng mga inmates na nasa pangangalaga ng BGMP, hindi pa sila convicted. Sila ay still mga suspect. And marami sa kanila ay napawawalan sala, especially kung mahirap sila, wala sa pampiyansa. Kalahin mo, walang kasalanan just because they're poor, kaya sinakulong. Yun po, doon ako concerned sa mga taong yun na mapangalagaan talaga sila habang nasa loob ng kulungan sa pamamagitan ng CCTV cameras para hindi sila maabuso.
Thank you for your question, Senator Tulfo. According to our BJMP director, there's a budget of 48 million for the purchase of the additional CCTVs para humakover na lahat ng detention facilities ng BJMP ay meron na po, lalo na sa mga general areas.
So sa susunod na budget hearing, Mr. President, would it be safe to say na covered na lahat sa pagdating hearing? Ako po ay maniningil ulit at siguraduhin ko na meron na talaga dahil kapag wala, babalikan ko sila, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, that will be 80% compliance by next year. So halos lahat mako-cover na. So probably at least 20% na po yung hahabulin natin kung bibigyan natin sila ng additional budget sa susunod na budget season, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pinag-usapan natin kanina yung mga gamot-gamot by the millions ang nagagastos every year, Mr. President, sa BGMP. Tama. Now, the past couple of years, meron po tayong natasagap ng mga balita na mga inmates na mamatay dahil sa tigdas, Mr. President. Yung ba'y na-address ng issue na yun? Tuloy-tuloy pa rin, Mr. President. May namamatay ng mga inmates because of tigdas and other illnesses.
Your Honor, Mr. President, yung po kung tigdas kasi ay dahil po sa overcrowding, no? Alam naman po natin, karamihan ng BJMP facilities ay minsan 200, may 300% capacity pa nga. But they have already, according to our DLG Secretary, malaki na po ang binaba ng incidents because we added additional facility. In fact, for this year, naglagay ho rin tayo ng additional budget para madagdagan yung, lalo na yung pinaka-overcrowded facilities para madagdagan po para maiwasan na po yung ganitong mga pagkalat ng mga sakit tulad ng tigdas. So malaki na ho daw ang binaba, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, ibig sabihin, meron ng budget allocated for the constructions of new jail facilities para mabawasan tong overcrowding issue sa mga city jails, Mr. President? And how much?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our BJMP director, most of the extension or yung pong expansion facilities ng BJMP, kasi nasa mga LGUs, nasa local, ay LGUs daw po ang tumutulong at sumusuporta for the expansion of the facilities, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if this question is supposed to be addressed at BGMP or Human Rights. Maraming mga inmates dyan sa city jail na yung sentensya nila, kung sila ay na-convict, say for example, 3 years dahil minor line crimes nila, and yet nakapag-serve na sila ng 4, 5 years overstaying na sila. Wala bang ginagawa ang BGMP na monitoring para sila mismo magsabi sa korte, Judge, ang sentensya nito, maximum conviction nito is 3 years, pero Judge, naka 4 years na ito, dito nakatenga sa kulungan, baka pwedeng reviewin nyo para pakawalan natin to. Service sentence, jail time served already.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, they will be following the same procedure as the Bureau of Corrections na magkakaroon na rin ng cleansing, yung mga pwede na hong pag-applyin ng GCTA, Mr. President, ay unahin na para din ma-decongest yung mga facilities, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President, what I mean yung mga overstaying dahil mabagal yung judicial system natin sapagkat kulang siguro yung malaking backlog sa mga korte, kulang yung mga judges, etc. Ngayon, ilang taon na sila nag-stay doon sa city jail, hindi pa natatapos yung kaso nila, hindi naman nila kasalanan kundi yung korte, pero yung sentensya sa kanila kapag sila na-convict doon sa kasalanan nila, sabi ko na kanina, ulitin ko, 3 years lang, maximum na sentence nila dapat. Pero naka 4 years na sila, naka 5 years na sila, hindi pa natatapos yung kaso nila. So, wala bang monitoring system from the BGMP para to inform the courts na sobra ng pag-stay nitong suspect na ito? Pakawalan siguro natin, reviewin nyo na po yung records nyo, Your Honor, dahil sentence served na ito kung tutuusin, etc.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our BJMP director, there are paralegal officers that are there to assist our PDLs, Your Honor, Mr. President, para po natututukan yung kalimang kaso.
So, ilan na po ang napapalaya dahil nga sa overstaying na? Meron bang record ang BGMP? At kung meron, pwede makita yung listahan?
Your Honor, Mr. President, ito po, meron tayong listahan. 2023, ang committed, 96,000, released, 105,976. 2024, 99,716 committed. Released is 103,649. Ito pong taon na ito, 2025, as of September 30, 74,382 ang committed. Ang release pula ay 71,966, Mr. President.
Ikaw na, mas marami yung release kaysa committed. Sa unang binigyan yung figures,
yung mga previous years, tama po kayo, Mr. President, yung mga previous years. But this year, mas marami na po yung yung mas konti na po yung release, Mr. President.
thank you, Mr. President. Dalawa na lamang na questions, Mr. President, sa BGMP. Alam to ng BGMP and they cannot deny this kasi ang dami kong reklamo natatanggap na rin ng ganito na para dun sa mga bagong PDLs, inmates, kailangan nila magbayad para sila ay magkaroon ng maliit na pwesto doon sa loob ng jail, sa cell. Kailangan magbayad para sa banig kailangan nila magbayad para sa kumot. Nirentahan natin yung kumot. Renta ang tawag doon. Siyempre, hindi yung BGMP personnel ang naniningil, yung bastonero. Siyempre, si bastonero nagbibigay sa taas. Can we stop that practice, Mr. President? Even while we speak, nangyayari po yan ngayon, Mr. President. Yan po kasing racket po ng mga, hindi naman lahat, yan po yung racket ng mga taga-BGMP na pinaparentahan yung mga banig, kumot, tabo, balde, sa mga inmates. At kung magdala ng sariling banig o kumot, binabawalan. Hindi ka pwede magdala ng kumot o banig dito. Hindi. Kasi meron dito for rent, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to RDBGM Director, kanila pong ginawa ay gang dissolution dahil ang papatupad daw ng mga ganito yung mga grupo-grupo at yung mga gang sa loob ng mga detention facilities. Ang ginawa nila ay binuwag na raw po nila itong mga grupong ito para matigil na po itong
Kailan po
practice.
nabuwag yun, Mr. President? Kasi last week lang may nagreklamo sa akin nirentahan yung banig saka yung kumot unan. So, last week lang po ito. So, kailan po yun nabuwag, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our BJMP Director, 3 years ago pa raw nila ginawa yung dissolution. Pero itong inyo pong nilabas ay might be an isolated case and they will look into it, Mr. President.
Siguro, Mr. President, kausapin ng chief na BGMP, lahat ng mga BGMP personnel na nagbabantay dun sa mga kulungan, and then kausapin din lahat ng mga bostonero. Doon makakatulong kami, Mr. President, pag may CCTV para maiwasan yan. So makikita mo, yung walang kumot, walang kamag-anak, sobrang hirap, nakahiga lang sa sahig. Pag nakitaan mo na mayroong banig o mayroong pang kutsyon, manipis, may bayad yun. Ibig sabihin, medyo may kaya yung pamilya, yung kamag-anak noon. Kasi naka-afford mag-rent ng kutsyon, unat kumot kompleto. Kuminsan, electric pan. Electric pan pa. Tapos meron pang katol. Yun, meron pang bayad. Kasi yung katol, Mr. President, hindi pwede dalhin ng dalaw. Kailangan doon bilhin sa loob, Mr. President. Yan po yung mga racket sa BGMP, Mr. President. Hanap buhay, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, nangyayari po talaga minsan sa mga urban areas, lalo sa Metro Manila, because of congestion. Umaabot ng hanggang 300% po kasi ang congestion rate dito. Kaya po siguro, pero sa mga provincial facilities, sa mga detention facilities, bihira naman daw mangyari. But they will look into that. No? Nag-commit naman po ang ating DLG Secretary at ating BJMP Director para ho talaga mabuwag na itong sistema ng palakasan dahil po sa mga dahil yung kanila pong gang dissolution ay kanila pong ginawa na po daw 3 years ago pero kanila pong tututukan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Isa na lang, tapos na pala sa PNP, BGMP. Okay, sige, Mr. President, i-make sure lang ng BGMP na itigil na yung panggigipit, pangharas o pagkakakitaan yung mga inmates. Kasi kaya nga muna punta yung inmates doon dahil may ginawa silang kalokohan. Di ba? Or suspect sila sa isang kalokohan. Now, yung suspect o yung kamag-anak ng suspect napipilitang gumawa ng kalokohan para matugunan lang yung ni-request na pera para sa renta, sa pagkain, etc. Siguro ayusin na po ng BGMP yung sistemang pamamalakad nila. Huwag naman yung sila ay nagbabantay sa preso, mas masahol pa sila sa preso.
Yes, the BJP Director is committed, no? Siya po nangako na ito'y titignan niya po lahat ng inyo pong iminungkahing apo na ito, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, let's move to the Bureau of Fire. Okay, sa Bureau of Fire tayo, Mr. President. Bureau of Fire, masipag yung mga, anong tawag doon, field inspectors ninyo pumunta sa mga businesses. Meron lang mga sumbong na karating sa akin, pagpunta nyo sa mga business establishment, sasabihin nyo, hindi maganda itong fire extinguisher na ito. Hindi ito maganda. Luma ito. Hindi ito effective. Pero ito, maganda. Ito ang bibilhin ninyo. Racket po yan ng Bureau of Fire personnel. Then do not deny it today dahil lalong lalaki ang ating issue. Pwede ba patigilan natin po yung ganong klaseng modus na mag-inspect kayo tapos mag-recommend po kayo, Bureau of Fire, na mga fire extinguisher na kung saan meron kayong komisyon o dili kayo pag-aari ng mga kaibigan, kakilala, kamag-anak ninyo. Please stop that practice, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary and our BFP Director, by next year, all field inspectors of the BFP will now be required to wear body-worn cameras. So lahat po sila ay meron na pong camera. Sa tuwing sila ay mag-ikot para maiwasan na po yung ganitong harass o sabihin na nating pag-offer ng mga fire extinguisher, fire alarm at iba pang mga bagay at iba pang modus, Mr. President.
Precisely, Mr. President. Yan yung sana susunod kong follow-up questions na dapat, kailangan dapat magsuot ng body-worn cameras. So magkakaroon na kayo ng programa ganon sa BGMP, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, by next year, yan po ang sinabi ng ating DLG Secretary.
At
lahat po ng inspector.
At kuminsan, nakakatawa ito, Mr. President, lalo pag during summer, mainit, karamihan sa mga Bureau of Fire Inspectors nasa mga sinihan, Mr. President. Kasi libre naman sila, di ba? Badge. So, nagpapalamig. Imbis na mag-ikot, sa loob ng sinihan, nagpapalamig sila. Kunyari, inspection sila sa sinihan para manood lang ng sini. Kuminsan, bold pa ata yung sini pinapanood, Mr. President. So, meaning to say, ayoko na po mabalitaan na yung mga taga Bureau of Fire na mga inspectors na nanonood po ng sini, Mr. President. Marami po akong mga nababalitaan. In fact, yung mga may-ari po mismo ng sinihan nagsasabi sa akin, Mr. President. Hindi ko na babanggitin. Siyempre, babalikan yung may-ari ng sinihan.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our fire director, usually mga parang special screening na lang daw ho mga sinihan ngayon. So, hindi na ho masyadong rampant po yung nangyayari ngayon.
Then, Mr. President, mga sini, yung mga blockbuster, mga English na sini, yun po yung pinupuntahan din.
According to our DLG Secretary, wala na raw privileges din ang ating mga fire marshals.
Tinanggal na, Mr. President, for inspection. Kasi ang ginagamit nila, Mr. President, they can go in and out of any building for inspection purposes with a badge and ID. So, siyempre, inuuno naman po yun ang kung sinong building na pupunta nila, Mr. President. And I'll give you...
Yun po ang maging kasagutan din ating DLG Secretary, Mr. President, yung paggamit ng body-worn cameras by next year.
Precisely.
All fire marshals, inspectors, field inspectors will be required to wear and use the body-worn cameras each time they are on duty on the field.
Yeah, kasi Mr. President, nais ko rin pasalamatan, of course, yung members ng Bureau of Fire, and they can attest to this. I think several months ago, nag-inspect ako ng mga business establishments para tingnan yung kalagayan ng mga workers kasi bilang chairman ng vice chair ng labor. Mismong mga taga-Bureau of Fire nakapansin na marami mga fire safety violations yung mga business establishments. So sinasabi ko, kung hindi pa pala ako pumunta rito, hindi nyo pupuntan to, hindi pa makokorekto, walang tamang fire exit, expired na yung mga fire extinguisher, bakit nyo nabisita ito? So which means, hindi talaga nila ginagawa yung trabaho nila at 100% rate, Mr. President. So parang selective lang sila. Kung sino lang gusto nilang puntahan, yun ang pupuntahan. Dapat from now on, my suggestion, lahat ng mga factories dapat ini-inspect po yan para sa kapakanan po ng mga manggagawa. Na para pag nagkaroon ng sunog, hindi po walang nasasawing manggagawa. Kasi many times na in the past, Mr. President, nababalitaan natin, lalo doon sa mga manufacturing na may mga tela, namamatay po yung mga bantay. Namamatay po yung mga taong nandun sa loob dahil wala ngang fire exit. At kung mapapansin nyo po, lahat ng mga kumpanya, wala pong proper fire exit, yung bintana, nilalagyan ng bakal, pati yung pinto, ang sa kanila doon para to keep away daw ng magnanakaw at para hindi rin sila manakawan. Pero doon, nakukompromise naman po yung safety ng mga workers. Mag-ikot po kayo sa mga manufacturing company, Mr. President. Lahat ng mga bintana nila naka-iron grills. Di ba dapat, Mr. President, ipagbawal yan? Wala dapat iron grills sa mga places of business? Hindi dapat pinapayagan yan?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our fire director, that they conduct inspections, no, of the factories and manufacturing plants at least once a year, no, bago po mag-issue ng business permits, Your Honor, Mr. President. So bago yung business permit season, iniikutan na po nila lahat ng planta. Yung pong malaking fire, yung huling malaking sunog, was 7 years ago according to our DLG Secretary. Ito po yung isa sa Kentex, no, sa Valenzuela, tsaka yung sa Cavite. That was the last fire, no, 7 years ago, Mr. President.
Siguro, Mr. President, lahat ng mga kumpanya, manufacturing company, ipagbawal na po yung paglalagay ng iron grills sa mga bintana at pinto nila. Pero marami, Mr. President, dahil nag-ikot nga ako, nag-witness po yung mga taga-Bureau of Fire, sabi ko, bakit ito may iron grills? Buti sana yung iron grills na may susi, pwede mo buksan at pwede kang lumundag. Kasi ganun po yung sa akin, sa bahay ko. May grills nga, pero may susi naman. At anytime, pag nagkaroon ng sunog, isususian ko, tanggal yung bakal, hagdan pababa. Dito, wala, Mr. President. So siguro, ipagbawal na po yun. Pag-inspect po, from now on, maybe next year, I'm gonna do some inspection again as chairman ng labor. Lahat ng factory, isisiguraduhin ko na wala na pong mga iron grills na yan. Kung kailangan nila na magbantay para walang magnanakaw, mag-hire sila ng security guard. Bantayan nyo kanilang establishmento. Alisin na po yung mga iron grills sa mga bintana at sa mga pinto, Mr. President. Para sa mga business establishments. Meron nga tayong fire code. Yes, narinig ko si DLG Secretary. Pero hindi nasusunod. So dapat sa mga inspection, nasasapul nila yon, pinababaklasan ni Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, of course, meron pong narinig nyo yung fire code. Kaya lang may yung ibang naglalagay ho talaga ng grill for security purposes. Pero sinisigurado lang daw ng ating BFP Director na meron pong exit, no? At meron pong labasan, no? Kahit na meron pong mga iron bars, no, for security, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, hindi nangyari yan eh. Ganon. Sinisiguro, especially kung yung may-ari ay sobrang higpit, wala silang nilalagay na exit at isa lang ang pinto, yung pagpasok at paglabas dahil nga iniiwasan nila silang manakawan. Takot silang manakawan ng kanilang mga empleyado. Samantalang pagpapasok, ini-inspect yung bag at katawan, kinakapkapan yung mga empleyado, especially I'm talking about manufacturing. Pag-uwi, kinakapkapan ulit, in-expect yung bag. Iisang pinto lang po talaga, Mr. President. I think it's about time na maging seryoso ang ating taga-Bureau of Fire. Inspectionin po lahat ng mga manufacturing company because these companies employ by the hundreds of workers. At kapag nagkaroon ng sunog, aberya, maraming matutusta. Very particular po. Because nag-ikot ako ni Mr. President at kasama ko yung mga taga-Bureau of Fire. Sila mismo nakapansin. Sila pa nga mismo gumagano. Kumakamot pa sila ng ulo. Sabi ko, ba't hindi nyo ginawa ito noon pa? Kung hindi pa pala ako nag-inspect, hindi nyo pa mapapansin na ganito palang problema. Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our BFP Director, na when found out, no, there are corresponding administrative fines and penalties for those that violate. No, at magkakaroon pa ng administrative action, no, like closure of the businesses, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yun lang po, last na lamang para sa Bureau of Fire. Magsipag-sipag naman po yung Bureau of Fire at mag-ikot-ikot at umalis kayo sa mga air-conditioned room ninyo, mag-ikot po kayo at tingnan nyo yung kalagayan ng mga manufacturing company na kung saan marami po mga manggagawa. Malit na nga ang sweldo nila, aping-api na nga sila, pati ba naman doon sa safety nila, inaapi pa rin sila. Pag nagkasunog, lalong api sila dahil silang unang matutusta. At yung mga may-ari ng kumpanya, madali na mga agad lumundag sa pinto ng kanilang tanggapan dahil mayroong hagdan palabas. So, I'm really, really very serious, Mr. President. Uminit ang ulo ko noon na nakita ko nakawawa po yung sitwasyon ng mga manggagawa sa manufacturing company. Wala po talaga silang fire exits, Mr. President. So, make sure na next year, gagawa po ako ng, ang pinupuntahan ko, Mr. President, malalaki hindi yung mga pipitsuging manufacturing company. So, next year, pupunta po ako sa mga manufacturing company at titingnan ko po kung natupad na itong usapan natin. Kapag hindi, babalikan ko po yung Bureau of Fire ulit. Especially po yung sa mga paggawaan ng mga damit, paggawaan ng mga dilata, yun po talagang sobrang higpit dahil nga natatakot yung mga may-ari na baka sila ay manakawan. Mas importante pa sa kanila yung isang perasong latang sardinas o isang perasong damit kaysa sa buhay ng mga manggagawa nila, Mr. President. Okay, suggestion ko lang po yun. Okay. Now, move tayo sa Napolcom. Ito ng last. Napolcom, wala na, ano? Napolcom. Nasabi ko nga ito noon, nasagot nyo kanina, noong panahon, kaya nga hindi na ako pupunta sa Napolcom eh. Sabi ko, maniwala ka sa Napolcom. Itong Napolcom, marami sa kanila nababayaran. Noon yun, marami mga kaso na pina-forward namin sa Napolcom. Pumapalakpak yung mga taga-Napolcom noon. Sabi ko, ba't pumapalakpak? Sobrang tuwa. Yung pala, pera na ito. Pag minirefer na kaso ang RTIA, may pera na kami rito. Sigurado, yung mga pulis may pag-usap sa amin at pwede namang hingian ng pera. Now, the reason why I said that, marami na akong mga kaso na ipinoward sa Napolcom. Meron pa nga dyan na maril at napatay pa yung binaril niyang biktima. Sargento pa ata yun, if I'm not mistaken. Aba, naging tinyente pa. Na-promote si Kulukoy. Sana wag na po mangyari yan ngayon, Mr. President. At meron pa ngang may kaso, yan, criminal yun. Na-promote. Meron yung admin, ganun din, na-promote. Baka pwedeng bilis-bilisan talaga. Tama yung sinabi nyo kanina, 2 months dapat magkaroon ng resolution ng kaso. Then that is very encouraging development, Mr. President, na dapat mapatupad talaga yan para masiguro na wala ng mga pulis na abusado kasi nakakaloko yung Mr. President, nakakasama ng loob ba sa mga biktima especially and sa mga relatives ng biktima kung namatay niyang biktima, ni-rape, tapos binugbog, and then mababalitaan na lang sa komunidad, ay napakawalan na na-promote na si Sargento, Teniente na, o si Teniente naging kapitan na. Wow, ang sakit po yun, Mr. President, para sa mga biktima. So please don't let that happen anymore, Mr. President. Do something na para mapigilan niya. Although I know, meron ata yung 2 years, ano ba yun? 2 years after?
2 years after the filing, sir. Pwede na ulit.
Kasi I know na meron atang batas na 2 years after na-file yung kaso at hindi pa rin na-resolba sa korte, ay pwede na ma-promote yung isang pulis na inareklamo. So I think we have to amend that law. Ano? RA 9708, if I'm not mistaken. Tama? I think we have to amend that law.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, the Napolcom Executive Director agrees that there's a need to amend that law because at present, pag meron kang criminal case, you cannot be promoted, but kung civil admin case, pwede ka po ma-promote. So that has to be amended, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Doon sa admin case, Mr. President, bakit pwede ba natin pag-aralan yon? Revisit that policy, is that policy na pwede ka ma-promote while wala pang resolution ng Napolcom. But anyway, nasabi sa akin kanina, in 2 months, 60 days, kaya nang tapusin yung kaso. So, I trust na panindigan niyo po yun at gagawin niyo po yun. Okay. Now, wala bang intelligence funds ang NAPOLCOM, Mr. President? Kasi kailangan yan sa pag-imbestiga sa mga pulis na inireklamo, isang dahilan siguro dahil kaya mabagal. May intelligence funds, confidential funds ba ang NAPOLCOM, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, unfortunately, there's no intelligence fund. Zero po.
So paano sila makakapag-imbestiga sa mga pulis na inireklamo sa kanila kung wala silang confidential funds, Mr. President?
According to our DLG Secretary, that they just make do with whatever resources they have para po for the conduct of investigations.
Maybe para maging effective po yung ginagawa investigation nating NAPOLCOM, maybe isang bagay na pag-aralan yan, sila po mabigyan para mapabilis din yung pag-iimbestiga nila. Nag-promise sila ng 6 months. Siyempre, we have to equip them with proper resources o tulong para magawa nila yung kanilang trabaho ng tama, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the DLG Secretary, they will consider and welcome any additional resources that can be utilized by the NAPOLCOM for their investigation, especially kung magkakaroon po sila intelligence fund for the conduct of their investigation, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, may balitang nakarating sa akin, Region 3 ata to, Region 4. Saan listahan ko? Na ang NAPOLCOM ay nagre-rent ng space sa loob ng kampo ng PNP. Iimbestigahan mo yung pulis na loko-loko, dadaan ka muna sa gate ng pulis kasi nasa loob ka ng kampo. So paano nila imbestigahan yung mga pulis na inireklamo sa kanila sa lugar na yon kung ang gatekeeper ay pulis mismo, mataturn off po yung mga complainant. So what I'm trying to point out here, base po sa akin natanggap na impormasyon, bakit nagrenta ang NAPOLCOM sa loob ng kampo ng PNP? Bakit hindi magrenta ng sarili o magkaroon ng sariling opisina ang NAPOLCOM, Mr. President?
Ayon, Mr. President, kinonform po ng NAPOLCOM Executive Director natin na karamihan ho ng mga kanilang office spaces ay talagang rented, no? And there are a few that are really inside the camps, Your Honor, Mr. President. Nasa kampo nga po ng
So
PNP.
bakit, Mr. President, hindi sila magkaroon ng sarili nilang opisina? Bakit parang informal settlers sila, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, yung po kanina due to budgetary constraints, even na DILG sometimes, they are also renting. The Office of the Secretary is in fact renting from the NAPOLCOM building, Your Honor, Mr. President. So yun ang problema po nila talaga, budgetary constraints.
Halimbawa, sa 4A, Mr. President, balita ko, yung NAPOLCOM nagrenta sa teachers camp at recently nabigyan na ata sila ng notice ng DepEd na lumayas na kayo rito. Paano, Mr. President?
Tama po kayo, pero yan po ay nasa Cordillera Administrative Region na totoo po na sila po ay pinapaalis na po sa teachers camp.
So anong gagawin po natin dyan, Mr. President?
Currently, they are still looking for an alternative office space dahil nga po sa pagpapaalis sa kanila, naghahanap pa raw po sila sa Baguio, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay. Meron naman, Mr. President, na income ang NAPOLCOM doon sa mga building na sila may-ari at pinaparenta nila, may mga spaces doon. Now, saan napupunta po yung mga kita doon sa rental? Revenue generating, so to speak, yung ilang mga buildings na talagang NAPOLCOM na may-ari, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our Executive Director, na diretso raw po sa National Treasury, hindi raw po nagagamit ng NAPOLCOM.
Bakit hindi po sa NAPOLCOM na lang paikutin yung pera para magamit po nila doon sa mga kailangan ng kanilang opisina?
According to our DLG Secretary, that's by law na kailangan marimit muna sa National Treasury, Your Honor. It's
Bakit
not a trust.
sa MMDA, Mr. President? Yung kinikita nila sa mga panikit and all, pupunta sa MMDA para pambayad doon sa pang gastos doon sa mga kailangan ng tanggapan nila, Mr. President.
Unfortunately, yun daw po ang kanila pong charter. Wala akong trust fund for Napolcom, Mr. President.
Maybe that's one thing na pag-aralan natin. And then tutulong po ako, Mr. President, na siguro magkaroon ng law, amend the law, nang sa gayon, yung kinikita nilang katiting, mapaikot para pangailangan nila. Because the reason why I'm saying this and trying to support na Napolcom, that my show, Wanted sa Radyo or Rapid Proven Action, almost every day, pulis ang nireklamo. At kapag nireklamo sa akin yung pulis, pinapasa ko sa Napolcom. Paano maging effective Napolcom? Paano magagawa ng kanilang trabaho kung wala sila in confidential funds, wala silang maayos na lugar, na opisina nila. So I think that has to be addressed, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, maraming salamat sa iyong suporta. And probably we can introduce a special provision for the use of funds. Pwede ho natin siguro i-propose to.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last na naman po. Ilan po ang mga lawyers ng Napolcom na nagde-decide o nag-hear sa mga kaso? And who are these lawyers, Mr. President? Are they policemen? Who are they?
Your Honor, at present, there are only 12 lawyers in the legal service and 1 lawyer in the investigation.
Bakit 12, Mr. President? Tapos one sa investigation.
Same problem, Mr. President. It's also budgetary constraint, Mr. President.
So ba't hindi mag-submit yung Napolcom ng requirements nila kung ilan dapat na kailangan na lawyers para makatulong po tayo dyan, Mr. President, para maging effective sila? How can they be effective solving many cases that are being submitted to them pertaining to the abuses committed by some policemen when they are short-handed in terms of lawyers investigating the cases, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, ordering Napolcom Executive Director, any additional personnel, especially the need of lawyers, no, will be very much welcome, no? Kung ito pa yung madagdagan next year, if we can probably make amendment para po madagdagan po yung kanilang budget para makakapagdagdag po ng additional personnel kasi talagang kulang na kulang daw po talaga yung 12. 12 for the legal services and 1 for investigation, Mr. President.
And last but not the least, balita ko yung bagong commissioner, medyo okay naman. Kumpara sa mga dating commissioner.
Thank you daw po, Mr. President. Attorney Ralph Calinisan was served for a long time in the pleb of Quezon City. So nagtagal po siya doon.
So may experience.
May experience po, and I think there have been a lot of reforms that were instituted when he took over, no? Kaya nga po yung 60 days, yung backlog nga, yung pinagtulungan nila na DLG Secretary, from 4,000 nasa 200 na lang daw po ngayon na pending. So I think this agency is worth helping, Mr. President, Your Honor, hopefully by next year, if we can augment the budget para mas maging epektibo ang Napolcom in their performance of their task, that is to investigate and make sure our law enforcers are in the right direction, Mr. President.
That's all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator po.
Yes. Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
Mr. President, I will not be interpolating. I will just request for some submissions. Mr. President, the good secretary and I have been exchanging text messages prior to this plenary debate on the matter of the Sagip-Saka Act, because I sought his advice and he was kind enough to present data, in particular data involving local governments who are capable of, number one, milling palay, storage of palay, drying of palay, and he was kind enough to give this to us. What we would like to have submitted, Mr. President, and I also had another exchange of text messages with the Secretary on the matter of the calamity fund budgets of the local governments. And he was kind enough again to respond that they allocate, for example, when he was governor of Cavite, about 5% of the overall provincial budget is for calamity relief, calamity fund. And he gave us a specific number, 350 million a year is allocated for rice, calamity relief rice distribution. So we're interested to know, that's a big amount for one province, 350 million, and that's rice. So may the good secretary submit to us information regarding the various LGUs and what is the universe of rice purchases that the LGUs undertake annually. May we also request that perhaps, because the secretary is the DILG is the co-chair of the steering committee for the minimum floor price purchases of palay when government, national or local, buys directly from farmers and fisher folk. There is a floor price currently 17 to 23 pesos for wet at 23 to 30 pesos per kilo for dry. So pwede nang bumili direkta ang ating pamahalang lokal at nasyonal sa ating mga magsasaka. At ang steering committee co-chair ay ang DILG. Baka rin maaring isubmit sa atin, magkaroon ng regular reporting na ano ang binibili ng mga pamahalang lokal. Kung hindi man palay ay bigas. As well, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the DLG Secretary, they will be issuing a memorandum circular to the effect, Mr. President, para po masigurado yung pag-comply
Yes.
ng mga LGUs yung pag-procure ng supplies from the local farmers, Mr. President.
Yes, and likewise, perhaps the good secretary may likewise look into, as was earlier mentioned by our Senate President, the direct purchase of agriculture products for the BJMP, actually even the PNP, mess halls, the Bureau of Fire mess halls, lahat po yan bumibili ng pagkain. Baka sakaling maisantabi ang a portion of the budget para direktang iniimplementa ang Sagip-Saka Act. Because as co-chair, I precisely suggested na gawing co-chair ang DILG para you take the lead in ensuring that your own attached agencies are implementing the direct purchases of rice and other agriculture products.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, you have the commitment of the DLG Secretary and they will comply and they will really push for this, their role will be more effective in the implementation of Sagip-Saka, Mr. President.
Yes, and can you imagine if one province alone, Cavite, buys 350 million pesos worth of rice every year? Kung yung 100 million na yun ay direktang binibili taon-taon sa ating mga kooperatiba ng mga magsasaka, malaking bagay yun. It's a game changer. And that's why we hope and we believe that DILG plays a critical role in ensuring that the local governments, as well as the attached agencies, take the lead in the purchase directly of agriculture products, rice, from our farmers, as well as our fisher folk, agriculture, fisheries products. That is all, Mr. President. Maraming salamat. I have no further questions.
Yeah, thank you. The President Pro Temp, Senator Ping Lacson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the distinguished sponsor yield the floor to this representation for some clarificatory questions?
Yes, certainly, Your Honor, Mr. President. Your interventions will be very much welcome, being the former Chief PNP of the Philippine National Police.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I will keep this short, though. Before I tackle the proposed budget of the department proper, let me deal first with the PNP proposed budget, not only because it is the closest to my heart, but because it carries the biggest chunk of the pie, so to speak. 225 billion, as you stated earlier, out of the proposed budget from the Senate version of 308, constituting, 73%, of the entire DILG budget. So, with that said, ito yung first concern. I was told by the chairperson himself that there's a plan to abolish the PNP Air Unit. Is it still the right term for the air unit of the PNP? PNP Air Unit? Is it a confirmed information that there's a plan to abolish the unit?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, there's a plan to shift to using drones by establishing a Skynet unit system. Kasi po medyo they find it a little bit expensive to maintain. Currently, there are about 9 air assets of the Philippine National Police right now, the air unit. 6 Airbus helicopters, 2 Robinsons, and a fixed wing. So medyo namamahalan daw po sila sa sa maintenance. So that was the rationale behind on why they would want shift into using drones instead of our present air unit by using the Airbus choppers, Mr. President.
So when that happens, how will it be called now? Drone unit? PNP drone unit? By the way, how many air assets do we have right now? Fixed wing and chopper, helicopters.
Your Honor, Mr. President, we have 6 Airbus choppers, 2 Robinson R-44 for training, and 1 fixed wing, plane, Mr. President. Actually, ito po binild up po natin after we were the Senate that sponsored this. After the Mama Sapano incident, para wala na sanang sisihan noon, ay at least we revived the air unit as far as I can remember during those times. So we were able to build up to 6 units. Kaya po naging 6 Airbus and 2 Robinson R-44 choppers.
And how many are operational?
Right now, there are 4 out of 6 are operational, Mr. President, of the Airbus. Yung po R-44 for training are all operational.
How many pilots do we have?
At present, there are about 39 pilots from the PNP. Dati po kasi nung
39.
Nung nawala na yung air unit, nasa 3 na lang po yung pilots natin that
So
time.
wala na po tayong air unit ngayon, actually? Meron pa rin.
Meron pa, Mr. President, that's just a proposal to shift to drones. Actually, meron ho silang ang proposal is to just transfer or donate some of the air unit, in case. To the Coast Guard, kasi may Coast Guard only has 2. Isa lang yung operational. So that was the plan, to establish a drone, yung pong network na ini-establish po nila.
And there's no more plan to maintain air assets? No more?
The plan is to maintain just 2 air assets, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Kasi kung wala na, baka yung PNP na lamang yung police force in the entire world na walang air unit. Kasi the LAPD itself, and I think, sa crime prevention, pati sa crime suppression, I think helicopters, especially those that have night flying capabilities, will be a great help, di ba? Catching criminals, monitoring, everything. Sayang.
Well, according to our DL Secretary, that the drones can function but at 5% of the cost, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Why? How much are we spending on a per annum basis to maintain the air assets?
Mr. President, actual requirement is about 89 million, but our allocation is about 39,432,000 from the NEP. So ito po yung this is from the Senate, no? Amendment.
Yes.
Our amendment, we added, so nasa 50 million na po ang ating
For
pong maintenance.
2026.
For
Then after
2026.
2026, since dalawa na lang yung choppers, we'll trim down the appropriation.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Compared to when we maintain drones, how many drones are we planning to procure?
They plan to procure about 10 long-duration drones, Mr. President.
For the entire country, hindi ba kulang yon? Or limited to urban centers?
Yung pong yung target nila, 30 na 3-hour capacity and about 10 with the 12-hour capacity.
So we will still have a PNP air unit with 2 helicopters and around 10 drones. Ganun na lang yung ating equipage.
About 40 drones, Mr.
40.
President. About. Long-range drones daw po ito, Mr. President.
So ito na yung standard na equipage for the PNP air unit.
That's the proposal, Mr. President.
Anyway, we'll not question the discretion or the wisdom of the PNP leadership, including the DIG Secretary. Now, we'll shift to another topic, yung Manila Bay Rehabilitation Program and the Pasig River Development Program. We have noted an allocation of 26 million and 54 million respectively under the NEP. May we know what specific activities or components will be funded under these allocations for 2026? Relatedly, for the Pasig River Development Program in particular, how will these funds complement the ongoing interagency efforts? Kasi meron tayong DNR, MMDA, DPWH, and the newly constituted Pasig River Urban Development Coordinating Council. So how will we complement the interagency efforts?
Mr. President, ito po yung present task. Liquid waste management, management of informal settler families, and on coastal resource management.
Mostly for relocation.
Apo, kasama po. At saka yung Manila Bay clean up, Mr. President.
Clean up. This is just an aside, and I'm not questioning the discretion nor the authority of the NAPOLCOM, especially the ex officio. Why is General Tartes still acting Chief PNP? Don't get me wrong, I have not spoken to General Tartes, not to mention that he used to be my aide-camp when I was Chief PNP. Hindi kami nag-usap dito. I'm just asking out of curiosity. I'm not questioning your discretion or your authority. Is there still a plan to reconsider General Nick Torre to be recalled as Chief PNP? That's why General Nartate is still acting? My understanding, Mr. President, yung rank kasi iba sa position. He can be full-time Chief PNP if the NAPOLCOM feels that he is fully qualified with three stars on his shoulders. It doesn't matter. And when Nick Torre retires, then nabakate yung 4-star position. That's the time that he can be promoted. But, position and rank are two different matters.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. President. Because General Nick Torre still has not resigned or has not
He
retired.
resigned as Chief PNP.
He resigned as Chief PNP.
So he's no longer Chief PNP.
No
So
more,
the
Mr.
position of
President.
Chief PNP is vacant.
That is correct, Mr.
Although
President.
the rank is not vacated yet. So
That is
even if
correct.
General Tartes is appointed Chief PNP full-time, he can still be Chief PNP with 3-star rank there's no problem with that. That's my point.
That is correct,
I was
Mr.
chief
President.
PNP with 2 stars at first, and then 3 stars. Eventually, when General Alino retired, compulsory retirement or I think early retirement, that's when I got my 4 stars. That's my point. And I repeat, I've not spoken to General Tates. He's not spoken to me. It just occurred to me a while ago. Baka malasin si Tating.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, they're studying the possibility, or if wala naman ho daw kasing
There's no legal
prohibition.
impediment.
There's no legal impediment.
Yeah.
Wala akong provision that
Ngayon,
to have
kung
2 4
tinetest pa
stars.
nila si Tating, I have no question anymore. As I said, I'm not questioning the discretion, I'm not questioning the authority, I'm just expressing my view that rank and position are 2 different things. Hindi related ito. Related, of course, kung mag-full-time chief PNP, bigyan ng 4 na estrella. But in the meantime, that the 4-star rank is not available, there's no legal impediment to appoint a 3-star general, police general, to become permanent chief PNP.
According to our DLG
Unless
Secretary,
there's a problem, I will not question anymore. Kung very lax, then
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, they have forwarded already to the Office of the President yung pong for the permanent appointment of our current Chief PNP.
thank you. Okay na yung curiosity ko. Now, let's go to the DILG proper, yung budget. Based on the DILG submissions, yung original budget proposal for 2026, 347 billion, di ba? And change, 347 billion, 445 million. No? Ang inapprove lang ng DBCC, 285. Now, ang tanong ko is, ano yung mga masasacrifice ng mga PAPs because of the reduction?
Your Honor, Mr. President, these are the priorities not considered. Accelerated water and sanitation project in selected areas. Support for meeting sustainable development goals. Patubig para sa bayan, buhay para sa mamamayan. Harmonizing actions in local planning for disaster adaptation. Infrastructure audit for local government. Support for Pasig River urban development project. Local infrastructure monitoring and evaluation, and last but not the least, comprehensive social benefits program.
Okay, similarly, were the PAPs adversely affected by the reduction in the NEP, addressed by the increase affected by the House and the Senate versions? Kasi nadagdagan sila ng 22 billion from the NEP, from the original proposed budget. So ano yung nakatulong, which PAPs ang matutulungan ng increase, net increase ng Senate version, up to the Senate version?
Your Honor, Mr. President, our DLG Secretary wrote our Senate President for the request of additional budget allocation in favor of the Department of DILG.
Ano na yung, from the reduction ng NEP, ano yung natulungan from the increase?
The most significant, Mr. President, because of the Senate intervention is the subsistence allowance of
Subsistence
allowance
hindi
of
abstinence.
subsistence allowance of uniformed personnel. The procurement of 65 units of 1,000-gallon fire trucks, construction of 65 fire stations. So ito yung pinakamalaki po, yung subsistence allowance of all, subsistence. Pasensya na, nabubulag lang. Subsistence allowance of uniform personnel and the procurement of fire trucks. At least wala na po tayong backlog. Before, as far as I can remember, Mr. President, last year nasa 180 pa yata yung backlog natin na LGUs without fire stations or fire trucks. But now, with the procurement of 65 units and the construction, wala na ho tayong backlog. So malaking bagay itong subsistence allowance for for BFP, PNP, and
Out of the
BJMP.
Senate intervention.
Yes, out of the Senate intervention. At least we are now at par, Mr. President, with the AFP subsistence allowance.
Yeah, thank you very much. Based on the 2025 mid-year report, yung obligation rate ng DILG, medyo mababa, no? Roughly 58%. That's as of mid-year, as of June 30. Now, I want to find out kung meron ng update as of November or as of October man lang, third quarter. I'm sure gumalaw na ito, no? Hindi na ito 58%.
According to the DILG Secretary, Your Honor, Mr. President, by third quarter, nasa 70% na po ang kanilang rate, Mr. President.
So they can still catch up, ano? Okay, as reflected in the statement of allotments, obligations, and disbursements, yung SAOB, 136 billion remained unobligated as of the second quarter. Nag-move na rin ito.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Updated
President.
figure. Ano yung updated figure nito?
Actually, yung as of September 30, 2025, the DLG-wide budget utilization is 76% obligation rate and 96% disbursement rate.
So yung unobligated na 136 billion as of today or as of September, ilan na lang naiwan na unobligated?
Your Honor, Mr. President, ang natitira lang po about 24% or about a balance of 6.198 billion, Mr. President.
So yung dating 136, naging 6 billion na lang yung unobligated.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's impressive. So yung confidence level ninyo, mapupuli utilize na ninyo yun yung increased budget for 2026 kasi halos consume na rin yung 2025, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, they're confident
Thank
that
you.
they will reach a 100%.
Yeah, and congratulations pagkaganyan. Yung disaster preparedness, how is the DILG strengthened? Kasi Vice Chairman yung DILG Secretary, di ba? Ng NDRMC. How is the department strengthening and expanding the disaster preparedness capacities of local government units? Kasi ang daming storms ngayon, ang daming calamities. So ano yung specific policy reforms, innovative programs na ini-implement ng ating department?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, that all the 40,000 barangays are now informed of their hazard zones para po prepared na po sila. And then the department ensures that LGs are well prepared for disasters and emergencies through the operation of Listo program. Yung kanilang Listo program. Ito po yung continuous support to DLG's regional offices in conducting disaster preparedness activities and implementing DRRM, SICAM programs, projects, and activities. Active monitoring of LGU compliance through the disaster online reporting and monitoring systems with ongoing coordination between the central and regional offices. Last but not least, institutionalization of preparedness mechanisms by integrating Operation Listo protocols and other DRRM, SICAM policies into local government and planning processes.
Yes, thank you. Are they using hazard maps kasi meron ito noong 2011, as early as 2011, merong memorandum circular informing the LEUs of the availability of the hazard maps to support them in crafting their local disaster risk reduction and management plan. No? So are they utilizing the hazard maps?
Yes, Your
Available
Honor,
ba ito in all local government units?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, from cities, LGUs, all the way to the 40,000 barangays, according to our DLG Secretary.
Pati doon sa kanilang zoning ordinances, gamit itong lahat.
They are supplied with
Hazard maps.
Hazard maps, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Thank you.
Tsaka it's also available the DOST website, yung pong hazard areas.
Thank you. Yung support to local governance program, no? Importante ito kasi dito yung strengthening ng mga local development councils. Ano? Kasi ang effort natin yan is really get them involved in the preparation of the National Expenditure Program, maximize the participation. In fact, the President himself, di ba, he issued Executive Order 82, di ba, strengthening, enhancing the participation of the RDCs. And the RDCs, they rely heavily on the LGCs, di ba, local government councils. Kasi sa ngayon, we're still at 35% of the entire President's budget or sa budget call. Ang pumapasok lamang sa NEP, nasa mga 35% output ng RDCs. So we want to further enhance that. No? Makarating man lang tayong 50-60%. So what is the DILG doing to support the inclusion of RDC endorsed projects in the NEP?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the DLG Secretary, before, the DPWH does not give importance, no? Hindi masyado pinapansin daw yung RDC. But after this floodgate scandal, the President himself already gave the order that DPWH should respect and require RDC approval, especially for flood mitigation projects, Mr. President.
So we can still play catch up, ano? Kasi tapos na yung NEP, but with the Senate, now the Senate's intervention, we can still consult the RDCs, the local government councils, if we intend to amend the National Expenditure Program and even the House version. And I think that's an acceptable approach. You know? If we intend to further strengthen the role of the local development councils, in consultation with them, we can introduce amendments do sa mga PAPs, especially concerning infrastructure projects under the DPWH. Diba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, government, Mr. President. Kaya lang this is a DBM approved allocation, Mr. President.
Kasi yung special provision dito sa Growth Equity Fund under the ALGO LGSF, yung Local Government Support Fund, it does not provide targets and misses as well in crafting the incentives. You know? So maybe we can propose a special provision, you know, for the Growth Equity Fund, which will outline the incentives and set the targets para sa mga LGUs. Ano? With the help of the DILG, maybe we can help each other craft a special provision in this regard. Kindly take note, Mr. Chairman, so we can
Yes, Your
work
Honor, Mr.
along this
President.
line.
We'll take note of that kasi po meron pong criteria ang DBCC, no? Yung poverty incidence, low income class LGUs, and yung mga GIDA LGUs, no? Yung sa mga geographically isolated and the disaster prone areas, Mr. President.
Yeah. Sige. Meron pa rito pero medyo may lakad pa yata si Secretary Remulla. May mga magtatanong pa. I'll just wind up. So thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you as well, Senator Lacson.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe that the last but not the least to interpolate the measure is Senator Marcoleta, Mr. President.
Senator Marcoleta is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Mga ilang paglilinaw lamang po. Siguro po hindi naman tayo abot ng alas 7 ng gabi po, Mr. President.
4:30 pa lang.
Mr. President, despite capacity building measures, many LGUs still score very low under the seal of good local governance criteria. Gusto ko pong malaman, Mr. President, ano-ano po yung mga indicators that are consistently very, very low in their performance nationwide?
Your Honor, Mr. President, ito po kasing SGLG has become complicated, no? Through the years. So the DILG decided to trim down ito pong ano nila, no? Clustering into three. Ito pong una yung fiscal management. Second is disaster preparedness and resilience. And last but not the least is innovation, Mr. President, para po mas this will be the simplification of the SGLG framework by grouping from original 10 governance areas, ngayon po ay 3 na lang, Mr. President.
So, na-simplify po sa 3 magmula sa 10 indicators. Ano po ang relative weights po ng natirang indicators? Halimbawa po, kung 3 na lang, baka yung isa 50%, yung dalawa 25-25, kaya 100. Tama po ba yun?
Mr. President, they're still finalizing and crafting the final criteria. Wala pa ho at present, no, Mr. President. And also, just to note, ito pong SGLG, which at present is an annual award for our LGUs, will now be every 3 years, no? Para term-based na po ang kanila pong innovation. The rationale being, Mr. President, Your Honor, there are about 4.5 million man-hours that is being wasted in the conduct of the SGLG awards from the DILG personnel, Mr. President. Kaya gagawin po nila. Wala pa yung LGU dito, Mr. President. So if you include the LGU sa abot daw ng 10 million man-hours, so kaya po yun yung rational why they will now make it term-based. So every 3 years na po ang SGLG.
Very laudable po kasi ang objective nito. Kailangan nating masukat yung kakayahan po ng bawat LGU sa kanilang pamamahala, paggugobyerno sa kanilang mga constituents. Kaya po naging interesado ako na makita ko ano-ano itong mga indicators na ito. Realistic po ba ito? At paano po ko quantify? Bigyan ko po kayo ng halimbawa, Mr. President. Sa kagustuhan ko po noon, nung nasa ako'y mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso, ako po kasi ay na-inspire doon sa isang index na ginagawa po sa bansang Bhutan. Ano po? Meron silang smiling index, yung happiness index. So, naimungkahi ko po doon sa dating NEDA. Ngayon po atay DepDep. Pumunta po ako. Ako pong mag-isa ang pumunta eh. Dahil sa gusto ko pong sukatin, ano-ano po yung mga indicators na pwede natin gamitin para lang malaman natin masaya ang isang tao o hindi. Tinawag ko po yun tentatively, Mr. President, na ngiwi o ngiti. Kasi po nakangiwi, medyo mabigat ang kanyang problema. Ano po? Pag nakangiti, medyo masaya yon. Ang ginawa ko po, nagpunta po ako sa opisina ng NEDA. Siyempre po ang NEDA ay mga talagang iginagalang po natin dyan sa paggawa ng mga indicator. Sila naman po ang ating mga national income accountants. Nakipag-meeting po ako sa kanila. Inabot po siguro ako ng mga 2 linggong nakikipag-meeting. Tulungan niyo po akong maghanap ng mga indicators para lang po, meron na po akong mga respondents po na organize ko na po sa bawat probinsya. Tingnan niyo po itong aking bilang ng mga respondents. Kung tama, ang kulang ko na lang po yung indicators. Ako po pinangakuan, Mr. President. Tuwan-tuwa po akong umuwi at alam ko, sabi po nila, in 2 months' time, we will be able to assist you at maaari pa po nating i-train ng konti yung mga respondents po ninyo. Weekly naman po kasi yung gusto kong mangyari. Para sa ganun, halimbawa sa week na ito, medyo ngiti po yung nakangiti kung masyadong maganda yung pagkakangiti o konti lang ang ngiti o kaya nakangiwi. Napakalaking bagay po kasi doon para nasisiyasat natin kung nakaganap po tayo sa ating mga tungkulin. O kaya nakikita nila yung ating araw-araw na pumumuhay kung bumibigat o hindi. Kaya po napaka-interesado sa akin nito dahil hindi po ako nagtagumpay. Akala ko po 2 months lang, naghihintay po ako. Inabot po ng 2 years. Inabot po ng 5 taon. Hanggang sa nakalimutan ko na po, Mr. President. Gusto ko nga po sanang itanong nung budget hearing, kaya lang nakalimutan ko rin po Maganda po ito Pagka nasusukat po natin yung sa governance ng local governments, nagiging guide din po natin kung sino-sino yung nakapagbibigay ng kasiyahan sa ating mga leaders at napapasaya po nila ang kanilang mga constituents. Tama po ba ako, Mr. President?
Yes, we are giving honor, Mr. President. Talagang through the years, yung SGLG really created an awareness on the different LGUs to really strive and to try to get this award. Parang na ito bragging rights ika nga, pero at least they are improving their ordinance, their governance in the process as well, Mr. President.
Napaka-importante po kasi, Mr. President, yung nakapagpapasaya tayo, napaliligaya natin ang mga constituents sa mga programang atin pong ginagawa. Katulad po ng ginawa ng ating Secretary John B. Cremulya, sa aking palagay po ay kailangan po meron siyang commendation dito. Napansin ko po kasi noong January 2025, inalis niya na po yung criteria na dapat po yung nagsusupply ng mga fire trucks. Meron na siyang parang record ba ng performance, 10 to 15 years na siya yung meron siyang record na ganun. Ibig sabihin, kung halimbawa po ay nakapag-supply lang kayo ng 1 year, 2 years, hindi kayo qualified. Kaya po sa loob ng halos 20 taon, napansin po niya na sa Bureau of Fire, 2 lang po ang suppliers, Mr. President. Parang na-concentrate sa 2 sapagkat maaaring ganun po ang mangyayari dahil sila na lang po ang nagsusupply. Pero nung alisin po ni Secretary John Vic yun, lumilitaw po yung mga sumunod na binili po nilang fire trucks, magmula po sa 15 million bawat isa, naging 8 million po. Sa makatwid, nakatipid po sila ng 7 million sa bawat unit po ng fire trucks. Ito po isang bagay na kailangan pong mabigyan ng commendation ng ating mahal na Secretary. Congratulations, Secretary John B. Ano po ba itong ECCD, Mr. President?
It's Early Childhood Care Development Council, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Early Childhood
Care Development.
Care Development. Hindi po ba sa DSW dito, Mr. President? Sa inyo na po ba ito? Bakit po napunta kayo sa pag-aalaga ng mga bata? Hindi po bang inaalagaan nyo mga pulis at saka mga bumbero? Bakit po pati bata ang inaalagaan nyo na? Baka po kayo
Your Honor, Mr. President, tama po kayo. Dati po ay that was before under DSWD. But since most of the daycare centers are in the LGUs, barangay halls, no, may mga sa barangay halls, so it was transferred to the DILG supervision, Mr. President.
Nakabuti po ito, Mr. President. Meron po tayong may bibigay ng mga datos o pangyayari na mula po sa DSWD ay kayo na po ang kumupkup dito sa responsibilidad na ito, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, that remains to be seen as this will only be implemented this coming May 2026.
Ang alam ko po itong ECCD, Mr. President, sa DepEd po ito.
Co-chair po ang DILG and the DepEd, Mr. President.
So sa makatwid po sa pag-aalaga po ng 2 ahensya, DepEd at DSWD, minabuti po nilang ibigay na lang po sa inyo, Mr. President. Tinanggap naman po ninyo ng buong puso, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, it will be DepEd, yes, DepEd and DILG, since it is stipulated now under the law, under an RA 12199. So, co-chair po talaga ang DILG and DepEd tungkol po sa ECCD, Mr. President.
Mr. President, meron pong special provision ngayon doon sa reimbursement ng expenses na kanilang ginasta sa anti-smuggling and economic subversion operations. Bakit po, Mr. President? Why is there a need for reimbursement of expenses, specifically for anti-smuggling and economic subversion operations? Hindi po ba ito'y parte na rin ng inyong ahensya sa usual operations with corresponding budget allocations?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DL Secretary, they have not received any reimbursement, no? They just request. They So nag-aantay ng... Your Honor, Mr. President, they are also, to add that they are requesting for additional funding because the PNP plays an important role in the anti-agriculture smuggling, anti-agriculture economic sabotage, especially when it comes to... Ito po. In the oil and there's oil and agricultural products and even cigarettes. Malaking bagay po yung nagiging papel po ng PNP, in arresting those violators. So po yung so that's why the reimbursement of expenses incurred in the anti-smuggling and economic subversion operations they are requesting, no, so that they can perform better yung kanila pong enforcement capability, kasi ngayon po kumukuha sila ng pondo kung saan-saan, so for them to be able to perform their tasks as mandated by the anti-agricultural economic sabotage law, they are seeking for requesting for reimbursement of expenses incurred, Mr. President.
I hope this can be justified, Mr. President, dahil kasama po kasi sa budget allocation. Although I believe an additional compensation, probably by way of reimbursement, can be siguro, pwede rin po siguro, kaya lang baka magkaroon po ng problema dahil naka-budget po. Yun lang naman po yung concern, Mr. President. Pero po, yung pong mga kargamento o mga items pong nako-confiscate ninyo, nakukuha po ninyo dyan sa mga iba't ibang mga gumagawa ng hindi mabuti, nai-inventaryo po ba lahat ito? At saka ito po ba'y naibebenta? At kung sakaling naibebenta, paano po na-account yun, Mr. President? At saka legal po ba yung ibebenta po? Sapagkat confiscated items, so mga illegal po yun eh.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, those that are seized, no, are turned over to the courts, and it's the court's discretion and disposal, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Wala pong naibebenta.
Wala po silang I don't think the DIG has that mandate now, Mr. President. So it's the courts that will have the discretion.
Salamat po. Meron po ang DILG na program, kung tawagin po ay Bantay Corruption. Ito po ay na-launch na yata noong pang October 2018. Ito po ay isang programa para makatulong po, ma-intensify po yung ating laban against corruption sa buong bansa. Ito po yata ay nagawa para siyang maging leader ng ating mga anti-corruption efforts at sa mga activities ng ating departamento. Pwede po bang malaman natin ang mga naging output natin, ang ating pagtatagumpay sa programang ito para malaman naman po ng ating mga kababayan na meron po namang ginagawang ganito ang DILG, lalong-lalo na po yung corruption na alam po natin ngayon ay biglang nabuyang-yang sa buong kapuluan dahil ito po ngayon ay nasangkot na pati po yung ating mga flood control projects. Sa inyo pong programa, iniimbestigang flood control projects, ano po yung naging participation po ninyo Kayo po ba ay nakatulong? Kayo po ba ay nakahuli dito sa investigasyon na ito para may bahagi po ninyo sa Blue Ribbon Committee kung sakasakali po? Dahil malaking bagay naman po ito. Ang LGUs po ay malaking isa pong importanteng partners po ng lahat ng ahensya. Kung ang pag-uusapan po ay ang pagbabantay ng katiwalian sa ating bansa.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DLG Secretary, they will be now shifting to, they will now be using technologies so as to prevent human intervention, no? Lalong-lalo na po rito nung sumabog po itong floodgate scandal. So one of the first steps is the establishment of an artificial intelligence or AI backbone for monitoring government construction projects, no, para po lesser human intervention. So they will rely on technology, Mr. President. Tapos ito pa. The year accomplishment, Mr. President, as of December 2024, 792 LGUs participated in BK programs, reinforcing public accountability webinars. 412 LGUs reoriented on public accountability. 100% of complaints against LGU officials and employees acted upon. And one policy recommendation developed, Mr. President. 10 million.
Kasi po ang iniimbestiga pong bilang ng mga flood control projects hindi po bababa sa 9,000 projects. Iniisip ko po, Mr. President, sa dami po ng LGUs natin sa buong Pilipinas, ang barangay, mga barangay lamang po ay 42,000 mahigit na po, Mr. President. So, napakalaki po ng may tutulong ng bantay corruption. Ang tinatanong ko lang, baka sakali sa 9,000 flood control projects na ating pong iniimbestiga, baka meron po kayong napansin o nakita na naitala na talagang mga ghost projects talaga, makakatulong po kayo na makapagbigay ng kaukulang impormasyon sa ating Blue Ribbon Committee. Nasaan na yung application na tinitingnan natin ganito?
Mr. President, what happened in the past, no? Because with the advent of with this floodgate scandal, ang nangyari po talaga, unfortunately, there are LGUs that are not even aware of this anomalous projects, no? According to our DLG Secretary. Ito nga po yung napag-usapan natin ditong sa Gasa na talagang isinaksak na lang. So now with all of this, the reforms that we will be introducing this time around by requiring at least a sanggunian resolution or request from the sanggunian or RDC, from the RDC, dapat may RDC approval na po according to master plan, so that yung pong existence or having anomalous projects will be prevented, Your Honor, Mr. President. So we will be having a lot of safeguards, no, as a result of this flooding scandal, Your Honor, Mr. President. Pero ang ano po ng DLG is really to turn to technology this time again so as not to depend on human intervention para po maging AI driven. So ito po yung kanilang proposal, Mr. President.
Napaka-importante po kasi, Mr. President, lalong-lalo na po itong program na ito ay nakabatay pa sa Sustainable Development Goal at tinitingnan ko po ang inyong programa at ang DILG outcome framework pa nga po ay promoting accountable, transparent, participative, and effective local governance. Kaya iniisip ko po, napaka-effective ng programa na ito at tinakala ko po na dahil sa effectiveness na ito, na sana'y nakabahagi man lang kayo doon sa ginagawa ngayon ng ating pamahalaan na talagang usigin natin kung sino man ang talagang pinag-ugatan ng lahat ng ito. At ang inyong programa po ay isa sa makakatulong na maging partner po ng Blue Ribbon Committee, Mr. President. Tungkol naman po sa ating kapulisan, sa kagustuhan po nating maging effective sila, gusto po naming malaman on the average, is the monthly budget allocation for the MOOE ng bawat isang istasyon ng pulis. Magkano po kaya on the average ang kanilang MOOE, Mr. President?
For next year, Mr. President, Your Honor, the ratio or per capita is 1:2. 1:2,000, Mr. President.
Sana po yung ratio ay sapat at makabuluhan, Mr. President, na pinag-uusapan natin kasi pagka hindi po sapat, ay alam naman po natin yung kanilang daily sustenance and operations maaaring makaapekto sa kanilang performance sa araw-araw. Maaaring ito po ay magdulot pa ng mababang accomplishment at maaaring matukso pa ang ilan sa kanila, kung hindi man lahat, sa mga illegal na transaction. Kaya importante po na nakasasapat po yung pang-sustain na po sa kanila sa araw-araw. Increasing their salaries and benefits alone will not result in better performance. It must be accompanied, Mr. President, by adequate and reasonable support in their daily operational needs. Kung tama po ako, ay paki-confirm nyo lang, Mr. President.
Mr. President, actually, just to set it straight, yung current MOE pala is 1,660. And for 2026 NEP, it will increase to 2,000. So, nadagdagan po natin ng kaunti, no? Ng 340 MOE, Mr. President.
Puntahan po natin ang mga barangay, Mr. President. Do you have an idea how much is the average honorarium of a barangay captain per month?
Your Honor, Mr. President, they don't have the data later on, but it depends on the capacity of the barangay, no? Nasa kanila po yun kung ano po yung kaya na ibigay na allowance, no? Sa mga DLG, sa mga barangay officials, Mr. President.
Kasi po, Mr. President, yung kanilang tinatanggap na honorarium, nakadepende po yun dun sa kanilang era eh. Yung tinatawag na nata na natin ngayon.
Tsaka ang isa po talagang yung discrepancy po talaga ng mga barangays, no? Like for example, the richest barangay in the country, which is Barangay San Lorenzo in Makati, has a budget of 500 million, whereas the poorest barangay, one of the poorest somewhere in Sulu, has about 400,000. 4 million, nasa 4 million pala, from 500 million, tapos 4 million. So, medyo may kalakihan po yung discrepancy, Mr. President.
Tama po kayo, Mr. President. Yung budget at saka yung honorarium na tinatanggap ng mga kapitan, merong direct correlation po doon sa era nila. Katulad po ng isang pangkaraniwang barangay, tinatanggap po ng barangay kapitan sa isang pangkaraniwang barangay ay 5,000 pesos. Pero po dun sa mga affluent barangays, meron pong umaabot ng 30 to 35,000 pesos per month. So makikita po niyo yung discrepancy. Doon po sa mga tumatanggap lang ng 5,000, ang average po nationwide is only about 7,000 pesos per month, Mr. President. Ang ibig lang sabihin po noon, dito po kasi sa Metro Manila, yung monthly na salary po ng ating mga kasambahay ay naglalaro na po sa 7 to 8,000 pesos a month. Sa mga tweed, ang average po na tinatanggap na honorarium ng kapitan ay yun din po yung tinatanggap ng ating mga kasambahay. Pero ang kanila pong tungkulin ay 24/7. Wala naman silang insurance, wala silang GSIS, wala naman silang SSS. Alam po ba niyo kung magkano ang honorarium ng isang tanod, Mr. President? Yung average.
Your Honor, Mr. President, it also depends on the capacity of the barangay, Mr. President.
900 pesos po, Mr. President, ang average. Kasi po, pinagsikapan ko pong aralin ng konti yan. Nakapag-interview po ako ng halos 1,000 kapitan sa ating buong kapuluan nung ako po ay nasa House of Representatives. Ang average po is 900 pesos per month. Sa iba po mga affluent, merong 2,500, 3,000. So ang discrepancy, ang disparity, talagang malaki po, Mr. President. Alam niyo rin po ba kung magkano ang tinatanggap na honorarium ng miyembro ng lupon tagapamayapa?
Ayun, yan din, depende. Meron daw halos na libre because some iba po lupon ay talaga dapat
Totoo po yun.
voluntarily. So, iba-iba daw talaga.
Totoo po yun. Sa akin pong pagtatanong sa kanila, ang average po na tinatanggap nila, 300 pesos per month.
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. President, according
Noong
to the
pong tinanong ko yung isang barangay sa Maynila, ang una niyang sinabi sa akin, 3,000 pesos, sabi niya. Teka muna, baka nagkamali ka, sabi ko, Mr. President. Kasi ang kwenta ko rito, 300 pesos lang per month. Bakit ikaw, 3,000? Napakaswerte ka ako ng membro ng lupon tagapamayapa. Ay hindi pong ibig ko sabihin, 3,000 pesos per year. Ganun po ang kalagayan. Kaya nung tingnan ko po yung mga nota ko po doon sa kanyang barangay, siya pala yung pinakamagulong barangay sa buong Pilipinas. Wala po sigurong gustong maging membro ng kanyang lupon sapagkat kung 3,000 pesos per year, magtitinda na lang po siguro siya ng sago at gulaman siguro, Mr. President.
Well, that's Mr. President, that's the sad reality of our workers in barangay, no? Sama na natin yung barangay nutrition scholars, barangay tanod, lupon, and the BHWs, Mr. President. Ito po yung mga nag-file nga ho tayo na muntik na may ipasa Magna Carta for Barangay Health Workers. Unfortunately, nag-withdraw ang House, but a BHW earns as low as 500 a month in low-income LGUs. Pero alam naman natin, BHW, ito talagang umulan, umaraw, talagang umiikot po ito. We're hoping that we can find a solution. Yung proposal nga natin to make it uniform, mga third to fifth class BHWs na talagang hindi kayang bigyan ng dissenting compensation will receive about 3,000 pesos at least. Yung first class and yung second class to city kasi medyo magaganda yung kanila pong allowance. Kaya lang ang problema kasi dito yung barangay nutrition scholars, barangay tanod. So Mr. President, probably we can already look into this if we can, yung magkaroon tayo ng Magna Carta for the barangay volunteer workers, no? Kasama na natin BHWs, tanods, barangay nutrition scholars at lupon at iba pa. So that it will be standard. Yung ano naman po, yung kanilang at least decente. Yung at least yung kanilang maibigay na, although voluntary nature, at least yung nabibigay naman lang compensation or allowance sa kanila will be at least we can call decent enough, Mr. President.
Meron po tayong panukalang batas na Magna Carta for barangay po, pero yun po ay sa aking pagkakaalam, nilumot na po sa House of Representatives. Kaya ako po ay meron panukalang batas na ina-address po itong ating pinag-uusapan ngayon. Sana po sa mga susunod na mga panahon ay matalakay po natin at matulungan po natin ang ganitong kaawa-awang kalagayan ng ating mga manggagawang barangay. Huli na po ito, Mr. President. Gusto ko pong maitanong, napakarami po kasing mga proyekto na ginagawa ang mga barangay. Meron po silang hapag. Ito po ay halina't magtanim.
Mr. President, is solid waste management, Your Honor.
Opo, pero meron pong ano yun eh. May ibig sabihin kasi ito po ay mga acronym eh. Ano po yung kalinisan?
Ano yung sabihin ng
O ako po kasi sinusubaybayan ko yung mga programa ninyo eh. Kalinga at inisyatiba para sa malinis na bayan. Yun po yung nakalagay
Tama
dito.
po. Yan nga po ang kalinisan.
O yung barko, ano po? Meron po kayong barko eh.
Barangay Road Clearing Operations, Mr.
Ayan.
President.
Listo sikap.
Disaster Risk Reduction Management, Mr. President.
Ang layo naman. Listo sikap. Ang layo naman ang ibig sabihin. O hapag kay PBB.
Alert. Ibig sabihin daw kasi alert yung pong listo. Sige.
Ano po yung hapag katutubo? Alam po niyo, Mr. President, kaya ko po binanggit ito, mga importante pong mga programa na kung itataguyod po, lalo na po yung hapag, halina't magtanim ng prutas at gulay. Mr. President, Mr. Chair, iimbitahan ko po kayo minsan sa aking bahay. Doon po sa paligid noon, makikita po nyo, meron po akong tanim eh. Every 3 days or 4 days, nakaka-harvest po ako ng okra, ng talong, kamatis at konting sili. Totoo po ito, nagkamali lang po ko dapat na nalitrato ko po para sa ganoon na ipakita ko sana sa inyo. Importante po lalo na ngayon na talagang hirap na hirap po tayo, napakaraming mga kababayan nating naghihirap. Kung may taguyod lang natin yung programa na yun, kahit na yung hapag lang na yun muna, ang laki po ng may tutulong. 42,000 or more barangays in the country. Kalahati na lamang po doon siguro yung mga pagtanim, may taguyod yun. Ang laki pong may tutulong, contribution sa ating food sufficiency program, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, the DNG Secretary has committed that that this will be integrated, Your Honor, Mr. President. Talagang they will implement this very important program, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, sa oras na ibinigay niyo sa akin. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat din po, Senator Marcoleta.
Yeah, session is suspended. Majority Leader.
Thank you po, Mr. President. Mr. President, There being no member
You, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we consider the budget of the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority. I so move, Mr. President. Madam President.
The budget of the,
MMDA.
of the MMDA.
Yes.
The consideration of the budget of the MMDA is now in order.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Ejercito, to give us the highlights of the budget, Madam President.
The good sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is recognized to give the highlights of the budget.
Thank you, Madam President. For the record, the recommended new appropriations for the Metro Manila Development Authority or MMDA for fiscal year 2026 is 6,977,103,000,103
under the NIA budget on Balog-Balog multipurpose project, considering that this morning, Madam President, we agreed that there should be a review that should be undertaken in this project, considering that even the mayors of Tarlac, the 18 towns of Tarlac wrote to this representation asking them or asking us to undertake a review in relation to the bidded project. So, considering that some reviews will still be undertaken, I saw, Madam Chair, the MOOE allotted for this multipurpose project in the amount of 641,671,000. Yun pong kakailanganin dito sa drainage improvement was estimated. Yes. Salamat po.
Thank you.
Salamat din po, good gentleman from Tarlac and Pampanga. And the statement of the Majority Leader is well noted that the manifestation of Senator Marcoleta will be made at the proper time during the period of amendments for consideration of the committee.
Thank you,
Majority Leader.
Madam President. And we thank the good gentleman for withdrawing all his 299 questions.
292, but still many thanks,
292
Majority
questions.
Leader,
Yes.
to the good gentleman.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much, Senator Marcoleta. Maraming salamat po. Next to interpolate the budget of the MMDA is no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo.
The good gentleman from Isabela is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the budget of the MMDA, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I only have 3 questions or maybe 4. Pero wag kayong kabahan. Kasi, Madam President, I would like to state for the record that I am very supportive of the MMDA budget. Yun nga lang, meron akong few questions. But before that, I visited the command center of the MMDA recently, and I was really impressed. Nakita ko top of the line yung mga equipments na ginagamit nila. At HD pa nga yung sa mga CCTV nila na kaya mag-zoom in kahit na gabi. Usually kasi pag sa gabi yung CCTV, lalo na pag nakaharap yung ilaw, nakaharap dun sa camera, hindi mo na mababasa yung plate number sa kanila, yung technology nila na nabili, kayang-kaya pa rin mahagip yung plate number. So walang lusot. So napakaganda yon. Nakita ko, I was impressed. Also, karagdagan doon sa paghanga ko ay marami doon sa mga empleyado sa command center ay mga PWD, yung mga deaf, yung problema sa pandinig. At natuwa naman ako dahil marami sa kanila, I think more than 16 if I'm not mistaken or more. Yun ang mga hinar nila para makatulong sa ating mga taga-PWD, mga persons with disability ng MMDA.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our MMDA chair, that yung hazard pay only applies to military personnel, but in exchange for that, they entered into an agreement, ex-deal po, no, with ProLife, that will cover or insure our traffic enforcers, MMDA traffic enforcers, for up to 100,000 Yun po ang benefits, no, that is part of this ex-deal with the Pro-Life. So malaking bagay po ito. At wala ho tayong binabayarang premium. And I'd like to thank the gentleman from Isabela for raising this question. Truly, sa totoo lang po, isa sa mga pinakakawawa ang ating mga traffic enforcers, no, na
Street sweepers as well.
street sweepers, traffic enforcers, garbage collectors, sila po yung naka-expose sa elements, na arawan, na ulanan. Gaya na nabanggit nyo, yung carbon inhalation, no? Nasa kalye sila buong araw. Tapos, yung na madalas sila pa yung inaaway, namumura,
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, marami din po sa mga traffic enforcers na matagal na sa MMDA, pero hanggang ngayon, kawawa sila yung mga job order pala lang, at hindi sila nagiging regular. Ano po yung nakikita ninyo, Madam President, na pwedeng magawa para yung matatagal na sa MMDA, years na, makatikim naman na maging regular bago sila mag-retire, Madam President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, in the recent years, meron pong mga JO, job order personnel that naipasok na po, no, naging casual na. 450 of them, pero marami pa rin po ang thousands pa ho, no, yung inyo pong napansin na job orders pa rin. What the MMDA chair is proposing is the rationalization of the plantilla, which they have proposed, but unfortunately, it was rejected by the DBM because it will entail a lot of cost. But hopefully, we can pursue this itong long-standing dilemma, no, of job orders, so that they can be compensated and be given the proper benefits befitting a government employee. So yun po sana yung rationalization of the plantilla. Madam President, Your Honor, I will be worth looking at, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Ipopropose ko po sa 2026 budget na magkaroon ng health risk allowance para sa mga MMDA employees, especially sa mga street sweepers and garbage collectors, aides, and traffic enforcers, Madam President. Now, dito sa 76 pumping stations,
It's about 71 daw.
76 or so? 71 pumping stations.
And I think this will be worth looking at, Mr. President. It's 700 million.
Someone has to be accountable. Kasi sabi mo nga, 774 million ang DPWH yung nagpa-construct nito at sila na mismo ang kumontrata, nagpabid para sa contractor, and yet, kahit na isang araw o kalahating araw, isang minuto man lang, hindi na pakinabangan. So, someone has to be accountable.
Your Honor, Mr. President, Madam President, Your Honor, according to our MMDG, nagdagdag pa nga 100 million this year.
Oh,
Hindi
so
pa rin
800
tumakbo.
million. Hindi kaya dapat bitayin natin kung sino itong contractor na ito, Madam President. I'm just...
MSB to, Your Honor, Madam President, para at least on record.
Sige. I'm looking at my stuff. Remind me, pagdating sa budget ng DPWH, gisahin natin kung sino yung may pasimuno at may kagagawa nito. Yung 774 million na pumping station yung hindi man lang nagamit ni minsan ng MSA.
Sayang po,
Sunod nga po.
Madam President, Your Honor, Senator Tulfo, kasi kung gumana po ito, yung pong baha sa Espanya na lagi pong lubog, malaking kabawasan sana, no? Kung ito'y napaandar. Kaya nga po, through our intervention, we already added para gumana to, para maibsa na rin po yung baha sa lugar na yon, yung Espanya.
Dalawa na lang, Mr. President. Madam President and Mr. Sponsor. Suggestion ko lang sa mga taga-MNDA, pag nag-ikot-ikot kayo, nag-monitor, yung mga spaghetti wires, very dangerous yon kasi may mga nakukuryente na dyan, dangling-dangling lang yung mga wires. Sino ba talaga dapat ang merong responsibility dyan para ayusin mga dangling wires dyan sa EDSA sa ibang parte na mas kalsada sa Metro Manila?
Your Honor, Madam President, kadalasan daw dito mga telcos, no? Mga itong mga wire na ito, and madalas po LGU is already implementing yung pong paglilis, pag-ayos ng mga ito. In fact, MMC already passed a resolution regarding these spaghetti wires, yung removal and pag-aayos po itong mga spaghetti wires. Mga telcos daw po naman to, kadalasan, Madam President, Your Honor.
Siguro, Madam President, Mr. Sponsor, kapag may nakita ang MMDA ng mga dangling wires at kung sino man yung concerned agency na may responsibility noon, kunyari telcos o company, tawagan agad, paayos, ASAP.
The MMDA chair has said, has committed that they will comply.
At last na naman po, Madam President and Mr. Sponsor, wala akong problema sa mga vendor. Yung sinasabi ko nga, kaysa naman nagnakaw sila, magtinda na lang sila. Kahit na sabihin natin may konting problema sa pagtitinda nila, kaysa magnakaw, pagbigyan natin sila. However, dapat yung pagtitinda nila nasa lugar. May mga sumbong nakarating po sa akin, Madam President, Mr. Sponsor, na yung mga ibang tulay dyan, overpass, sinakop na ng mga vendors. Baka pwedeng tingnan po yan ng MMDA. Yung mga vendors kuminsan daw nangaharas ng mga pedestrian na tumatawid doon. So that is something that should be looked into. Especially itong sa may Guadalupe na overpass. Maraming vendor doon. Tapos kadalasan, parang amoy kubeta na, Madam President.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Energy. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, we are now considering the budget of the Department of Energy.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, our distinguished chairman of the Committee on Finance, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to give the details of the budget.
The Chairman of the Committee on Finance is recognized, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we respectfully submit to this August chamber for its plenary consideration the fiscal year 2026 proposed new appropriations of the Department of Energy, Office of the Secretary, and the Energy Regulatory Commission, as well as the budgetary support to DOE's attached corporations, namely National Electrification Administration, the National Power Corporation, and the Philippine National Oil Company. We also submit for the body's consideration the fiscal 2026 proposed corporate operating budgets of this corporation. So the amounts is as follows. Office of the Secretary, 2.9 billion. Energy Regulatory Commission, 900 million. National Electrification Administration, 10 billion. National Power Corporation, 1.9 billion. And the corporate operating budgets of the following energy corporations: Energy Electrification Administration, 13.1 billion. National Power Corporation, 42.9 billion. Philippine National Oil Company, 1.8 billion. Thank you, Mr. President.
May we know, Majority Leader, who will interpolate? Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized to interpolate. Yes, sir.
Salamat po, Mr. President. At magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair, at sa DOE family, sa pamumuno ni Sec Sharon. Ano ba to? Oops. So, bago ko po simulan yung interpellation sa DOE budget, ako'y nag-aalala at naisanang kumustahin yung restoration at rehabilitation ng kuryente sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa na labis na naapektuhan ng mga bagyong Tino at Uwan. So, pwede po bang makahingi ng maikling update sa status ng electricity services sa mga areas na iyon? May baseline evaluation na ba tayo sa mga nasirang infrastructure at kung gaano katagal bago na ibalik ang serbisyo sa mga lugar na ito, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Risa. As of November 20, 2025, a total of 9 electric cooperatives in 5 provinces and 4 regions are under monitoring due to the effects of Typhoon Tino. As of this report, all 9 electric cooperatives are experiencing partial power interruption. Relative to this, 107 of the 109 municipalities, or 98%, are energized, while restoration efforts are still ongoing for 105,166 consumer connections. Initial estimated damage cost is 113 million is reported for Typhoon Tino. For Typhoon Uwan, as of November 20, 2025, a total of 23 electric cooperatives in 19 provinces and 7 regions are under monitoring due to the effects of Typhoon Uwan. Based on NEA Situational Report number 13, 1 electric co-op, Iselco, 2, which previously experienced partial power interruption, is now back to normal operations. As of this report, 1 electric co-op is in normal operation and 22 electric co-ops are experiencing partial power interruption. Relative to this, 298 of the 308 municipalities, or 96%, are energized, while restoration efforts are still ongoing for 316,345 consumer connection. An initial combined estimated damage cost of 288 million is reported for Typhoon Uwan.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. At para dun sa less than 10% or even less than 5% na kailangan bang makabalik sa full operations, ano po yung time frame ng department para doon, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. By November 30, all of those co-ops that were mentioned will be fully energized, except for Fiselco in Catanduanes. Dahil alam ho natin, doon po pumasok yung bagyo o isa sa mga pinasukan ng bagyo. So ang date to fully complete the restoration of Fiselco is December 15.
Maraming salamat para doon, Mr. Chair. Tingin ko malaking reassurance yon sa mga kababayan natin sa Catanduanes na at least pagdating na araw ng Pasko, nakabalik na po kumpleto yung kuryente sa
Tama po.
kanila.
Before Christmas, fully energized na po ang lahat po ng dinaanan ng Bagyong Tino and Bagyong Uwan.
Maraming salamat para doon, Mr. Chair. Okay, so ilang mga tanong po, actually isang tanong na lang. Isi-skip ko na yung dalawa pa. Isang tanong po tungkol sa EPIRA. So, ibalik ko po yung issue ng presyo ng kuryente, Mr. President. Dito ko na siguro tatanungin ang ERC sa pamamagitan ng chair. 24 years na po nire-regulate ng commission ang industriya under EPIRA. May nabuo na po bang conclusion at rekomendasyon kung bakit hanggang ngayon ay bigo ang pamahalaan na mapababa ang presyo ng kuryente sa bansa? Hindi ba may malaking kinalaman dito ang, masasabing addiction natin sa conventional energy, Mr. Chair?
Actually, thank you for the question, Senator Risa. I was just conferring to the DOE ERC. Actually, isa rin dahilan kung bakit po mas mahal ang kuryente natin dito po sa region. In fact, mas mura lang tayo sa Singapore ng konti. Is because tayo ho ay full or ang charge natin sa consumer natin is the true cost of electricity. Most regions produce their own oil. So sinasubsidize ho nila yung kanilang electricity cost, katulad po na sa Thailand, sa Malaysia, sa Indonesia. So malaki po yung kanilang subsidy na binibigay. Dito ho sa atin, nung ipinasa ho natin yung EPIRA, tinanggal na ho natin yung subsidy. So everything now is deregulated and liberalized. And trabaho ho ng ERC ngayon to make sure that all of these industry players are acting in accordance with the regulations na pinopromulgate po ng ERC. And this is to make sure that even ang playing field at laban-laban ho talaga para bumaba ang presyo. Now, yung doon po sa tanong on conventional fuel, kailangan ho talaga ng energy transition dahil hindi ho talaga pwedeng biglain. And yan naman po yung linalabas po ng DOE every year through their Philippine Energy Plan, PEP. At makikita ho natin doon na ang goal ho talaga ay mas malaki ang eventually mas ang RE po will play a bigger role in our energy mix. So yung po ay nakalatag po yan doon sa tinatawag natin PEP or Philippine Energy Plan.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And siguro dun sa mga sagot ng good share, nakakapulot na rin kahit tayong mga nakikinig kung ano yung mga rekomendasyon, posibleng rekomendasyon rather, moving forward. Halimbawa yung ibang mga bansa na kayang hindi mag-charge ng true cost kasi nagpo-produce ng sariling langis kaya't nasa-subsidize yung kanilang mga consumer. So, yung hindi pa na-optimize na mga oportunidad natin na makuha yung sarili nating mga oil reserves halimbawa sa ating karagatan para posibleng may mag-materialize na scenario na makapag-subsidize din po tayo sa ating mga consumers, hindi man buo, at least partially. Yung deregulation, yung liberalization under the EPIRA, actually golden opportunity sa susunod na taon na first quarter of a century ng EPIRA, yung isang bagay na DOE na rin ang nagli-lead or nagsuggest sa ating lipunan, sa ating gobyerno, i-review para sa posibleng pag-amyenda o pag-update ng EPIRA, ng ating energy policy framework. And salamat din, Ms. Good Chair, sa pagbanggit sa energy transition. In fact, dumalabas po yung usaping iyon sa major thrusts ng department kung saan sinabi niya accelerating the implementation of energy transition initiatives. And salamat din sa pagbanggit sa renewable energy. Malaking papel na gagampanan niya sana sa pagbaba ng presyo ng kuryente. And I will ask follow-up questions about that towards the end of my interpellation, Mr. Chair.
Katulad po, just
Yes,
to
Mr.
interject, Senator Risa, Mr. President, dito po sa PEP 2023 to 2050, for 2024, ang generating capacity natin for renewable is about 9 gigawatts. By 2028, aakyat po to 22 gigawatts. So that's 22,000 megawatts. And then from 2023, aakyat po siya sa 26 gigawatts. For 2040, aakyat siya almost 3 times to, or 2 times to 66 gigawatts. So makikita ho natin ang plano talaga is to ramp up ang capacity natin or generating capacity natin for renewable energy. And this will come from mainly solar and wind, Mr. President. So that's the direction that the DOE is taking.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. It would really be something to look forward to kung talagang tatahakin po natin yan. Dahil kaugnay nung isang later question ko rin po, lumalabas po talaga all over the world na lalabas na pinakamura talaga para sa mga bansa at para sa mga mamamayan, ang renewable energy. So kung tatahakin po natin ito at tutumbukin natin itong mga targets ng Department of Energy, pag-ramp up nito ay talagang mas makakamit natin yung mas murang kuryente dito sa ating bansa, Mr. Chair. So skipping now my next 2 questions for EPIRA, I'll just submit them to the department through the chair in writing. Dako na po ako sa, palalimin ko pa tungkol sa DOE, budget, and conventional energy. So mula ERC, mga tanong naman particular sa DOE. So sa budget po natin para sa susunod na taon, the conventional energy development program is getting the highest allocation among the DOE programs. It's 738,385,000 pesos compared with 179,231 pesos for the renewable energy development program after the House GAB amendments. So bakit po, Mr. Chair, conventional energy development pa rin ang may pinakamalaki ang allocation sa programs ng DOE despite the big push for renewable energy dun din po sa major thrusts ng department, kung saan nakalagay nga po, the DOE's priorities focus on expanding renewable energy deployment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nagdagdag ho tayo ng pondo para sa Philippine Radiometry and Seismic Survey Project. Ito po yung kailangan nila pag gusto ho nating mag-attract ng mga investors na papasok po sa oil and gas sector. And hydrogen. Sa mga and geothermal. So part ito ng kanilang making our resources attractive by offering the investors an initial study na on potential areas. Ngayon ho kasi, ang nangyayari, mag-auction ho tayo ng service contract pero bahala na yung investor gumastos ho para dito po sa mga seismic studies. And at the seismic study, mahal ho yan. No? At hindi rin sigurado kung may makikita ho sila sa ilalim. So ngayon, gobyerno na po ang gagawa nito. At kung meron pong makitang mga potential areas or potential oil and gas, hydrogen areas, and even geothermal, magiging less risky na para sa potential investors na papasok. No? Kasi what we're after here is to mitigate the risk. No? And government, in effect, is absorbing that risk. No?
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Pero bakit pa rin hindi mas malaki yung budget item katumbas ng pagsama sa RE dun sa major thrusts ng department? Bukod pa po sa hydrogen, sa geothermal, yung iba pang renewable energies, Mr. Chair.
Kasama ho dito sa Philippine Radiometry and Seismic Survey Project, hydrogen and geothermal, which are considered renewable.
Yes.
So kasama ho siya dito sa mga seismic study ho. Ang geothermal rin ho kasi, just like oil and gas, high risk rin siya dahil hindi ho natin nakikita yung sa ilalim. So to mitigate the risk, government na po ang sasagot doon sa mga seismic study. At kung nakita na natin itong potential areas, so kasama na siya doon sa pag-auction ho natin.
Pero bakit, Mr. Chair, walang mas malaking item halimbawa para sa para dun sa sinabi kaninang pag-ramp up ng solar at wind energy development para matumbok natin yung 66 gigawatts target sa taong 2040, Mr. Chair?
Well, yung strategy natin, Senator Risa, Mr. President, for renewable is private sector driven siya. And also it will be driven by policies and regulation. So I was asking earlier the department also and the regulator. Dati po ang yung renewable portfolio standard natin 1% lang. So ibig sabihin dapat bumili lang utilities ng 1%. Ngayon it's 2.5%. So ngayon kailangan na bumili ang utilities ng 2.5% from renewable. So ito yung mga policy interventions gagawin ng department and ng regulator para mas maraming paggamit ng renewable. But mainly, in other words, the driver for renewable will be policy, friendly regulation, and the private sector investments. So ganun po yung with renewable. Dahil renewable in a sense mas maliit ang risk compared to yung mga sources like oil and gas, geothermal as well as hydrogen.
I understand, Mr. Chair. Bagamat yung other sectors din naman sa ilalim ng EPIRA ay market or private sector led. So parang hindi lang kasi po nagmamatch yung pagsama sa major thrusts ng renewable energy pero hindi po nare-reflect dun sa items sa budget. At maitatanong, what makes conventional energy development, which is basically fossil fuel development, more special in terms of budget? Sa halip nga itong solar and wind na sabi nga kanina, i-ramp up hanggang taong 2040 para maka-generate ng 66 gigawatts, Mr. Chair. So nananatili pong kabalintunaan po yon sa ating budget, if I may say so. Kasi kahit naman sa ating mga household budgets, yung sinasabi po nating priority sa ating pamilya for say this next month or this next year, nare-reflect po sa budget natin. But it's not the case here comparing conventional and renewable energy dito sa ating budget sa ngayon.
Pero
So, yes, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Risa, ang Renewable Energy Development Program will still get 179 million pesos. So meron din po tayo naka-allocate na pondo doon. So it's just itong mga resource extraction industries. Kasama na geothermal ho dito, no? Talagang mas mas high risk. But equally, kung meron ho tayong mga resources na pwedeng magamit, whether it's oil and gas, geothermal, or hydrogen, dapat ho talaga nating gawan ng paraan para magamit ho natin siya. Kasi all the resources na pwede natin gamitin, dapat gamitin ho natin, no, for energy security purposes. No? So may mga resources lang ho talaga na mas high risk, but it's still part of our natural resources.
I agree, Mr. Chair, and I'll leave this question at this. Still, fraction lang po yung nasa budget, proposed budget natin para sa RE kumpara sa conventional energy. At pwede po nating i-argue na kung mas mamumuhunan ng ating gobyerno, bukod pa po sa private sector, pero tayo sa gobyerno, mas mamumuhunan sa RE. It could stand to reason na marireduce din niya yung risk, necessity and risk sa investment naman sa conventional energy development. So I'll just leave this point at that for now, Mr. Chair. Maari nyo rin bang i-detalye sa amin kung ano naman po itong promotion of exploration, development, and production of conventional energy sources na pinaglaanan ng 651.67 million pesos? At bakit mula sa mas maliit na allocation ng 110,889,000 sa proposed NEP, nag-spike ito dun nga po sa 738,385,000 sa GAB, Mr. Chair?
Yan po yung in-increase na Philippine Gradiometry and Seismic Survey Project. That's the phase 1 po for 2026. Yun po yung na-mention ho natin na to mitigate the risk, government will also endeavor to conduct studies. Actually, that's an international norm. No, most countries sila po ang gumagawa talaga ng mga seismic studies, whether it's for mining, basta extractive industries, government talaga ang gumagawa. Whether mining, oil and gas, geothermal, hydrogen, it's really government. But yun na nga, dahil nga medyo mahal po yung cost, in our case, pinapasa ho natin sa private sector. But yan ay isa sa mga hindi nagiging less attractive on the part of the Philippines because private sector pa gumagawa nun. And nagiging ano siya, nagiging risk na on the part of the investors. So in this case, it will be the first time that the government will be undertaking the seismic researches.
Kung ganoon, Mr. Chair, bakit hindi isinama na sa NEP sa simula pa lang mula sa DOE? Bakit kailangan pa yung House yung makakita na kailangan natin mag-allocate ng 4 times for conventional energy rather than for renewable energy, Mr. Chair, sa GAB?
Tier 2 ho siya, in fairness to the DOE. In fact,
Okay.
I remember last year, request na ho ni Yusek pa si Sharon at that time, request na ni Yusek Sharon, but sabi ko fiscal space. Hindi na carry rin no, last time. So linagay nila sa tier 2 and ano naman, nakita naman ng lower house na ito ay a worthwhile investment. So linagay po sa GAB at kineri ho natin.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Sana nakita din ng DOE or makita sa mga susunod na taon na worthwhile investment din na lakihan ang budget para sa renewable energy, katumbas nung paglagay sa kanya sa major thrusts. So if we compare it with the 179,231,000 pesos for renewable energy programs or a total of 211 million pesos, if we add the electric vehicle development program, ang laki pa rin ng diferensya, pero priority naman daw ang RE. So it just for the record, Mr. Chair, it doesn't add up. Renewable related programs represent a mere 13.44% of DOE's program allocations, 7% of DOE's 2.996 billion peso new appropriations, and 0.0031% of the 6.793 trillion total NEP. So hopefully, hindi lang ito para sa DOE, para na rin sa DBM. Lakihan naman natin, umabot man lang sa 1% and more no, sa kabuuang NEP natin over the next few years, hopefully, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Therefore,
Chairman,
yes, Mr. Chair.
I was asking the experts sila, Yusek Wimpy. Ito pala is a nationwide parang nationwide seismic study, no? So titignan ho nila buong Pilipinas kung saan na may potential for oil and gas, saan potential ang geothermal. Ang last time ho natin nagkaroon ng geothermal new discovery, matagal na ho, dekada na. So isa yan sa mga pinupush na natin dahil at once upon a time, tayo po ang pinakamalaking geothermal producer in the whole world. No? But because marami dito sa mga geothermal sites na sa bundok o sa malalayo, hindi ho natin na maximize. So this time around, there's a renewed push for geothermal, which is renewable. So ito po yung magiging strategy ho natin na magkaroon ng seismic study nationwide. At makikita rin ho natin yung mga potential areas for geothermal. So not only oil and gas, pati hydrogen na rin po. No? Yeah.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. I hear you, Mr. Chair, and I understand. At the same time, lagi ko lang isinusulong na mas gumastos pa ang DOE sa larangan ng renewable energies dahil gaya ng nabanggit din ng Chair kanina and i-detalye ko rin mamaya for the record, ang laki rin, mas malaki pa ang returns ng RE sa atin, palagay ko sa buong energy mix. So, therefore, sapat na po ba ang 179.231 million pesos, Mr. Chair, na naka-allocate para sa renewable energy? Kung isipin po natin, parallel dun sa ongoing na Blue Ribbon Committee investigations natin, singlaki lang yung 179 million sa isang flood control project, Mr. Chair.
Actually, every year po, on the average, ang linalagay natin sa renewable energy program is about around mga 150 million pesos, Mr. President. So consistent ang government allocating that amounts for renewable for the Renewable Energy Development Program. So dahil consistent ho naglalagay ng pondo, yung mga programs naman nila tuloy-tuloy rin. For example, yung green energy auction, na ito yung mechanism na ginagamit po para maka-attract rin ng private capital to the renewable energy space. In fact, we were hailed as the best destination for renewable energy investment. I think it was last year, no? Or this year?
alone, 20 gigawatts na auction.
So this year alone lang po for renewable na auction ho natin 20 gigawatts, that's 20,000 megawatts of capacity. So in other words, yung mga linalagay pong pondo is to continue and ramp up rin yung mga mechanisms natin for renewable energy.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. At sa pagbanggit din sa green energy option na itatanong ko rin mamaya sa patapos na. And of course, it goes without saying, where government invests and invests more, mas ma-encourage din yung private sector to go in and to invest more. Kasi nakikita nila na tayo rin, pinaprioritize natin itong larangang ito ng renewable energy. So just for the record, Mr. Chair, the program includes the conduct of energy auction rounds, the review of existing policies for harmonization and enhancements, and prioritizing offshore wind development through the identification of RE zones and marine spatial planning. So lumalabas na ang mas maraming trabaho ay nasa conventional energy pa rin, specifically on exploration that the PNOC has already been doing anyway since the 1970s. So kalahating century na rin naman. Ngayon nasa bagong milenyo na tayo, Mr. Chair, since the 1970s. Maybe DOE could lead our government and our country in also taking some kind of a leap sa investments sa renewable energy. So,
Mr. President,
yes,
yung
Mr. Chair.
one of the biggest leap, saan na yung energy mix kanina? Binalik ko ba sa'yo? Is the introduction of offshore wind. Saan na yun? Binalik ko ba sa'yo yung card? Ayan. So, the introduction po of offshore wind, hindi, yung kanina, may table.
Mas mahaba.
Binalik ko ba yun?
May PEP.
Termis, Madam Chair, na nahanap ko yung hawak ko kanina.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Binalik ba?
Yung kaninang binabasa ko. Binabasa ko ba?
Yan.
So, by 2040, we'll have offshore wind. So ito po yung isang malaking introduction, and we all know that offshore wind is it's a very complex project. So pat naumpisa na ho by building mga offshore wind ports, by already extending some of our transmission lines kasi malayo ho siya, so kailangan i-connect. So nag-umpisa na rin ho doon. Plus yung mga studies rin na ginagawa ng DOE to promote offshore wind. No? So ito lahat private capital, government will not spend a single centavo except for the ports. No? Except for the ports.
I wouldn't mind if government spends more centavos since tinatampok naman natin ang wind plus ang solar dun nga sa pag-ramp up natin hanggang maka 66 gigawatts sa taong 2040, Mr. Chair. Pero salamat po para doon. So, Mr. Chair, the proposed DOE budget tells us that the department is still focused on conventional energy and coal. So, pwede po bang sabihin ngayong araw ano ang pinakamurang source ng generated electricity, Mr. Chair?
Ho namin yung table.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For ito po ay mga pricing ng Meralco. So these are contracts, actual contracts by Meralco para ho mas accurate for generation. Ito po yung sa Meralco for coal contracts is about 9.4 pesos per kilowatt hour. Ang nat gas po is 9.7. Ang solar is 3.3 pesos per kilowatt hour. Ang oil is about 14 pesos. Ang geothermal is about 7 pesos po.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So, dito pa lang kita na natin the point I'd like to make on record. Again, it doesn't compute that DOE is pursuing fossil fuel when kahit sa Bloomberg New Energy Finance, nababasa po natin, solar plus battery and onshore wind plus battery systems are or will soon become the cheapest and or the second cheapest sources of generated electricity today. Yung solar po this year, yung wind by 2028 and 2032, mas maaga pa kesa sa target nating 2040. So, at kita din po natin dito sa list of comparative prices ng Meralco. So, whereas pursuing conventional energy and fossil fuel is a sure way of maintaining high electricity costs, if not raising them altogether. Sa halip na makamit na natin at mas masimulan na nating makamit yung mas murang kuryente para sa ating mga kababayan mula sa renewable energies, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator Risa. In fact, itong mga technologies na ito ay over time bumababaho talaga yung presyo. In fact, initially hindi ho ganito yung presyo, but because of innovation, because of economies of scale,
Solving the problem of storage.
yeah, pati na rin mayroon kasing overcapacity in China ng solar panels. Bumababaho yung presyo ng solar plus battery, no? And that's good thing because nagiging competitive na sila versus conventional fuel, including other renewable energy technologies like geothermal, no? So maganda ho yan for consumers because may choice na ngayon consumers na competitive, no? I remember before it wasn't that competitive yet, no? I think that was siguro as far back as 5-6 years hindi pa ganyan ka competitive ang solar plus battery, pero ngayon competitive na rin siya.
Which leads me again to my main point. Therefore, dapat we follow the money that way. So just for the record again, Mr. Chair. Skipping now my next one. My next one question, Mr. Chair, to submit also in writing to the Chair para masagot ng department in writing. Dako na po ako sa paksa ng coal moratorium. So, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, hindi po ba napaka-concerning na makita natin yung mga mining communities na pinapower pa ng coal plants? Hindi ba dobleng panganib ang kaharap nila sa epekto ng magkasabay na metallic mining at coal power plants sa kanilang lugar, Mr. Chair?
Well, ito po ay mga lumang planta na ng these companies. I was just conferring dito sa mga experts natin. So ito mga mining companies, they had these plants a long time ago because of their processing plants. Ang processing plants ho kasi talagang matakaw ho yan sa kuryente. And in order to lower down their electricity cost, nagpatayo ho sila ng sarili nilang mga conventional power plants, no? So kaya ho yan ay parang ano ba sila, parang integrated ho, yung power generation nila sa kanilang processing plant.
Well, integrated man, Mr. Chair, gaya ng napag-uusapan natin kanina pa sa pag-evolve ng mga teknolohiya, pwedeng kahit ang department i-encourage o itulak o incentivize itong mga industriya o negosyo na at least kalahatiin yung risko sa komunidad sa pag-shift mula sa coal power sa iba pa. Bukod pa po doon sa yung usapin ng pagmimina na sa DENR ko na lang po itatanong, Mr. Chair, at hindi naman sa DOE.
Tama ho kayo,
Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Risa. In fact, most companies now are becoming very conscious about their where they buy their electricity. And that's why ang ERC lowered down their threshold for contestability to 100 kilowatt na lang ho. So ito pababa ng pababa. Hopefully one day aabot na ho tayo ng household level. And pag ganun ho, even consumers themselves can choose kung saan sila pwedeng bumili ng kuryente. Kung gusto nila sa RE, bibili sila sa RE. Kung gusto nila ibang technology, sila na bahala. But ngayon, corporations, incontestable entities, binabaan na po to 100 kilowatt para may flexibility ho sila pumili ng kanilang sources. And these companies will also be encouraged. And they're becoming very conscious ngayon. I read the other day, no company yun? Yung mga Ayala companies, no? All of those companies ng Ayala are now buying from their affiliate, yung AC Energy ng renewable energy, because they're now very conscious on where they are buying their electricity. And I was just advised some of the mining companies are also buying from RE sources. For example po sa Simarara, which is a coal mine, buys their own, meron silang sariling wind turbines around 6 megawatts. So a lot of these companies are becoming very conscious na rin on where they buy their electricity.
At pwedeng i-multiply geometrically ng DOE kapag in-encourage nila talaga ito. Baka nga low-lying fruit na since nagsimula na sa ilang mga mining companies, baka low-lying fruit sa department i-encourage lahat ng mining companies na powered pa rin ng coal plants mag-shift sa renewable tulad ng sinisimula na ng ilan. Kumbaga for the department to set the norm, Mr. Chair. So, tungkol naman po sa vicious cycle, tinatawag na vicious cycle of coal approvals. Mr. Chair, related to my previous question, the DOE's October advisory allows new coal plants like in Atimonan to bypass the moratorium, the celebrated and treasured moratorium due to so-called supply shortages. Yet, this shortage, in the first place, probably exists primarily because NGCP failed to build the backbone for the gigawatts of the green energy auction na pinag-usapan natin kanina, Mr. Chair. The GEA renewables already auctioned. So, Mr. Chair, bakit po nagpapatuloy ang department sa pag-aaproba ng mga new coal para mag-solve ng isang transmission crisis? Sa halip na po, i-penalize yung NGCP sa pagkabigo niya na i-connect yung cheaper renewables. Hinahayaan ba natin yung incompetence ng grid operator na in effect magdikta ng national policy at mapilitan po ang ating gobyerno at ang ating bayan pabalik dun sa mahal at polluting na coal, Mr. Chair?
Ang only allowed po is kung committed na po yung project. So, kung bagong coal-fired power plant, kasama pa rin ho siya sa moratorium. Pero kung committed na po yung planta, then pwede ho siyang, pwede niya expand yung kanyang planta. No? So, kasama ho siya doon.
And ano po yung greater accountability dapat ng NGCP sa pag-solve ng transmission problem para talagang mas makapag-connect yung cheaper renewables sa grid, Mr. Chair?
Actually ho, Actually, yung organizational meeting po ng Energy Committee na pag-usapan ho namin tong delay ng NGCP, and the regulator, ERC, penalized NGCP, I think 2000, very recent, 2000, I think 2023 or 2024, no? Ito yung, if you remember, nagkaroon tayo ng mga hearings and brownouts because of the delays in transmission lines. Pero ang penalty lang po na-impose is about 15 million. In-impose mo ng regulator, and 15 million out of the billions of net income ng NGCP is nothing, no? So isa po sa mga reforms na itinutulak natin is to empower ERC with greater power to impose higher penalties para ho talagang maging maramdaman ho talaga, di lang ho ng NGCP but other players, para commensurate po yung penalties ho nila doon po sa size nung electricity corporation or electric corporation. So yun po yung isang mga reforma na pinopropose po dahil hindi ho mataasan ng ERC yung penalty dahil limited rin sila by law. So one of the reforms na pinupush ho natin, bigyan sila ng power to increase the penalty commensurate to the size of the energy participant.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Siguro ilan pa lang ito sa mga concerns ng ating mga renewable energy advocates, mga environmental advocates na nakapalibot dun sa October advisory. So
Yeah.
at least nabuksan ko na po sa inyo at sa department dito sa ating budget plenary and i-follow up na lang closely, urgently sa malapit na mga susunod na
Tama ho kayo,
panahon,
Senator
Mr.
Risa, it's a
Chair.
chicken or the egg question lalo na for renewable energy kasi normally like let's say wind, nasa bundok ho yun eh. No? Or
offshore.
or
Mr.
offshore
Chair.
lalo na. So if you don't have the transmission lines, kahit na malakas yung hangin ho doon, hindi natin makukuha yung potential ng wind farm in that area. So talagang importante po yung transmission lines. And meron na hong linabas ang DOE yung So meron na ho silang linabas na they call it CRES, yung Competitive Renewable Energy Zones. No?
Yes.
Naka-identify na ho doon saan ang potential areas for wind, saan ang potential areas for solar, pati nga ocean, if I'm not mistaken, may na-identify na ho doon. So susundan nilang ho yan ng transmission company. No? Doon ho sila gagawa ng transmission lines.
Importante po yan, Mr. Chair, para bawa yung mga innovative, mga in a way game-changing or cutting-edge programs tulad ng green energy auction ay hindi hayaang maudlot ng ibang bahagi ng energy sector natin like the NGCP. And gaya ng nabanggit ko po kanina, patuloy pong i-engage ng ating iba't ibang stakeholders, ng ating mga stakeholders ang department, particularly dun sa October advisory, para malinawan or sa tingin ng mga iba na problematic yon, masolusyonan po or mabago or kung anuman, Mr. Chair. So, skipping now my next 1, 2, 3, 4 questions or 4 topics na isasubmit ko na lang sa chair para sa pagsagot in writing ng department bago yung approval on second reading ng GAA, Senate version, Mr. Chair. Dalawang huling tanong na lang po. Una, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa NEA. So first, I would like to, as always, express my support to electric cooperatives' demand to increase allocations for the Emergency Resiliency Fund. Kitang-kita naman natin, Mr. Chair, based sa report nila kanina, ang hirap at gastos sa restoration at rehabilitation ng sistema kapag may mga kalamidad. At nakakatuwa po dun sa ibinigay na update ninyo, Mr. Chair, kitang-kita po yung mahalagang papel, pangunahing papel pa nga ng mga electric co-ops dun sa efforts ng department i-restore yung electrification ng iba't ibang bahagi ng ating disaster-affected areas. So, maaari nyo po ba kaming bigyan ng maikling report sa impact ng ginagawa ninyong photovoltaic mainstreaming o solar home system program, Mr. Chair?
So, Mr. President, this is an innovation by the new NEA administrator. Dahil nga kung puro line extension through the barangay line extension or yung sitio electrification, mahal po ang line extension tsaka malayo. No? So for example, kung may isang lugar na ilan lang po ang bahay, alangan magla-line extension pa ho tayo doon. No? So the innovation that he introduced is the PV, they call it photovoltaic mainstreaming or PV mainstreaming. So binibigay ho nila yung solar sa electric co-ops at yung co-ops na ho ang nagkakabit doon sa bahay. Part of their electrification program. So far po ang nakabit na ho ay 27,000 and in the target for 2026 is 130,000. So this is part of the national electrification program ng gobyerno po.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Mas maraming ganito ang, I think, maganda pong patuloy na ilunsad ng mga attached agencies at mismong ang department proper. And the programs like this put together two of the best elements sa mundong pinamumunuan ng DOE, solar energy or renewable energy, and electric co-ops bilang isa sa mga importanteng actors at stakeholders natin, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, yung electrification ho talaga challenging dahil yung iba nasa bundok, iba nasa isla. So to reach those households and electrify them, yung solar rooftops ang kinakabit ho nila. But part of the EC. So hindi gobyerno po nagkakabit, but binibigyan ng subsidy ng gobyerno doon po sa EC at EC po nagkakabit.
Opo. And of course, laging appreciated yung subsidy. Kumbaga, yun yung counterpart ng gobyerno dun sa isinasagawa ng ibang actor na in this case yung electric co-ops.
And we're
Mr. Chair.
maganda po yung report ni Administrator Almeda na for 2026 ang focus naman will be the last mile schools, no? Dahil meron pa tayo close to about 2,000 schools na walang kuryente. Nagpo-push ho tayo ng internet connectivity, wala namang kuryente, no? So this will go hand in hand. So we will be pushing internet connectivity in those 2,000 schools, but NEA will ramp up their electricity connection, whether it's grid extension or photovoltaic or
concept.
yeah, but I think they're more into yung solar rooftops in schools. So meron ng kuryente, may internet pa.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Mas buong pakete in that sense para sa education reform agenda din natin dito sa Senado. So huling paksa na lang, Mr. Chair, kaugnay ng NPC naman po. So una, ano-anong mga areas ang covered ng Island Hybridization Program ng korporasyon, Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Napakagandang tanong niyo ho. Natatawa lang ako kasi yung tanong ko rin, tinatanong ko for the last 3-4 years na. Yung predecessor pa nga ni former Congressman Nograles, buhay pa, tinatanong ko na ho yun. But napakaganda po yung tanong ninyo. And we have a new leader in NPC na mas batang-bata at innovative. No? So ang target niya for 2026 is 130.
We have 546 million for the areas.
But how many areas? 130? Nag-allocate ho tayo ng about 500 million pesos for hybridization. At tama ho kasi ngayon puro diesel kaya napakamahal po ang diesel. So nag-allocate tayo ng 500 billion for hybridization.
546.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I missed that last figure.
500 million.
500 million.
Yeah, how much?
And ano-anong mga areas po ang covered? In broad strokes at least, Mr. Chair?
More than that.
Yeah, right now we have 4 hybrid areas, but the new president of NPC, former Congressman Nograles, he's targeting about 30 plus areas this coming 2026.
Okay.
No? So may pondo ho sila. And really, ang maganda ho dito, the new president also believes in hybridization. So yan po yung kanyang magiging thrust for the next few years. No?
Salamat, Mr. Chair. It's always good to hear about rapid scaling up. So from 4 to 30, almost 10 times in the following year. Pwede po bang malaman alin yung unang initial na 4 na areas?
Kayo kasi actually in the committee madalas po namin pag-usapan to, but ngayon ko lang narinig na meron talagang plano na at area. So for example po, ito po yung mga areas na target po nila, kaso lang di ko alam po
Or
nasaan
kahit
to.
yung 4 na munang areas, Mr. Chair?
Yung
Yung sinabing
existing.
4 na areas sa ngayon.
Doon po sa
Kwaming in Bohol.
ito.
Lumbanes.
Kwaming, Bohol, Palumbanes, Catanduanes, Palanan, Isabela, Rapu-Rapu, Albay. Ito po yung
Okay.
existing.
Wala pong Mindanao sa unang 4.
Ito po yung existing na 4.
Opo. So,
Wala pa. Wala pa.
Luzon at Visayas pa lamang.
Yes.
Pero yung 30 po para sa susunod na taon, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao na po ang
Yes po. Luzon, Visayas,
coverage.
Mindanao na po.
Okay po. Salamat,
Is
Mr.
for
Chair.
example, in Naro, Gilotongan, sorry po, Senator, we'll submit the list.
Yes.
Wala kasing municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But
Opo.
we'll submit
In
the list
writing
to
na
Her
lamang po.
Honor. Yeah.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And huling tanong ko po, this evening sa interpellation, sa program po na ito, yung Island Hybridization Program, hindi dati kasali ang coal sa menu dahil primarily RE ang preferred technology plus battery. Ngayon po ba sa ilalim ng latest DOE advisory sa coal moratorium, isasali nyo na po ba ang coal, Mr. Chair?
On the part of NPC po, since missionary sila, wala ho silang coal-fired power plant. But admittedly, puro diesel. No?
Diesel.
Almost 99% diesel. No? So yun naman, 93% diesel. So yun po ang gustong palitan po ng bagong administration ng NPC to slowly move out of diesel. O kung meron man, may hybrid. No? Kasi diesel, battery, and solar. But kung kaya nga ho, completely battery and solar na lang ang kakabit ho nila. Depending ho sa location, but the goal here is to hybridize the existing systems.
Salamat para doon, Mr. Chair. At least walang coal.
Wala po.
And
wala
at
po.
least may intention na talagang i-maximize yung RE component. After all, sa menu, nakasulat, if I'm not mistaken, na primarily RE ang preferred
Yes.
technology plus battery.
Correct.
Mr.
And
Chair.
yun po yung kinakalampag ko rin sa kanila dahil mahal po yung binabayad natin on our bill, yung UCME, yung
Yes.
Universal Charge of Missionary Electricity.
Opo.
So tayo ho nagbabayad nun mga consumers sa mainland. So with this hybrid systems, mababawasan na rin po yung ating UCME na binabayaran.
Opo. Dun sa binanggit yung UCME, Mr. Chair, hinahanap ko lang yung note ko, baka hindi ko mahanap sa mabilis na paghanap ko ngayon. Pero, ayun po. NPC would prefer to use the UCME to cover the rising diesel purchases of new power plant gencos that it has partnered with for missionary electrification. So again, maraming good elements, innovations within the energy sector, pero minsan gaya nung napag-usapan natin sa green energy option and then yung pagkukulang ng NGCP sa pagpapakonekta ng RE. Minsan, sa hindi dapat mangyaring sitwasyon, they work at cross purposes to each other. So, baka mas maigi pa yung kung matignan po ng DOE na yung UCME ay rather than, NPC, na rather than pag-subsidize sa diesel, pag-subsidize dun sa mas malaking component ng RE na yun naman yung sinasabi dito sa Island Hybridization Program ay preferred sa menu, Mr. Chair. So, lastly, Mr. Chair, hindi ko na itanong, yes, Mr. Chair? Sorry, hindi ko na itanong kanina, so I'll just also submit this in writing to the Chair para masagot po ng DOE in writing. Follow-up question kanina dun sa seismic study. Does the nationwide seismic study, yan po ba nag-involve ng isang non-government party para mag-undertake ng seismic study? Kung nationwide, i-involve din po ba yung protected areas ng mga indigenous peoples at i-involve din ba yung mga environmentally designated protected areas? So government will spend, we will spend, sino magbe-benefit sa extensive nationwide study, and hindi po ba nag-agree ang DOE na yung mga detalye nitong proposal ay dapat isubmit for review, at least po posible dito sa Senate Committee on Energy, Mr. Chair?
We'll request the DOE to submit to us an update dito po sa seismic study program nila. Admittedly, this is the first time that we will be doing this. So hingi ho tayo ng regular reports through the Committee on Energy,
Yes.
no, para po ma-update ho tayo.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. And of course, yung mga sagot sana in writing ng DOE sa 8 tanong na hindi ko na lang itinanong ngayong gabi, pero isasubmit po sa
Yes,
Chair.
we'll request for a copy and then we'll give it to the DOE to answer. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr.
Maraming
Chair.
salamat,
Maraming
Senator.
salamat, Mr. President, at kina Sec Sharon at DOE.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just also like to put on record, with my experience with the DOE, they're one of the most efficient government agencies, Mr. President. I just want to say that on record. Yes, my personal experience. Pag may mga requests and even my friends who are in the renewable energy business, when there are requests for their, if they have problems with right of way, they have problems with their requirements, certificates, and pati yung licenses, mabilis po ang DOE. They are really developer friendly. And I
Irinig
just-
ho kayo niyan, lalo silang na-energize.
Yes, di totoo yan. And I'd like to thank Secretary Sharon. I had a lunch with for the record, Mr. President, I had lunch with the Chamber of Commerce, European Chamber of Commerce, and they were very happy with the DOE on this. So thank you very much to the DOE team. No, the DOE team. Mr. President, Mr. President, I move, since there are no more interpolators for the Department of Energy, I move that the budget of the Office of the Secretary, the National Electrification Administration, the National Power Corporation, the Energy Regulatory Commission, the National Electrification Administration, the National Power, this is the National Power Corporation and Philippine National Oil Company, be deemed submitted. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The enumerated offices are deemed submitted.
Congratulations to the DOE family. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are done for the day. And just a reminder, tomorrow, I think we need Senator Risa. Senator Risa will be our acting majority floor leader tomorrow until Senator JV comes right after his eye checkup. Yes. So with that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4058.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 4058 is
Mr.
suspended.
President, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend session until 10 o'clock in the morning of Friday, November 21, 2025. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair is none. The session is suspended until 10 o'clock in the morning of Friday, November 21st, 2025.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.